This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
Three teams have already qualified for the Stage 1 playoffs, and today we're going to be locking in a fourth. Hello and welcome to Stage 1 of VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena. Not that sunny, but it is, well, it's sunny outside.
It's like
here.
it
was pretty great.
It's like overcast.
We're in the smoothie bar. By the way, I love this setup, personally speaking, because your boy doesn't like standing for long hours of the day. You know what I'm saying? Now, folks, let's go ahead and take a look at our current standings and where we are right now, because it's good news for Alpha. Everyone's still in the running for playoffs. Yippee!
Yippee!
Yippee! But we're going to be in Omega today, and we're going to be kicking things off with Crew Visa, who are already in. You can see they're the only undefeated team in this competition, looking to keep the streak going as they take on 100 Thieves today. And then later on, it's going to be Furia and the Sentinels who are going to be fighting for that playoff spot. And that matchup is going to be freaking awesome, and I'm excited for that one. But guys, you know, look, everyone's so excited to make it to Masters London. They're fighting for their spots, you know? And what I figured, we weren't that prepared last time for Chile. We weren't ready for it. You know, we needed to learn a little bit more Spanish ahead of time. So I figured since we're going to London, it's time to learn some proper English.
Proper English.
Oh, and if Sliggy's watching this, he is gonna be
proper
so
English
offended.
Okay.
No, we're gonna make him proud
So
here.
good news, everyone. We have a certified British person. It's that guy right there.
Where's your hat, lad?
I can get you ready for it. I didn't bring it, actually.
He doesn't need it.
Yeah, I didn't need it.
So, Brent, what are we doing today?
What are you doing today? I'm gonna test you guys with some Cockney rhyming slang.
Cockney
rhyming slang. Yep, they think it was developed in like the 1800s as a way to circumvent the law. So it's pretty sick. But it's still
So I relate to that.
A lot of it's still
cleaning.
a
spoonful
a
of
lot of this. And listen, we're gonna go through this. I'm gonna give you guys some Cockney rhyming slang. And we're gonna see if it's fake, is it real? You guys are gonna be testing on it. So the first one coming up, is this. I'm gonna use it in a sentence. You have to tell me if it's real or if it's fake. The first one is, are you having a bubble?
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 That's gotta be fake.
That's
yeah,
fake.
that's
I think
fake.
that's fake.
Bubble's a happy thing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So fake or real?
Are you having a bubble?
Oh, you need your hat, Brent.
I need my hat, thank you
I'm
very
having
much.
a bubble.
Are you having a bubble?
What do you think?
I think it's fake.
It's actually real.
No way.
Yeah.
Way,
Because it
There's
means,
no
listen, it's a
chance.
Cockney rhyming slang, bubble, bath, laugh. Rhymes with laugh. Are you having a bubble? Are you having a laugh?
That's so...
So because it rhymes, it's
There
supposed
you
to
go.
make sense.
That's twisted your brains in different ways. You didn't think it was going to be possible, did you?
Wait a minute.
That's
Bubble
ridiculous.
bath, laugh,
All right,
rhymes with laugh. Okay, here's the second
Bubble
one. Let's go.
bath.
He's got a shocking barnet.
What is a bonnet?
He's got a shocking barnet.
That's a pretty nice bonnet you've got.
I'm not going to tell you what a
thank
barnet
you.
is. Real or fake?
It's fake.
Fake?
I'm gonna say real.
Real?
I'm going to say fake.
not?
I'm gonna say
Fake? Okay, guess what?
Almighty bonnet.
It's real.
way!
It's real. It's real.
What?
Barnet fair equals hair, so barnet fair rhymes with hair, and so a barnet is now a synonym for like just a haircut.
No.
So yeah, he's got a shocking
So
barnet.
if words rhyme, they can have two meanings?
Yeah, it's a way, like I told you.
So GB doesn't have a barnet?
Nah, well, I mean, you got to shave his
Haven't
head.
had
so,
one for-
okay,
haven't
we're
had
gonna
one
run
for a
through this.
long
We're
time.
taking too long with this. Here's another one. Fancy a ruby.
Fancy
You fancy
Ruby.
Fancy Ruby.
I'm going to
Fancy
say
Ruby.
that.
What could Ruby rhyme
I
with?
fancy you, mate.
I fancy you.
I don't know.
Hey.
Honestly, I kind of want to... I mean, it
What do you
doesn't
think?
sound
It's
sexual.
fake.
I think it's fake.
Fake?
I'm going 3 for
Fake
3.
Or real.
Ruby
Real?
doesn't rhyme
Yeah.
with it.
No
Okay,
way.
guess what? It's also real.
Yeah, let's hear the explanation.
Ruby Murray equals curry, so fancy a ruby is fancy a curry.
What are you waffling
you?
about?
I'm not kidding. This is real so far, yeah.
Bro, and I thought we were
All right.
cooked in the hood. That's crazy,
One
bro.
more. There's one more. There's one more. One more.
Crazy,
okay.
man.
Okay. Up the apple and pears. They say gotta run up the apple and pears.
Gotta
Gotta
run
run up the
apples.
apple. But there's no rhyming.
What do you
in
think?
apple and pear.
I'm going to
Up the
say
apple and
fake.
pears.
I'm going to
Apples
say
and
fake.
Fake?
oranges. Jack and Jill. That's what it stands
Up the apple
for.
and pears.
It's real.
Real?
Fake.
Fake? Guess what? It's also real.
Hey!
Yeah,
I swear
apple
if
and
you're
pears. Up the stairs, pears rhymes with stairs.
What
so it's
the
used as
hell?
stairs, yeah.
So
up
what
up
does
the
it
apple and
mean?
pears. Just means stairs. Apples and pears mean stairs.
What?
That one is used a lot, actually. That's one of the more common ones.
Why
that
do
one's used a lot.
Why do the Brits speak in riddles?
So that when you all visit as tourists, you're all befuddled. You know what's going on. But guess what? Tickets for Masters London are now available. So right now you can scan your QR code, catch VCT Masters at the Copper Box Arena. Get your tickets now, June 6th to the 21st.
A box full of coppers.
Exactly.
I learned so much. And, you know, I'll never forget the one time you know what?
I'm keeping this on.
Let's just move on now, of course. But you know what? Since I learned a little bit of British slang, let's go ahead and try it out. Oi, we got a punch up between Timotino and Les.
Oh my God!
I don't know.
That was almost Southern towards the end.
Yeah, I guess it was a little bit.
Timotino and Les.
Here we go.
Timotino.
All right, let's jump into this one here.
Now, did they have a gentleman's agreement to decide which weapons would be?
Yeah.
Just pick a better character.
Exactly, bro. It's my third time already playing Skirmish. I know the things.
He knows things. He knows things.
That's funny.
Okay, that was some rat stuff.
That's crazy.
That's some rat.
That is crazy.
Tweaking, running around.
Guardian is my main one.
No, you're
because
actually crazy
pretty
with the
sure.
Odin.
I beat everyone with Odin just sitting in the base.
Oh.
Okay.
Guardian.
It's kind of Les's dream just to have Timotino kind of run into him.
Yeah.
Bro, I am your mind, brother.
No, you're actually.
Oh,
he's actually cooking him. He's actually cooking him.
God, Timotino's got a good attitude
No,
here, but
this
he's getting rinsed.
This is.
No.
The finish.
You're
Tim.
actually way too powerful. I can't lie.
No donuts.
Knives only?
Oh.
No, I respect this so
I love
much.
Yeah.
This is American Gladiators type stuff right here.
I didn't even know you could get on that box.
He has a high
You
advantage.
actually have
This
the
is crazy.
Yeah.
Get onto the platform. No!
We're so back.
Nice knife fight. Well
We're
played, well
so
played.
back.
All right, next one. 4-1 is the score. Timotino trying to bring his boys back into it.
Wait.
Your pick.
Okay, let's
Greatest
go.
comeback of all time?
Go
Question mark?
Bulldog.
Oh,
Bulldog.
You did that weapon. Brother,
Yeah, Bulldog's OP,
I'm
Bulldog's
terrible with this weapon.
I'm pretty bad with the bulldog.
That gun don't work.
There's the ADS.
That just wins it?
GG, bro.
That
Les
was
gets
fun.
the win.
That was
5-2.
It's like they got the two nicest players from each team.
Yeah.
to verse each other.
Great. That was the most
That was fun.
wholesome
No, you
battle.
pick the next weapon. Please,
Yeah,
I
please.
insist.
Encourage you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Salutations. Of course, so last week we saw Les and the boys of Crew Visa score a big 2-0 victory over Furia, giving Furia their first loss of the stage. But more importantly, on the crew side, they haven't dropped a map. They look clean. And just what we're seeing from this team, Bren, it just feels like you can easily make the case that they are not just punching above their weight class, they're establishing a whole new weight class of their own.
They're unreal right now. They are finding moments to really calm down when it should be getting hectic. A lot of teams will just run it down in some instances. But I don't know what it is with the communication, the coordination they've got. It's unbelievable. It's a difference maker right now.
Yeah, I think it's really just their adaptation that makes them stand out from the rest. Because when you look at their roster, they have 5 insane players. I believe 3 of them are in the top 5 of the highest rated currently in Stage 1. But they don't often have to rely on that because they're so good at playing together and just creating plans that look like they're set strats because of how well they do it coordinated. But it's not. Like, they're just doing the stuff on the fly.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of insane when you even strip it down to that individual level. We saw there in that stat sheet, the Dante versus a Lim stat card. It's kind of insane because a Lim, he's constantly been this really good entry fragger, constantly getting multi-kills as well, but Dante has just completely blown that out of the water. He has been absolutely phenomenal. We talked a little bit about his movement before, but he's just overall been this
mechanics
incredible.
are ridiculous. Like I remember last week you guys were talking about Sliggy had mentioned how he might be mechanically one of the best players, and I actually will agree
He's
with
mastered
that.
it.
But more importantly than that, though, and I think this is the part that a lot of people should be paying attention to, it's that what is actually going behind Dante in a lot of these plays, right? And it's some great plays, great play calling from Sadak. And my man is shooting. He is insane. He's not missing. I mean, Emily, it feels like this guy is playing on another level, and I just want to know what fountain of youth he found it to share with me.
I mean, the way I see him is he is the full package IGL. He doesn't fret IGLing. It doesn't take any effect on his performance, and he's still able to show up for his team as just a player, as an individual. And I think it's really cool to see that when you listen to their comms, they tend to have a lot of voices going on, but he's able to kind of pick the best plan going forward, and his team has full trust in him to carry that through.
Yeah.
That's a great picture.
I love that picture.
Yeah, I
He's
think
hype, bro.
he's really insane, and I think it's really big props to the way he plays as well. His play style is so aggressive. He's so confident in taking a lot of these 1v1s, and he puts himself in the right position almost every single time to do so. And because he's so far forward most of the time, he has a lot of that info to call the rotates, to call that defensive side, and a lot of the protocols that the rest of the team fully trusts him to call. It's just insane the way that they're playing, and Sadak, he's definitely the leader of that.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, you know, the trust, and you can even see it in those clips, right? How they're all just laughing, having a good time. And a lot of that is predicated just on the fact that Sadak is just such a joyful individual, and he brings that into the server quite a bit. But of course, for more on Crew Visa, let's send it over to Dryad. She had an opportunity to catch up with the coach of the squad to get his thoughts.
Latam and Crew seem to be stronger than ever in Sonic. What do you think is going to be the biggest challenge that could stop the team from getting this momentum that they've been having?
Like, to be honest, we're not really thinking about the momentum. We're mostly playing game by game, trying to do our thing. I would say the only thing that could stop us is ourselves.
I feel like you get really well with the team. Like, you guys get along really well. What is it like? What was it like to build this synergy with them from the beginning, from when you guys were playing all the way back in Latam to now?
I mean, it was super easy, to be honest. Like, the team synergy was from the beginning. I think the first couple of weeks we were already hitting it off, and yeah, it's been to be honest, fantastic. We have the same vibes, same energy, so yeah.
I mean, it's easy.
It's easy.
It's definitely showing. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on that. You can see how much fun Crew Visa is having out there. And on top of that, they are doing some incredible plays. And Brent, I know you have a play you wanted to break down.
I got two, actually.
Okay,
I got one from Crew and 100 Thieves.
Hit me with it, baby.
It's a great comparison, I think, as well, because both of these teams ended up playing Lotus, and they both had similar circumstances, but the way that they executed it is very different. This is a half-buy kind of eco round right now for Crew, and right now you can see that they've got a bit of a stack of players occurring all the way over here. This is 4 players, but the difference maker is they don't alert their presence to the Furia players, Nerve and Addison, who are hanging out nearby. They contact up. They do this a lot, actually. They throw one smoke, they throw a haunt, and they make it feel like it could just be one player, could be 2 maybe, but not a bunch of players. And then they set up Util. They use Util to set up Dante for a 4 kills, a Prowler, stun forwards. They trade them out. They get these kills. They're explosive at the right moment, but they temper it. They slow it down again. A lot of teams here are going to rush into things. They get the guns. They peel back. And I'm not going to play out the whole round, but just so you know, they end up winning this because they just play this one so damn well. And I want to contrast this to the team that they're up against today, which is 100 Thieves. And we're looking at the exact same situation, by the way, but the circumstances of the way that 100 Thieves played on the defense is very different entirely. They throw a Sage Slow, a Raise Nade, a Sova Dart, and open the door immediately as soon as the barriers drop. And watch what happens. The reaction is immediate. Scuba sees what is present on the minimap. The door opens up. He's like, okay, 3 players, maybe even 4 guys reacting to C. And look at the reaction by NRG immediately. They are immediately alerted to the fact, like, okay, there's only going to be 1 player leading over towards here. We're going to go deal with device util, and they just take all this space up. They contact up as much as they can because they know there's not going to be an eco stack waiting here. And that is really the key difference, I think. Crew know when to slow it down. They know when to contact as much as they possibly can to get away with the most, and then set themselves up to be in really, really solid positions. Like, these rounds that Crew play, I think it comes down to the communication mainly. They are so good at picking out when they should really just absolutely go full throttle, setting up Dante for success, and then slowing it down in the medium and not just getting carried away with that momentum.
Yeah, that, I think, that play in particular, I remember watching that back and being like, it's just Dante initiating through all these plays, and then there's always something with him every single time.
Players.
It's always, he always has support. You're really going to see, I think, a difference in styles and how you approach this, right? And of course, 100 Thieves now, there are going to be some mistakes that the squad needs to fix, right? Because they're coming into this one with their playoff hopes in jeopardy. And I guess the question on our mind is, what do they do the right to shift? Because they do have a little bit of a tough schedule ahead of themselves here, Emily, right? You're going up against Crew here, which they're undefeated, and then you're going against Furia, which you saw what Crew did to them, and what Furia's been doing to everyone else. Oh boy, that's a tough one.
I mean, the biggest thing for them is this, just like closing out games. They love to keep us on the edge of our seats. They love when they're up rounds, like when it's a 9-3 half, somehow the team always finds a way to make it closer, even when they're down. They like to do a lot of these fake comebacks. But for real, one thing that I really want to see is their defense runs. I want to see them find some adjustments, find some fixes, because a lot of times, sorry, I'm tangled up here, a lot of times they're so in between on what they want to do. I feel like they're very spread out. They hesitate a lot when it comes to that late round info and actually stacking towards a site that a lot of the times they're getting picked off individually, and then they're forced to play into a retake where they're just down numbers, and it's just kind of like shooting themselves in the foot before they can even have a shot in the round.
Yeah, it does feel like for 100 Thieves, one of the things that could potentially hold them back too is a little bit of the inconsistencies as well that we've been seeing, right? Like, I think, you know, you've been seeing good numbers and good performances out of Timatino and the like, but you're definitely looking for a little bit more consistency, Myrna, throughout the rest of the
Yeah, I feel like consistency is definitely a little bit wavering. Like, we've seen Asuna have these really good games on Neon, but then we've also seen him be a little bit on the back burner. And when it comes to everyone else as well, like, sometimes the comps have switched up. So I wonder if the comps switching up has caused them to have that inconsistency, because there's so many different playstyles that they're trying to achieve, having a lot of those delay comps and then sometimes having those really aggressive kind of dive comps that take a lot of space. And so they're constantly flip-flopping between these playstyles that I'm struggling to kind of find where they're going to be best at.
That's a good note, actually. For more on that, we have Dryad had an opportunity to catch up with the veteran Bang to get his thoughts on exactly what Athena was talking about.
It feels like 100 Thieves is always bringing new surprises when it comes to the compositions, and Bang, I feel like you guys have always experimented a lot, whether it was kickoff or now that we've seen, for example, Vice in the stage on Lotus. Do you think right now it's more about finding what style is going to suit you best, or working on what you have right now?
I think it's a combination of both. I think it's trying to find out like what style suits us the best, and also trying to adapt to the meta, the current meta right now. So it's kind of like trying to figure out like what sacrifices we have to make us more comfortable, but also make our team like play the best in this current meta.
Makes sense. Thank you so much.
Well, there you heard it there, right? I mean, 100 Thieves are looking to try and refine, but it's like you said, a little bit of both. And this is about what I had expected there, right? We're kind of in the middle of the season here. Got to really lock some things down, Myrna, right?
Yeah, it feels like they need to really specify how they want to play, what their tempo is going to be like, and being able to call around that, because their playstyle has switched up so many different times now. You see on this Pearl, they have this kind of really forward aggression with Asuna just being insane.
It was beautiful.
Constantly being that forward pressure, and everyone else was following up. Timatino was there with the support, with the Phoenix flashes, and the rest of his team was there ready. But then you switch back over to this Breeze where you have just the Jet. They play kind of well, they're ready, but they're just not in the crossfires. The spacing isn't there. Feels like we're struggling to see Asuna really thrive on the KO that we've seen him on before. Yeah. And then the same thing happened on Lotus too with their comp. They had such a good delay comp, but you showed in the telly.
Yeah, it's the execution.
Yeah.
I think that their general playbook as well, the deeper it went into that series, the more it was obvious to me that I think that it just ran dry.
Yeah.
And they couldn't figure it out. As soon as NRG immediately realized the adjustment that they need to do on Lotus, it was like, it immediately put 100 Thieves. The emphasis was on them to make changes. And they couldn't really keep up with that. And that's a very difficult job, I think, if you're a team that's already struggling with your identity and trying to figure things out.
Yeah.
If your preset ideas that you're coming into maps is already getting figured out.
Yeah. I mean, they carried that over towards Breeze. They were running mirror comps, but I feel like they couldn't find a solution, and I didn't really see them trying anything new. I didn't see them trying to do a delayed knight to kind of stop that harbor wall from coming in, to kind of stop NRG cycles when they were just spamming that A hit over and over. I also didn't see them really throw any different utility to try and deny it, try and disrupt their execs. It just felt like they were out of ideas.
Yeah, you really do want to see 100 Thieves, especially this late into the stage, really see that playbook widen a little bit, right, in those critical situations. Let's take a look at the predictions, though, and see what the talent team thought and who is going to pick up the dub here. Universal Crew, Wyatt and Emily. Emily, you went for Sentinels. Why are you feeling Sen?
I really like what they've been doing with this new roster, what Ewok has been bringing into them. I think that they're really good at having these great openings for matches. They have set scripts so very clearly, you can see that. And I also think that they've just added a level to the depth that they go into, whether it's execs, whether it's retakes. I love how confident all the individuals are and just being able to take their fights and ultimately winning them most of the time that we've been seeing. And I just feel confident that they're going to continue on with that today. I think they've been improving every single week, and I don't expect this one to be any different.
Don't disagree on the improvement. They've been incredible week after week. Let's see how that plays out. We'll talk about that match later on today. But for now, though, we got ourselves a great one. A nice clash. Crew versus 100 Thieves about to face off. Mimi and Ender are going to take over the controls here on the mic. We'll see you guys in a few. VCT America starts right now.
Nos aseguramos los playoffs ahora. Ahora nuestro próximo desafío es ganar a 100 Thieves. Sabemos que en 100 Thieves hay jugadores muy talentosos. Está Cryo, está Asuna también, que está mucho tiempo. Y son jugadores que realmente son muy locos, tienen una mira impresionante, son impredecibles.
And shots are fired off, rattled off, heads will roll as a result.
Crew looking really, really good. Honestly, everybody on their team can be a real shooter. I think the most exciting is probably Les or Sadak.
Que encontrarse cara a cara también con el rival.
Tiene que venir a pelear, lo tiene que buscar. Uy, falla, erra Sadak, que logra corregir. Se queda allí quietito. No me lo puedo creer. Pensaba Nerv que le daba el veneno, pero al final no.
Pero siempre esa región tuvo esa chispa de agresividad. Si vos vas a otras regiones, puede ser que el juego sea un poco más calmo, un poco más tranquilo, pero el fuego latino, el fuego brasilero, es realmente te hace querer ir para adelante.
Cuidado, aquí el primer choque. Parecía que sí. ¡Lo gánale!
Vamos a dar nuestro máximo, no porque estamos en playoffs, nos sentimos que ya hicimos nuestro trabajo, para nada.
They have become quickly the team to beat here in Americas.
Because they haven't lost.
Because they haven't lost. Someone's got to do it. Maybe 100 Thieves can do it. Ultimately, 100 Thieves are in a tough position, sitting 1 and 2 in the standings, but they come in against one of the strongest, if not the strongest team in the league. What's their strategy?
Yeah, I think it's a big match for them, obviously. Even if they lose this, they're still in playoff contention, but they keep it in their control if they win. And I think a lot of it comes down to the map veto. Both of these teams have been banning Fracture pretty much every game they've played, primarily in that first round. So what I'd like to see 100 Thieves do is float that Fracture, get rid of the Lotus instead. They haven't looked particularly great on Lotus, and that map has been undefeated, incredible for Crew. They've gotten to play it every single series as their first pick.
It's been such an insane map for the team. I think their macro prowess on most maps is very strong, but on Lotus in particular.
Their Lotus defense is the best in the league right now, in my mind.
Yeah, I don't know if you're beating that one anytime soon. We'll see if teams come in with specific anti-strats or whatnot. We are going to be throwing up maps here in just a moment to see where we are headed. And it does look like 100 Thieves are removing the Lotus.
I love to see that, but it puts us in interesting territory now with a bind first pick. Obviously, if you've watched 100 Thieves in the past, if you watched Kickoff, it's always been a great map for them.
For the last 4 years, that's been 100 Thieves map.
But they were 2-1 on Kickoff. Haven't played it since, so interesting to see how they've changed that up. It's the same for Crew, so that's a brand new debut here.
And then after that, Crew are choosing to send us over to Haven, which is a map played.
Yeah, and they've looked pretty solid. I think that their attack side, the last time they played, left a little to be desired for me. But once they got on that defense again, it's the same keys to their Lotus, right? Extreme proactivity, really great coordination on how they're fighting. It's been a map where they are really comfortable. But here's our bind agent select. This is a change coming through for Crew, obviously, locking in that Neon, going with the Vise that has become increasingly popular. But for 100 Thieves, they're just running it back from how they played in Kickoff.
100 Thieves playing that chamber on the other side of things, but you're talking about this Crew comp, and they've been playing kind of this this neon fade virtually everywhere you could ask for. It seems like pretty standard stuff, minus the brimstone that is going to be a wrinkle here compared to the majority of comps they play.
Sure, but that's, I mean, just buying things to lock that one in. Dante has been so incredible on that neon roll. I've been very impressed with his pathing, with his kind of his discipline. I feel like it's very rare that I see him like extremely overextending and dying in a bad position. Sure, he takes risks and occasionally he's punished for it, but I think by and large he does a really good job of finding that balance between going deep and disrupting and not playing too far ahead where your team is completely screwed if you die.
Yeah, and that'll be a very important thing to keep in mind here as we move into Bind. 100 Thieves in desperate need of a win here. We'll see if they can challenge, but it's time for Match Start, brought to you by Samsung OLED as we dive into this pistol.
All right, 4th year of Bind for 100 Thieves. Let's see how it's doing on yet another patch as Cryo with the Chamber has to contest against Crew's aggression early and is forced back.
Quick teleport out from him, just 10 seconds into the round. A little bit of damage done. Onto Dante, down to 45 HP. And Crew done a good job of controlling forward space here on A with showers and this deep smoke.
They like to play grouped a lot on their attack sides, playing 4-1s or 5-0s, and for 100 Thieves as well. I mean, just looking to exec here back towards A.
But, I mean, Crew are grouped even on the defense here. They shifted 4 players onto B. It's really just less holding on to showers. The question will be if 100 Thieves can actually get this showers kill, which they do not succeed in.
Les is just so good as that extremity player. Always gets his, and now 100 Thieves have to root him out. Timatino can't do it. Les still a problem sitting in showers as the TPs come through for rotation.
And now 100 Thieves might need to consider, do they flip the map? Do they fight for backside? Do they try to pivot to B? They could go all the way around the world as Bang collects 2 kills out from those showers players. 100 Thieves plant the spike. And now, Crew are sort of all over the map. Silence tries to stay alive, diving back into the smoke. It's a defense smoke thrown down to try and give him some kind of protective cover, which he utilizes nicely to grab a kill, slip on down. And now it's 100 Thieves that are a little bit split up as Vora will fall. Bang with 3 kills already into the round, but we're already sticking onto the defuse. Sadok down to half. Asuna through the smoke, though, will take 2 in the round.
That ended up being such a strange round in the end. 100 Thieves just going for this execute, and I thought that Les's kill and those TPs coming through was going to be the end of it. 5-on-4, you're pinching from spawn, and 100 Thieves knew the reaction had to be a push, but Bang getting those 2 kills, and the 3rd one at the end, absolutely pivotal to make that one happen. He stepped up in their last series, even though it didn't fully go their way, and doing it again here.
Good too from Asuna stepping out, having that little ledge to work on outside of the Brimstone smoke to actually be able to spot the planter and get those 2 kills. Crew are enjoying the knife gameplay back in spawn, waiting to see when someone will show their face.
Yeah, in case it was a rush, you'd be able to have that instant rotation. I think Crew as a team are one of the biggest tests of your team fighting fundamentals, especially when you're playing attack into them. They love going for aggressive re-clears. The desk is highlighting this a lot. They like contacting into you, playing really heavy strong sides and looking to brawl. So you have to be on point at being fast with your reactions, and luckily for Cryo, he's got the help of a TP to get out of there once he discovers the stack on B.
Les has been pretty willing to step into that forward space out on the pistol round and now here as well, but macro not going to be so important when Timatino can just simply do that. Quick jump on over. 100 Thieves going to make quick work out of Crew here. Just 1 bandit kill from MW. For this round is Raps.
Bit interesting to see 100 Thieves going back to that same comp. Obviously, this was highly successful for them in kickoff, but those big waylay nerfs came in, and a lot of teams just completely wrote the agent off. I do think with the way 100 Thieves plays her, though, it's not necessarily, but at least around their bind, right? I think a lot of what they like to do, especially on their defensive side, is going for trap plays where Timo's just jiggling an angle, pops that hinder, and then he's dashing in and following up on his hinder instead of letting someone else follow up, like as if there was a Yoru in the comp. That's because they've always played the solo duelist here, so I'm not super surprised that they do go into this one and commit to it.
Yeah, the job of the Waylay becomes a little bit more difficult post those nerfs, especially to make those super aggressive offensive plays with the hinder.
Yeah. You have to preempt things a little more.
Still set up some trap ideas. Now actually Bang to find the opener in this round. Timatino nearly took out MW. As this brawl goes 100 Thieves' way, that's a kill through the box. And all of a sudden 100 Thieves with no investment on the round find themselves up a man.
Yeah, weird start by Crew. A little caught off guard there for the player's backside with the hookah presence of their opponent. Now this is tough. Silence trying to get up ahead of the orb.
Yeah, Crew just steps out straight into 3 players. Was playing on the opposite side from Sadok, so No chance to work together on that one. This is quite the start for 100 Thieves if they can close this one out cleanly. Bang needs to be a little bit careful, not get his head ripped off with the jump peek. The double face, though, gives Sadak a chance. He knows Vor is backed into the corner, drops the molly, but I'm not sure that's going to catch him. Cryo will swing regardless, though, and see 100 Thieves lead this map 3-0.
Yeah, really nice stuff from 100 Thieves. That was just a straight-up execute early onto this site. But I want to see how they got this pick. You see, Les playing in that pretty risky, committed position on top of the box, ends up looking towards long. And normally you're expecting someone to be holding the angle for him in hookah. But I think he started as the hookah player, and then as his teammates were getting swung on long, that distracted him to turn that way, and he gets picked. So a little slip in the crossfires for Crew, and 100 Thieves take full advantage to win a bonus.
Could try to start running away with this one now as well, as Crew have no money to really spare here. Just Sadak playing with that Bucky right behind his smoke.
The best maps for Crew have been the ones where they can get very active on defense and constantly pressure on extremities.
And that's kind of a staple of how they play their Lotus. Their best map is always running through A side or B or C side rather. Take that space.
To contrast this map to Lotus or Haven, I do think it's a bit more difficult to find an open avenue to go for the push. It's a very condensed map, very close angles, even if you're going for this kind of aggression. So you have to be a lot more all in to go for those plays. You have to give up more space to commit to it. Makes this defensive macro a bit more of a challenge for them here.
Oh, not sure if the dog actually spotted Sadak here. But Bang will see him regardless. No issues so far for 100 Thieves. Dante really backed into the corner, surrounded and burned into death by the molly. 100 Thieves with a very clean exec onto this A side on the anti-eco.
With any iteration, I'm never going to doubt that 100 Thieves has well put together executes. That was one of the keys of them playing this map in kickoff. I think it was great executes on attack and really good trap plays and protocols around the waylay.
It's always the set plays, whether attack or defense, the stuff they draw up in the Valo plant and get to execute on. Always very well drilled is this 100 Thieves squad.
And a 4-0 start has got to feel excellent for them. Cryo especially. I'm loving to see him back on the chamber here. We saw their Haven, which we'll get to see a little later in this pool, where he was playing that Cypher, and I much prefer getting to watch him on these agents where he has more agency, right? When he's playing that Veto, when he's playing that Chamber, and you can put him in these positions where he's allowed to just make plays, get aggressive, and still have a way out if things ever go wrong.
And when he's so self-sufficient as well, when you can do it all on your own. That's the best part. We'll see, though, what Crew can try to piece together now with another bye, trailing 4-0. This is certainly not the way I think anyone was really expecting this map to get off to as a start.
Yeah, normally they're the team doing this. They have one of the highest eco round win rates in Americas this stage.
And their defense side in particular has been standout.
Yeah. So now another chance. Dante with the operator. Haunt actually tagging onto 2 players outside Shower, though. That'll tip the hat enough to pull a rotation.
Yeah, and Crew, because their operator is posted on B, are very happy to send 3 to stack towards this A side. Also playing behind the Vise utility gives them tons of stall. Well, that stall hasn't really mattered the last couple of rounds with Timotino just jumping over the waylay or the Vise wall.
In a world of neons, Vice is an excellent counter. But as soon as you're picking a Raze, picking a waylay, those characters that can get over the wall, get over the thorns, she becomes a bit worse in that stall potential.
I like the setup from 100 Thieves, though, sending Duelist and Initiator over to B to really sell some pressure on this side.
Crew's just not biting, though. They're comfortable keeping 3 stacked towards A. That's because of that Neon posted on the long line.
It does pull out 1 smoke over towards B, so that just leaves now Sadak with 1 remaining.
You really want to deny plants of your Crew. If they get it down, it's a Viper's Pit. It's a brutal post plant.
See what Crew can do here. Thorns ready to be activated on the spike as Timotino jumps into backside, sees these players now, open up the sky as 100 Thieves with full control down into short. They've been stalled out, been battered at by some good utility from Crew, but still no pressure of planting the spike. With these smokes down, the spam is deadly and so is Les. 100 Thieves now 15 seconds left. If they teleport back, it's going to be into the ops. They must stick it through onto this A site. As the fights go down, so does the spike. Now it's MW. Down low as a Nightfall rips apart these short players, trying to scout out through the pit as Les will collect on another kill. The pit falls. And now out into the open, Asno will fall as well. Cryo lines them up, though, for 3 onto the round. A Red Bull clutch, and 100 Thieves for 5 in a row.
Comes absolutely out of nowhere for Cryo. He had practically no factor in that round for the majority of it. If I was going to critique something for 100 Thieves, it would be how slow he played in showers. Wasn't able to get active as his teammates were getting spammed while they planted, but he wins that fight against Dante on the teleport and gets put in an amazing position to clutch.
Let's
Got
go,
to see
let's
more
go, let's
and
go.
more of Cryo in the clutch as he's been playing the Chamber, the Veto. And he has been excellent this year.
Such a weird round for Crew.
You want to play?
They lose that now again, forced down onto a bad buy. Couple of rifles trying to get active up a short, but again, Bang has just been playing a phenomenal map so far. 8-2 on the Viper. We'll shut down that push and now allow 100 Thieves to collect themselves on B.
Les here with that hero rifle.
Oh my god, MW got tagged up through the wall, looks like.
I'm not even sure if Cryo saw him.
Well, Les is waiting for it. Les has been pretty excellent when holding the extremities on his own, but as 3-4 players fall into the space, he can only get the one. And now up in Hookah. I believe MW was spotted out. Now a good ultimate to push him back into the side. Timotino sees if he can profit off of that investment. The slide comes in, and there he is. Excellent work again from 100 Thieves. This is a revitalized 100 Thieves early on in the half and bind.
100 Thieves are doing a great job at identifying the space that they need to take in their post plants. I think back to that bonus rounds where they're getting pinched and they make the call to go spawn, win that fight. Here again, I mean, it started silly, but this was a risky round with that TP coming through, with MW holding that space, and again, they identify where they need to push. They play it really well together. And they win yet another one of these post plants. That's a 5-0 start, and our undefeated team, the first to call a timeout.
Yeah, and this is a strange position to be in from Crew because it feels like they've just been getting taken apart. And a lot of that is every round has been a swing round, right? It's been full investment into a full say or, you know, a few, you know, pistols, shotguns here and there. But I feel like they've only actually played 2 real rifle rounds so far that they've been beaten.
Yeah, it has only been that couple, but I think if I was going to see an adaptation from them, I'd like to see them get a little bit more active on these extremities. I think when Crew thrives is when they can push through on defense and have very fast rotations with great information. I don't think the key to most of their maps is being a good retake team. And I think 100 Thieves has been forcing them into a lot of retakes by just 4-1ing with a weak side chamber. And I don't feel like Cryo is being pushed away quite enough when he's playing that weak side of an execute to create a bigger threat here.
So do you want to see Crew like running through on the flanks? 'Cause I feel like we've seen like Les been posted up for it in showers, back to like the pistol round, or even like Dante with the op had the B long line, but they haven't actually challenged the flank yet.
Yeah, I think threatening flank is good, but even more than that, it's just pushing up enough to make Cryo have to run back. If that's a full flank, if that's just holding, either way, I think you have to dissuade this guy.
Well, this is one way of controlling the extremity. Not an aggressive look, but the pit will just shut down business on B long.
And that's a boon they'll have at least for this round. You do see a aggressive Vice positioned in showers as well, so 2 very strong extremities this round from Crew.
You saw Sadak with the iPad out there. He does have the Brim ulti ready to go at a moment's notice. And with the positioning of MW, there could be a seize thrown through the teleport that could be absolutely deadly when combined with that Brim ult.
Sadak spanned down to basically 1 HP here.
Yeah, now he has to play super passively, right? You don't want to risk giving that up and also giving up your second line of smokes there.
So here's the next level of the test. Bang walking back in towards short. He'll hear that Vise wall, but I think he'll call for his teammates to contact up with him.
Hard to say how 100 Thieves move from here with the chance to teleport if needed. Dante stuck into the corner, throws out the stun as a counter, but no one gets punished off that trap play. Brimstone ult for nothing except to stall out on time. We're down to 30 seconds.
And there's a lurk in Hookah as well. They can pivot through the TP if they want.
But there's still going to be the problem of less down B long. This is not a simple round for 100 Thieves. They're going to commit into the teleport now, though, with no control over long.
The question is, how do you deal with less? Do you fight spawn and isolate him, or do you go into him? It's tough either way.
We're down to 10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds left.
And less in long. He must stay alive for Crew to have a good shot at getting back into the site, but the fight into elbow is going to decide everything. MW strikes first, and now the Seal Guard, and 100 Thieves out in front of it, and they win the fight before the ult comes in. All of a sudden down to a 2-on-2, but it's 100 Thieves without position on the site. And it's just Sodok diffusing the spike. It's planted right in the middle of Tube. And Crew are going to take that round when all is said and done.
Yeah, that's just how strong it is to hold on to that extra space. It was a very difficult choice for 100 Thieves to make. Either you're committing into a Viper's Pit, which is not a favorable fight, you're staying on the site and getting pinched, or you commit to a fight like this, and, well, they actually traded out quite well, all things considered. They had to concede the actual site space, and Crew just sticks the defuse.
But it has to be planted there because the Viper was down on long, right? You can't risk planting in the open, and that ends up being the difference, just less surviving.
That round it was the Viper's Pit. I'm looking to see Crew find more solutions to hold on to those extremities, to create those problems.
Nothing too active so far. Actually, Crew's Duelist is still buying another weapon in spawn.
8 rounds in, Cryo will pick up the attack-sided operator. This will slow the game down some for 100 Thieves.
At least it's not their waylay opping. They still have the option to get into sight without going for a gun swap.
And it'll let him be a bigger threat late round against retakes when he's holding the extremity.
I feel like Crew have thrown in a lot of these like very passive defense side rounds in a lot of their maps they play. Not as a consistent thing, but as something they do in maybe 2-3 rounds and a half, and it really
Find you.
makes things uncomfortable for an attacking team. Ooh, MW down to 10 there as the orb
good
falls.
damage. So 100 Thieves walk back. They'll look heavier on the B side of the map, but leaving themselves an option to late TP into their Viper.
These guys love running it down to the wire. 100 Thieves on 30 seconds again.
30 seconds left.
2 players facing down into long. Means Les gets another first kill. I want to start tracking that. Les has had quite a few of those already this game. As now 100 Thieves come back into A, but Crew have not rotated off this site. They're still holding for it and bringing in more and more reinforcements. Very limited time on the clock as Sodok enters into the fight. And another one up from heaven. Les secures his. Bora out in the open. No chance for him in this one. That's back-to-back for Crew.
If you watch Crew's VODs, you're rewarded for waiting, for seeing what play they're going to make. They're so proactive on defense. But these slower rounds, like you're calling out, are so brutal to play with them. You're waiting for them to make a move, and when you finally try to actually go for an execute, you're just swinging into 2 guys playing a high-low on kind of an off-angle there. And this is where the Crew individualism just gets put on display. Hold things down beautifully. And now finally have something going on Bind.
Some golf claps from Argentina as Crew start getting things going their way 2 rounds in a row. And as a matter of fact, Mimi, that is an operator on our Vice. Silence choosing to pick that up over on the A side.
Yeah, interesting to see that one. He's looking to just challenge onto Cryo. Shut him down from walking into showers. It's not often that 100 Thieves will actually put resources into getting Cryo on his extremity. He almost always slow plays it and walks in very late. Makes me think that off could be effective.
Fight through from Dante, but Timotino was waiting for it on the other side. And the stun of the dog allows Vor to play off of that one. So Crew did try to get more proactive, just off the sound of the dog coming in, but it's punished massively.
They're holding for this.
Yeah, Les will often try to take a forward line when his team falls, but that would have been almost certain death.
So 4-on-3 now, but 100 Thieves don't have a lot of space, despite the man advantage.
Mimi, I have a bad feeling about Cryo stepping into showers right now. The op has been holding here for quite some time, and oh no! Cryo doesn't fully swing out there and delivers a death blow onto Silence. Now only chance back in the round would have been Sodok, but he falls as well. This round just kind of fizzled out from Crew.
Yeah, yikes. They had a real chance if he had gotten that shot in showers. Well, Cryo lives, and this is just going to be a save for Les.
Yeah, Cryo says, thank you very much. I'll be taking that operator straight into the next round.
Returning his property back to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen any aggression from Crew, and their first real attempt here on Bind does not go their way towards long there.
And that wasn't even like 100 Thieves having a lot of players there. That was a straight up 2 versus 2.
That they just traded better through. You saw that 100 Thieves have been playing these slower rounds, waiting for that kind of play, and well, finally it happens, and of course they're waiting, they're ready for it.
I almost think, though, that Crew shouldn't necessarily be dissuaded from doing that. Like, even there, you see it's a 2v2, it's like, wait a second, 100 Thieves aren't like heavy stacking here, so there's gonna be opportunities.
Yeah, I don't think they lost because it was a bad play. I think they just didn't trade quite as well as 100 Thieves did there. Sometimes that's how it rolls. It is, of course, risky to go for these kind of plays. There you see the dog comes through just at the right time, and Timo hits a beautiful shot onto the sliding Neon.
One enemy remaining.
Jovial out from Timotino. And why not? 100 Thieves up 7-2 versus an undefeated Crew.
Cryo again with that up. He recovered last round. Timotino was expecting something aggressive here. Holds the saturate.
Yeah, he's actually playing support for Cryo with the operator to get him posted on that hookah line.
Less up in another proactive angle. Looking to double up on those opening kills.
And it's coming at the same time that Crew have this double team over on B long. But really, for 100 Thieves, this is just about getting the operator in hookah and then playing the rest of the round out behind that.
Crew have completed their goal as well, though, getting their Neon posted towards long.
Both these players boosted up here, but Cryo would have to drop before he sees less on that line. Or it will be that Vise dropping first, the Viper rather. Things getting a little bit uncomfortable now as 100 Thieves are putting pressure down into long. That might entice less out into the open. He's tucked into the corner, and finally he shows his face for the worse.
Big opener from Cryo, and that lets Bang put some pressure back towards A. Keep the players on that site. This 100 Thieves call a bit of a freeze.
Yeah, Dante had started to move over towards A, but he gets called back. We're under 30 seconds again from 100 Thieves. It is time to go. C's baited out End the Thorns. That'll bring it down to about 15 seconds before 100 Thieves can pump the gas, so it's time. Teleports over into Showers. Still 2 players of Crew holding for this one. There's a Molly as well. 100 Thieves have not baited out the util enough, but it might not matter. Bang finds the opener. Dante falls as well to the hands of Bang. And now just silence to stop the plant, but Bang holds him again. This round solo carried by Bang from beginning to middle to end.
Absolutely outrageous there from Bang. Another chance where Silence could have won the round, but I think he ends up not quite picking the right target there. The spike diffuse comes through, and what was a 4v5 that they very well could have won is just stolen by this. Second shot blind, and there's the skill protecting his teammate planting.
I'm not letting you die in planting, P. I got you, all right?
He absolutely won't. Great coverage from Bang, and disappointed faces in the coaching booth for Crew.
Yeah, I mean, everything was going Crew's way there with the clock and the util. And it got planted with just a couple tenths of a second. Now that Outlaw does get the ping through the wall, so Silence down to 40 HP, but after winning those 2 rounds, Mimi, Crew are again forced onto the half-buy.
Again, they yet to pick any of these rounds up. Sidok very stuck in here, has to just back away with that pressure.
Different gun, maybe it's a different story. The Stinger not so deadly there. Nice little flash play from Silence off his own utility. Now forces 100 Thieves to try and get activated. Timotino to collect on 1. There's now a Nightfall thrown into the round as well. Crew think they can win this thing, but I'm not so sure. Silence, only 2 bullets left in the tank. He doesn't quite have enough to finish the job. And now as Asuna throws a smoke right on top of himself to stay alive, Crew have a flank approaching. Less on the Phantom will not see anyone as 100 Thieves TP back to B.
You're going to be watching flank, though, now knowing that your players are coming from A. They post up for a first fight.
30 seconds left.
Silence doesn't give it yet.
We have seen some strange rounds so far in this game, and they only get stranger as now Viper's Pit is thrown down. On the backside as well. Plenty of space to navigate for less, and he won't even get more than an inch into that pit before Asuna shuts him out.
This has been a heartbreaking game for Crew. I feel like there's been at least 3 rounds where it's coming down to 1 kill being the difference in a late round, and they're just not getting it. Credit to 100 Thieves. The late trading has been incredible. Players like Bang are stepping up, but this was really winnable. They put a lot of ults into it. And with both players on practically 1 HP, Silence thought he could make a play, ends up overplaying his hand a little, and getting caught out there. 100 Thieves weather yet another storm.
Only 1 more round left in the half. To avoid 100 Thieves getting to 10. Crew need this one. They're sending down the ultimate. Don't think they got the combo. They did. There we go. Timotino falls down, trying to teleport back into the refract. So now 100 Thieves without their duelist need to navigate around.
A rare man advantage early for Crew. They'll re-clear towards showers.
Oh, Crew really trying to hurl in here. Bang, though, swings back into it. Look at that man. Absolutely unfazed in the face of 3. 100 Thieves speed up as well, but Bang will not be stopped. He has been elite so far today. Not looking to stop that anytime soon. Knowing Dante is over here in showers as well, 100 Thieves will regroup back onto short and take their time.
He is 17-4 right now. This is an unbelievable half from Bang.
On the attack side as a Viper, of all things, Bang has been the force to be reckoned with.
A last shot for Dante and for Les. But 100 Thieves not giving anything in that time. Already ticking down.
Flash around the corner. Nice shot from Dante.
Last player standing.
But Bang is there again. I mean, who's going to stop this guy? Like, literally, show of hands, is anyone capable on Crew of shooting and killing Bang? I don't think so.
18 kills in 12 rounds from Bang.
He died 4 times, Mimi.
An absolute takeover from one man. And an incredible half here from 100 Thieves. It's a new meta. It's a new stage, but one thing is undeniable. 100 Thieves will be good on bind.
Timotino gassing up his teammate, and why not? Plenty more of that on the other side of this break.
We got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, who would have thought, people? 10-2 to start off bind in favor of 100 Thieves, and it's all due to the fact that the man who was just on your screen, Bang, lighting up the server with that attack performance.
Yeah, brutal for him, and by the way, he's Viper on defense now. Something tells me it's not stopping anytime soon. You combine that fact with Crew applying this Neon comp into a team who has a Viper, has a Chamber, has a lot of good util to lock down these chokes.
The irony of Bang having this crazy performance on the Viper is you think back to 2024 100 Thieves when they won Stage 1, when they were the best bind team in the world. I truly believe that was because of Bang's defense on the Viper. He was so skilled. playing off angles, holding down space, really all on his own, especially over on the B side of the map. So I'll just say it. I don't have a lot of faith in Crew, regardless of how good they are this year, to actually pull it back.
And there's a lot of talk about Bang, but Cryo as well. Look how far up he is in showers. Space is traded with less walking up short and breaking the trip. They have a good stack here on B.
Yeah. And Thieves have a pretty good idea of what's about to go down and looking for a fight themselves. Flash through. Not looking at the right things, but Timotino will secure 2 kills. And over on the A site, by the way, that's 2 more for 100 Thieves. Yeah, have they just done it? Like, I don't know how in the world Silence is supposed to get back into this round with just 50 seconds left and 100 Thieves owning the spike on B.
It seems pretty much impossible here. Such a good pistol round already for 100 Thieves. I like that they never feel happy when they're on defense, right? They're going to be posting a player forward A. Okay, we still want more info. We want to go for this reclear. Take the fight. Don't let them make their play. It's very well done by 100 Thieves. That's 11-2, the lead now.
You know, we had the shocker upset last weekend, right, with C9 taking down MIBR.
Yeah.
But those games were close. You know, like
one
that
of
was
the best games of the stage so far.
Incredible, right? Like really tough fought. This is just blowing my mind in how completely lopsided it is. 100 Thieves crushing through Crew.
Yeah, if you told me one of these teams was undefeated, I would think it was the other way around.
And to be fair, you know, Crew, they've only played 3 games in the season, but they've looked real good while doing it.
It's so strange, though, because they've only had to play 4 maps. This is their first bind to the stage, and, well, with a forced buy, see if they can get something over 100 Thieves. That's a start.
Dante for 1, and now Crew actually have control of this B side. Look at that, all the way around the world. Timotino popping back after the teleport through. Decides to come back in. And Crew have real good positions in the post plant. So you got MW wrapping back into Hookah. 100 Thieves have no position on space because Sawduct is walking into a smoke where there's an outlaw waiting for him. See if that ends up mattering, because still Hookah belongs to Crew. Now Asuna continues just stepping forward here for a kill himself. It's starting to get a little bit strange from Crew. Stepping forward 1 by 1, 100 Thieves now have dialed it down. Just 1 player remaining, and Asuna wins the round regardless. I still don't understand how 100 Thieves have done it.
Yeah, that is a crazy round to bring back. They were 3v5 on a B retake. I have to know what Sadak was up to, man. It looked like he literally just walked into a smoke and died for no reason.
No one's looking the right direction on Crew.
That is a disaster of a round.
Nice! You're so good!
Bora just elated about that one.
Poor eardrums on that one. Yeah, well, we've been talking up Bang. Asuna sitting at a calm 16-5 on the Brimstone.
Yeah.
The smoke squad of 100 Thieves is doing the carrying today.
Tag yourself. I'm Bora at 5-9, just doing my job. I'm
hey,
flashing for you guys.
11 assists.
I got you.
Along for the ride for now. So, Crew, full buy again. This time, Silence waiting for that quick TP out from Timotino. And Crew again have themselves a numbers advantage. But do they really have an advantage when Bang is still alive? I suppose so. Nice shot from Les on the Spectre. And now it's just Cryo on a 1-on-4.
All good. The classic, we're up 12-2. Get a little aggressive, get punished, and have to play it a little bit long. Just watch the bullets, don't walk into that.
Was that Morse code? Was it a warning shot? Again, Sadak is walking into spawn. It's the same situation
Surely
as last
it won't
round.
They won't lose this round, though,
You
right?
can't lose the 1-on-4.
Last.
It's just, there's only 2 bullets in the Outlaw. It's not going to happen, people. So, Crew keep us jailed here on bind for another round.
Jailed? They're given an opportunity for Bang to drop like 25.
Yeah, right. You telling me you think this is a real comeback?
No.
Okay. Jail. That's what this is.
Little giggle, all they can muster. As it's going to be a full eco for 100 Thieves.
Jail. We're here for another round, maybe. Okay. Well, give me a number. Give me a number when it becomes real.
Okay.
How many do Crew need?
9.
9?
Yeah. I think even then, 100 Thieves just saves up ults and they can end it. Like, surely you don't win the round when they have hit Brimstone ult, Waylay ult.
I will say, 100 Thieves don't have the craziest of ultimate abilities.
Do you think they win the round when they have hit Brimstone ult, Waylay ult?
Look, I don't know. I can't see that far into the future,
Okay.
Mimi. My vision's
what's your
clouded.
number?
My number, 12.
12.
12. Once we're in overtime, then I'll be like,
Yeah,
okay,
I mean,
maybe.
I would say 13. Maybe there's a chance.
Well, no, they'd need 14,
Well,
actually.
no, I know,
for the
but then
win.
they're at an advantage. They're match point.
Right.
That's the
Well,
point.
we've seen crew with advantaged rounds,
I
and
said
it
a
hasn't
chance, not what it was
always
done.
meant they'll win. And another one. Yep. Yeah. If you love watching rounds that mean nothing, stick around for a little bit, because Bang and Timatino are waiting this one out for the teleport into an eventual death to Spike.
What do you mean? This means everything to crew. They're keeping all 5 guns to make the comeback possible.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
farming ultimates.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're
give
going to
hope.
up. The 5 guns don't even matter. They're definitely upgrading the Bulldog next round. Like,
Well, they don't need to now.
whoa.
And they've gotten another ult for MWSR, which
Whoa.
secures him the Nightfall
Okay.
for next round.
Okay.
It's
you're
pretty big
spitting
news.
right now.
It's pretty big news. Anyways, Cryo has op and Asuna has a Brim ult. Already looking a little grim.
We'll see how crew come up with a plan to push away this chamber operator.
What do you see as the key for crew coming back into this game?
Killing Bang first every round, maybe? Okay. I'm not sure if seeing 2 outlaws is my tech to get a round win. Not convinced of this read from crew. I'm sure they have extra guns waiting for them, because those are the guys holding the extremities right now.
Les has 31K in his back pocket. He could have.
31,000 in the back pocket. I think you
Yes,
might be
exactly.
overselling that one.
It's in his 401K. You can't pull it out, though.
Right, yeah.
He only has 31 liquid.
Tap into that in the long run. Okay, well, you know what? Why am I doubting even? That's just the outlaw kill.
It is a good buy into the chamber.
And they did have the guns waiting behind them, so
Yeah, very nice.
a great start for crew, and this A site looking exceptionally weak now from 100 Thieves. Deep smokes ready to come in as well. It usually means the quick dive into a fight over backside, using the Nightfall to set up Dante to push on through. Keep your eyes on Showers, though, where Timatino and Bora have now entered into the fight. Backside fight goes towards Asuna. And now it's crew actually pushed back with no real space into the round.
Open up the sky.
That's an ultimate out just to give full information. Clear way. U-Haul, hold on a second. Sadak got the kill. The Molly down onto the Spike as well. Does have full coverage over the Spike. 100 Thieves need kills, and they need them quickly. Not an infinite amount of time to play with, and the skies opened as well. Brings this down to Sadak. Slowed down and hindered. Oh no, they're just full sticking it. Timatino will kill him. It doesn't matter, down numbers. 100 Thieves have done it. Upsetting crew here on Bind.
A really great showing here. It took a couple rounds to close it out in the end, but this was clean across the board. An absolute masterclass of a map from Bang. Getting nearly 20 kills in one half of play. And now crew on the back foot for their first time in Stage 1. They haven't lost a map since showing up with the full roster. This is the first time. They're now having to show if they have the depth to bring it all the way to 3.
Well, the verdict is in. 100 Thieves still excellent on Bind. These signature Bind team have done it again.
This
and
one
bang.
might shock you.
My God, the best to do it on Bind on that Viper. I believe he finished out with 20 kills. Just impressive stuff out from 100 Thieves. The job is not done yet. There's another map after this. Haven after the break.
se queda allí quietito. No me lo puedo creer, pensaba Nerv que le daba el veneno, pero al final no.
This round should be as good as done.
That's enough for 3. Hang on. How do other things put this together? He's sort of cringe stall mechanics. What? That's enough with the ace.
100 Thieves get a dominant win of map 1 against Crew in a way that maybe we were not expecting NBS. I want to ask a little bit about your approach going into the map select. For now, all of the weeks that we've had, you've selected a different map first, and this is also the first time that we see bind for stage 1. So how are you switching it up depending on, is it the practice or is it something else?
It is a combination of many things. We have all 7 maps ready, which is like a motto that I try to have in every team, so we can choose which maps we want to ban. So sometimes we can choose to trap people, sometimes we can ban their best map, sometimes we pay attention to how our scrim went. So yeah, it's a combination of many things, and this week we were feeling like bind is the correct choice, and yeah, it went well.
I feel like you definitely trapped Crew in that one. Thank you so much.
Okay, so they played a trap card, and we were all duped. Hey, whoa. They acted like the series is over.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what's going on here?
Job's not done yet.
Exactly.
Who's the social media manager?
It's like we're jinxing them again, though.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. That's not.
Hey,
no,
How did they get up there?
Yeah.
That is insane.
Oh, hey, yeah, attacked the bear.
That's crazy.
Good job. I don't know how they managed to do that, because I don't know if you can tell, but no one else is here except for us. Now, of course, let's talk about what happened in that game, because folks, we came into this one thinking Crew were going to look not just strong, but dominant in this series. And actually the opposite turned out to be true here. Some good rounds from Crew, but overall, I mean, Myrna, what we were seeing was just 100 Thieves that came out the gate swinging. It started with the pistol, and then it really just never looked back.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, we've seen 100 Thieves on Bind before. We know that they like to pick this map, but for Crew, they looked a little bit lost.
Yeah.
And I think 100 Thieves, really good adaptation. They could sense that right away. They started clearing, walking up, and just taking all this free sight, especially on this pistol.
I was a big fan of their reactions, I think, as well, in general, to the rounds that they were seeing. And I think they came into this with very clear game plans. A lot of these rounds, they were waiting for the stuff that I kind of broke down in the telestrator, where Crew like to contact up as much as they can, explode out with some util to catch teams off guard. 100 Thieves are ready for that multiple times, in fact. They had players in very passive positions, able to react appropriately into the right sites, and they got a bonus conversion, a pistol round win early on. The right tools you need, really, to get on an absolute run and tear. And it also helped that it coincided with, we haven't seen bind. That's what we were kind of talking about, right? Where, this is an unknown quantity for Crew, and now we finally found the weak point for this squad that we thought was really just at the top of the world. Now, listen, series is not over, so could go any direction, but still, good signs of life for 100 Thieves, where they needed a win here to essentially keep their chances of playoff as best as humanly possible. I think they can still technically make playoffs if they lose this, but it's like a very slim margin. It's not good.
Yeah, it becomes a lot more challenging, Emily, right? But one aspect of this, though, that was a big portion that attributed to the victory was the consistency that we've been seeing from this player. Bind. You mean Bang. Bang on Bind. Bang on Bind. There you go.
Yeah, they both
but Bang as well. I mean, throughout the week, you look at his stats. I mean, the guy's been right there consistent each and every week.
I mean, he's kind of been one of the staple names when we're talking about this 100 Thieves coming into 2026. I think he's been a phenomenal player the entire time he's been in VCT Americas.
Pretty much any team he's been on.
Yeah, literally. He's known as being super consistent. He's known as being able to be that person and kind of clutch up. And we even saw it, I believe it was this round, where he was literally protecting the president, trying to get that bomb down and just secured that round for them. And I think the fact that he's able to stay consistent throughout all the games, whether they're winning, whether they're losing, is very impressive.
Yeah, I think his aim is just insane. Like, he's so snappy with it mechanically. He's constantly snapping to players' heads. And I think also for 100 Thieves, they had a pretty good game plan where, yes, they were able to walk up a lot of the time, but they also played with Crew's rotations. And one of the main reasons why was because of Bang. He was constantly walking over that vice wall, making sure it triggers and falling back, pulling those rotations, and using a lot of those timings. And he just did a phenomenal job at lurking, even if he wasn't just playing aggressive and getting kills.
Yeah, I mean, you heard the coach of 100 Thieves talking about how they had to have a plan for every situation. Well, let's see how deep that playbook goes as we move on to our next map here. And let's, call a spade here, right? Series not done at all. And we're going to Haven. And look, these 3 site maps are pretty good for Crew. They're good at manipulating the way they want their opponents to go, and maybe maybe this could very well be the thing that kind of gets them back on track.
I think they've got one of the best reads currently in Americas with a metagame of just trying to constantly hide your intent, hide where you're trying to play, and proactively fighting and setting up your star players as well with Util. And I think that Haven's a great map to support that as well if they want to try and go for something like that. And the job absolutely isn't finished. What I don't want to see from 100 Thieves is them running out of steam, which is what happened when they played against NRG. They looked really good.
Question?
We got to talk about something way more important.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Sadok didn't pick Omen. We got to put it on the bingo card.
I'm
assuming Bang clutched.
Yeah, that's true.
Have we even addressed the bingo card?
We have. The bingo's just been here.
It's just been here ominously against the back.
Was there a 7? Oh, there wasn't a 7.
Forgot that wasn't even a thing.
Well, wait a minute.
Lie to you.
When were we going to do this?
When was this bit planned?
Cryo MVP? Nah, not this map.
That being said,
Bang
though, I'll tell you what.
Marker, Bren.
Let's figure this out. Bren, you go ahead and mark what we got, and let's hear from the coach on the other side of the field. We got Cruz, Zonic, Bren. He's gonna do this.
I'm gonna pull the cable and I'm gonna
doesn't
unplug
pick
him.
Omen. That's okay. We don't need
Do
to
I just cross it?
The second map is going to be Haven and Zonic. I think we were not really expecting this kind of result going into Bind, but something that NBS was talking about is that how 100 Thieves likes to trip and surprise a little bit of the enemy depending on the map. Now that you lost this map of Bind, are you concerned at all for this Haven, knowing the compositions and the similarities between the two?
I mean, if I can be like straightforward, I think it's a blessing to lose at the regular stage in such manner, because if this happens on playoffs, it's just a different thing, you know. So for me, it's a blessing. Bind is of course a map that's going out of rotation, so I'm not that worried about it. We are not that worried about it, but yeah, we basically are focusing on Haven now. I know it will be better.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
All right, Brent's still figuring out the bingo, bless him. But I did want to talk about that quote from Coach Zonic real fast. He said it was actually a blessing that we lost here rather than losing in playoffs. I actually agree with that.
That's a really good mindset.
They could have had a repeat of what happened at MIBR. They had a flawless run in kickoff, but then when it came to those last 3 best-of-5s, they just lost out.
Yeah, I think it's a really good mindset, just because it's clear that their bind was kind of lost. It felt like they were almost trying to play it like Lotus too, with Sadok constantly taking a forward position, falling off when he doesn't get that one pick, and 100 Thieves just reading the heck out of that. And what is going on over there?
Did you guys mess up the board already?
I'm not saying anything so I don't distract the conversation.
No, you're good.
But we've got the finest minds working on whether or not
series score
we know how to play. Well, they haven't won yet. They haven't 100 Thieves haven't won yet. We can't do 100 Thieves win. Do they even know about it? Like, can they see it? Do they even know what we're playing for here?
There's a bingo here.
Someone
apparently.
start chewing through cables. We need a tech pause, actually. We need that as well.
We're sideshow.
I'm on it.
You know, I know it's his favorite food. Yeah, I mean, look. I do think though that we find ourselves in a very interesting scenario that I was not prepared for coming into this one today, but it does also make me a little bit reminiscent of what happened in that NRG series as well, right? Because 100 Thieves also had a hot start there too.
No, they did. And the thing is, we're going to Haven, which crew play very well, right?
Yeah.
And in that first half, since 100 Thieves are starting on attack, I want to see them start off strong, because when it swaps over to that defense and crews continue to play with that contacting kind of playstyle, that's where they struggle. They don't like to commit. They don't like to stack and gamble and gather info late in the rounds to be able to make those calls. They're very hesitant, and I feel like crew will definitely take advantage of that.
All right, well, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to start map 2, and we're going to see if crew can force us to that map 3, or if 100 Thieves locks up a win against the undefeated crew 2-0. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the short break. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Well, we came into today seeing if Crew could lock in the #1 spot in their group, and now we're trying to see whether or not they can even win this series, trailing 0-1 behind 100 Thieves. But Mimi, we are now heading into Haven, familiar territory for Crew Visa, and a mirror matchup, minus that Sova Fade.
Yeah, we heard the coach of Crew say that it was a blessing that they lost here and now. And I kind of agree. I think when you're a team that is going in undefeated, not dropping a map to playoffs, kind of sets you up for failure after that first loss. But now they get to show us how good are you at bouncing back. Their Lotus is obviously the best map for them, but I think the Haven has probably looked like the #2. I've had some doubts about their attack side, but I think their defense, the way they call here, the way they get proactive, it's been excellent when we've seen them on Haven thus far.
Now, the defense side is the side they kind of got dismantled on back on Bind. 100 Thieves kept playing these very slow
There wasn't
rounds.
much of an attack side to be dismantled, to be fair, but
that's
yes,
fair,
their
yeah,
defense did
but
get
the
owned.
defense was rough, 2 to 10 in terms of round score, and I think really for me it came down to a lot of these very late round executes from 100 Thieves where the team fighting and the trading was there for 100 Thieves, and it just wasn't on Crew.
I think this map does lend itself more to being aggressive in the mid-round, pushing through on flanks, and really getting active the way Crew likes to. You see already, playing a 4-1 on this pistol round, ready to aggress towards A, as 100 Thieves on the other side will just trade that space for C.
Yeah, Les doesn't even have his body over on C. It's just a high camera on back sight. And really trying to pressure on the flank. We'll see if they go all the way through and actually break that tripwire on the other side. Most of Crew is heading into Garage for now, but trying to figure out what they want to do here. It's Cryo. Gets caught out by MW. That's a tough start to the round. 100 Thieves are going to need to fight forward with Timotino into backside.
Les not blind, though, on this extremity. His job is just to police, keep them in, and let that flank work, and it's already working.
Yeah, 100 Thieves looking all over the place, trying to figure out where these fights are coming in. A shock dart kill. It's really all Vora can find from backside. That'll be 2 for Sadak and a pistol round, the first for Crew on the series.
And that's much more classic Crew. A very clear strong side, weak side, where Les is on his island. He plays it to perfection to push players away and lets his teammates come in for that pinch and just rip into this defensive hold on the site. That was a really nice shot from Silence as well. He had some noticeable rough moments on map 1. He's been good on this Phoenix, so hoping to see him find his form here.
No force-ups from 100 Thieves on this round. And Crew go back to a little bit more of a standardized setup, I suppose you could say. Dante with the Outlaw actually over towards C to take the forward line and deny this orb if possible.
Both teams having a Phoenix means that orb is going to be a constant mini game. As Asuna.
Oh wow! What a unique little play. So he times the peek out of the smoke as the tap is coming down on the orb. I have never seen someone try to do that before.
It's cool though because you're expecting the players on site to either spam or be like not expecting anyone to follow up while they're getting orb. But
exactly, and that's exactly what happened there. Very cool little eco idea. Unfortunately for 100 Thieves, that's equalized with Sadak stepping down into mid. MW, though, is alone down here on long. A 1-for-1 trade is not good enough for him. That'll be a Bulldog now in 100 Thieves' hands.
There's a weird interaction in spawn, though. 2 players looking to fight here. Asuna, does he know about Sadak?
Oh, no. He's not even continuing forward. So now 100 Thieves think their flank is covered, and it absolutely is not. That is a ridiculous timing Sadak just caught. And especially with 100 Thieves not even planting the spike yet, just opens up an easy kill for Sadak over into the corner too. That'll be 3 for him. Unfortunately, teleports straight into Austin, who's now brought into a 1-on-1, but doesn't quite have the gas in the tank to fight that one out. Crew will take the round.
That came down to a matter of seconds, though, with that timing in spawn. If Sadak doesn't get by, that becomes a really difficult retake for Crew to end up winning. Despite it all, though. Great damage onto your full eco round with only classics, and making sure that that only weapon gets saved through is a good scenario for 100 Thieves, all things considered.
It's now 100 Thieves with a buy for themselves, and
Yeah,
Crew might actually get
buy.
real aggro down into mid. Keep your eyes on this. The flash ready inside of Garage. Dante's walked all the way down for now. Little off angle, bang, the master of playing those off angles. Get a little bit of fire down. onto Crew and push them back, but now the drone required to flush out Sadak. That's when the flash comes online, but 100 Thieves taking 0 chances. Rip the Phoenix ult and just decimate Crew down mid.
We didn't actually get a ton of rounds from Crew on map 1 where they went for those type of aggressive plays, but here on Haven, on their Lotus as well, which we won't see this series, that's the bread and butter of their defense, going for mid-round re-clears or trap plays like that where you're full committing to a fight. And you see that Thieves was literally just waiting for it. They make enough noise to queue it in, and then have all of the players in position to refight and shut it down flawlessly.
So round 3, Phoenix ult. All ready for Timotino. We'll check and see how many he can get. Can he go for the rare 4? Crew back to some A lobby control 4 now. Remember last round, a couple ago, they were a little bit less invested on that side, but now really trying to control A lobby.
Yeah, despite having this A lobby control, they don't have their Phoenix here, so there's not a ton of orb maxing happening for Silence early on.
Yeah, valuing the Phoenix flash over in the close corridors on Garage.
And to be fair, it's so strong in that position, and having a Molly to help stall for your Cypher is great as well.
Yeah, I think having the Phoenix play around Cypher utility is very effective, especially on this map. Are we going for the slide? Okay, Dante, a little crazy on that one, getting right in front of the enemy drone.
There's a nice paranoia to set it up, though, meant no one could swing to trade.
And now 100 Thieves realize they don't really have any control on the map, know that Crew were somewhat overloaded on the A side, so it's time to challenge Garage. Careful though, because Silence will always be a problem to flash in, but good hold from 100 Thieves having player outside of Garage. Bang turns it around for a kill. Now the exec to follow up on the C side. Les sliding around back here to stay alive and be a constant problem for Crew, and a problem he is. 4 in the round. Destruction out from the Sentinel.
He just looked like a turret back sight in that round, practically not moving at all from his position. Turns and shuts down 4. Crew could not play the style that they do if they didn't have a guy like Les on the Sentinel role. They're so often heavy indexing into 4-1s, into pushing other parts of the map, so their Sentinel is really frequently alone against 5, and I can't think of too many players that are better than Les at being in those positions and consistently getting multi-kills.
Yeah. I would say kind of Bang on the other side would be my shout out,
True.
But we saw a lot of that back on Bind. Now it is Les taking over, and it's Crew stepping all the way down C to start the round. They've traded control over long for any space they might have had in mid or Garage.
Timotino already up on this tripwire. As soon as he breaks that, actually, it's going to create a lot of pressure for Crew to have to deal with.
Yeah, just an easy teleport into the site, into a plant, and now the Cyphers face off will be Cryo taking that one-on-one, and 100 Thieves pivoting heavy over onto the A side while the spike is still on that B site. A little bit odd trying to pinch back into Connector. That comes with Crew getting back into the site. MW and Sonic light up the kill feed, and now 100 Thieves realize they're a little bit off sides. They need to fight their own way back in, but Dante is ripping them asunder. Dante's still a problem as Asuna down to 10 HP, has to fall away and play time. He's brought it to one-on-one. Dante holds, but he needs to get on the spike. He has to stick this. He can't actually play for the one-on-one. There's not going to be time, and Asuna is clutch for the 3K and the round.
That's incredible. Did 100 Thieves come up with the Red Bull clutch there? I thought that they had a misread of the situation. You saw them full committing to that fight towards A link, only leaving that Neon, who actually had to wall back into the site to even get to this position he ended up in. And all of that's happening, Crew had complete site control. Thankfully for them, Asuna is incredible. He keeps that round in control.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that 100 Thieves' love language is words of affirmation.
Yes.
Like, they're hyping each other up so much these last 2 maps. Positive atmosphere over in the 100 Thieves camp for now.
Yeah, underrated part of good communication is having that positivity for your teammates.
That'll be the first kill for Timotino, and now MW caught out with nothing much to do.
Les has already walked his way up on the flank.
Yeah, but a tripwire will stop him for the time being. And unfortunately for him, he's probably going to fall down in mid as well. Crew trying to get back into the site. Good work from Silent so far. That's 3 for him in the round. Cryo is not really in range either, so now Vora needs to stay alive. It's another one-on-one. Last time, Dante couldn't actually get on the spike, and this time he goes for the fight as well, back-to-back. Dante will fall in the clutch. We're tied up at 3.
Timing was so rough for Dante at the end there. Just turns at the wrong second. Cryo takes it away. That was a bit of a miscue early on. You saw Sada trying to sidestep away, get a re-smoke up, but they'd walked up way further than he expected, and losing that early means that this comp that has so much speed, so much pace, just accelerate in, trade out well, and now get some momentum going. 400 Thieves, that's a reset on Crew's economy.
Not much for Crew to play with now.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from 100 Thieves early. They've done a good job of baiting out the aggression and the trap plays in quite a few of these rounds. Now they've shown you just a super fast look where they're pressuring in towards A. They're already starting to set some of these themes early in their attack side calling to make Crew's job a bit more difficult when they choose to commit to that aggression that they love.
Yeah, I wonder if Crew can crack the code of how to fight for this mid space. 100 Thieves have been very effective in that area so far. It comes with good patience and good protocols as well when they scale. You see 3 people coming onto the screen at the same time. Not overcommitting either. Just layering this utility, try and capitalize and nearly come up with kill on less.
And they're gonna fake this now. Leave pressure with the Neon, now back away back towards A. But there's still Sada lurking here with the Bucky.
But of course, there will be the run it back for Timotino, second on the map, so he's sent back. Crew do have 3 players stacking over here, make that 4 as another kill comes in. 100 Thieves ran into some problems last map, working down into the clock, but it was them in the clutch that was always there. This time it is Dante, already 3 kills onto this eco round. Finally shut down, but it comes with so much time burned away at 20 seconds left on the clock, and 100 Thieves are going to try and make a mad dash here out of the A side all the way back to C.
But with the Neon, they have time to pivot their way through.
100 Thieves want to keep this momentum rolling. They will get there with time to plant the spike. MW only has 2 HP and a stinger, and he's going down long.
Les is low as well.
Holding for it now. They're so low. One-on-ones on both sides of the map. MW comes up with the fight down long. Now Timotino into a 1-on-2 to take the lead for the first time this map. Fully revealed up. They know exactly where it is. Will it matter? Timotino chucks out the curveball, is shot down by Les. Crew back on top.
Yeah, so well played at the end there by Les. Once his utility proxy is just biding time, letting MW scale the long way through. And coming up with this round.
A thrifty, no less.
Yeah.
All because this ultimate out of Dante.
I mean, he was so good here. I love the timing on that slide. Vora runs out of ammo, stuck in that corner. And even MW tucking, reading that that push is going to come through from one of the players on 100 Thieves. Drifties have been good for them this season. They couldn't come up with any in map 1 of this series. So that's something to keep their lead and also to fully reset 100 Thieves' own money.
Yeah, 100 Thieves choose to really not invest too much. Curious how they come up with solutions in a round like this after just getting thriftied by the other side. You've only got pistols, so trying to slow work things for now. Maybe rely more on getting an embed and playing around lurkers, opening up some duels.
Talk of lurkers, look at Les on the other side. He's already walked his way fully through C long.
Yeah, 100 Thieves do not have much space to work with, that's for sure.
They're getting suffocated on the map already.
So they're going to want to challenge up into front B. Uh-oh, shoulder spotted, and that's a quick kill. 100 Thieves down a man. How do they do it? Let's listen in.
Guys, stack guys, for the CC first.
You can plant. You fight A-Link or just get bumped down.
We got bumped down.
One more. Two more. One on site and one A-Link. I got smoke from B.
Player standing.
One mid. Oh boy!
Not bad, we got bombed. It's good.
Empty, bro. Might think and stuff.
Not sure how much we learned on that one, but they just got destroyed.
They can laugh off a round where they get dominated. I suppose
you know?
that's what we learned from it.
At least they're gonna have money in the next one. That'll be all right. But now trailing by 2. A little bit more to expectation. And deep line from Dante.
I do really like that Les went for that super aggro walk this round. He's been playing a bit more passive than normal at the start of this half, right? Playing backseat, not going for a lot of these walks, but throws that in here, gets a little extra information.
I do think because 100 Thieves have been so focused on mid at the start, they have really been relaxed around, you know, how they contain crew from doing those walk-ups.
Yeah. They had early rounds where they were taking, like, kind of playing a C default to get Phoenix Orb, but
yeah,
since then, not much. Just Cryo having to contain against an AWP and a player walking up A.
And because they have the drone, that's only one tool to re-clear, so this time opening it up a bit quicker into Garage. The jump up from Timotino. Oh, he's still going for it. Sees the barrel too, but Silence catches him at exactly the right time. Now 100 Thieves feeling the pressure. Flanks coming in from Crew. Ultimate's invested as well, coming up with absolutely nothing so far as Sadak crushes them on the flank, pinches down at 100 Thieves. Now down in a 3-on-5, still need to deal with this Omen somehow, but he has been a problem for a long time. Finally, Austin will take care of him. But where did 100 Thieves go from here?
Yeah, in order to deal with him, they give up the entire map practically. Asuna is just running around. They have info with that Cypher ult, and Bang will try and make the play.
That is wild, just going for the teleport. Hoping he can stick the plant. It's a fake, actually.
Trying to give a timing for Cryo.
Exactly. But there is still less on the C site. Limited HP to work with. But his solo anchoring has been excellent. This time, not so much. Austin will secure that one, bringing things even for the post plant.
No smokes, but 2 walls still for this retake. It's going to force 100 Thieves to try and play up.
I don't know what that ultimate was about. Austin already with 3 kills onto the round. 100 Thieves making good work out of this one, back within 1.
Yeah, Dante phases up with the off, but the trades are already too good from 100 Thieves. Such good decision-making there to navigate a round where you're down, where you have no map control, and where you have this really tough task. Asuna was pretty much a man to do it all, getting that pick, and then creating single-handedly the pressure towards A that allowed them to lurk into the C site before even later in the round, getting the kills back site to trade out with Bang. That was not a round they should have been able to win, but Asuna makes the plays and gets them into it.
Coming out of that change of pace, we'll see if 100 Thieves maintain that, as this time that quick fight will be coming down A long. Already a stun thrown out by Asuna, really forcing these players back.
But again, when you pressure heavy A, look where your extremity goes. Les has walked straight into it.
Thing is, Crew don't have that patrol in mid, so not fully comfortable just yet until Dante repositions with the operator. That'll finally give them some amount of comfort.
No ults this round, so just a re-clear. Crew hunting for information.
100 Thieves have been anticipating this. They've been holding the entire time. Asuna, just a millisecond. That's a kill on Timotino. Or rather, on Silence on the other side.
So they back away, work back towards their Cypher, which is lurked up Garage, and that means less. It's his time to shine.
There is a drone from Vora. Will he use it?
He is so committed.
This is dangerous. 100 Thieves want to keep it quiet, and it's punished. No drone, no dice for 100 Thieves. Les is just holding down the trigger as well. A monster in this position. Diving around the smokes. Sure, Cryo's got a lurk, but there's nothing else for 100 Thieves to play with in this round. Finally, that walk down pays off big time for Les.
Wow, Les did that in the previous round, but they did not see where he ended up. And after they've been conditioned of him playing this passive deep line and Crew instead committing for active re-clears with their strong side, no one's expecting him to be in this corner. And he's so good at following up off of it. The extremity man strikes again. He is always such a menace when he's alone there.
Wow, so 100 Thieves are going to call a timeout here with only 2 more rounds left in the map. Maybe coming down to talking about, you know, how they move into these later rounds, these slow rounds, they don't have control on the extremities.
I think the late rounds could have been the issue map 1. They ended up dominating 10-2. But there was a lot of moments where clock ticked way down and they were hitting into sites with low information, and Crew were just whiffing shots or not quite in position to punish, and Bang was hitting every kill.
I think it was more like Bang was just 1v5 every single late round.
And here, when 100 Thieves are going for some of those kind of similar plays that were working for them earlier in this series, they are actually getting punished. So this is about a bit more intent to how you're playing those late rounds, how to navigate those situations, or maybe just avoiding them entirely, picking up the pace, going for those plays a little earlier on.
Yeah, it seemed like they had picked up the pace in terms of like they were actually showing presence at round start, but then going back into those mid-round freezes where it seems like maybe a good macro read with with Crew stepping back into the reclear, but it wasn't paying off for the kills.
And if I'm Crew, I'm considering a return to aggression here. We were very aggressive early, have shown a lot more passive looks beside our walk down, obviously, from less. I think it wouldn't be a bad time to start to look back for mid-round reclears with your Phoenix.
Yeah, maybe not this round where 100 Thieves just have the Sheriffs. There is a Neon spotted skipping and jumping her way down into a short. The Prowler will send her all the way back. Nice shot, Timmy. Good Lord. He's sent back. And now in a tough position. Flame Wall goes up to try and carve a retreat. But at the same time, 100 Thieves have been moving on to the C side. Just less now, trying to stick around the utility, but now he is taken out. 100 Thieves up 2 players on the bad buy. MW jumps straight into the site. And now it's Sadak in a one-on-one. Knows Timatina was behind, and it's perfect sense out from Sadak for the 3K in the clutch.
Yeah, ends up with a 1v3 there and the Red Bull clutch. But wow, that was a 3-on-5 that they need that clutch to win.
Yeah.
Timatina walks up alone. This was 2 duelists, both solo faking. Asuna solo faking towards A, then the Phoenix solo fakes B after getting that pick to let the C hit come through.
Sorry, that kill on Voro was ridiculous in the box.
Nasty from Sadak.
Oh! My honest reaction, my team doesn't lose the anti-ego.
Yeah. Gotta be happy
Not
for
even
it.
close, people. This time 100 Thieves don't go sprinting down a short. Go for the pop flash, and it's a good idea with Dante perched up on long. Some danger, though, as people are giving the fights now to Dante. It's just crazy, this pace from 100 Thieves already into the site. A very different look than anything we've seen so far this map. And it pays off for them so far. Up against the wall, Timatino takes his time. Les is going for the fight. That is nice. Oh no, Dante is dropping and dying out from heaven. How on earth is that happening? Now it's 100 Thieves in a 3-on-1. Silence stuck behind the dark cover. Wondering where his teammate went. It's all on him now. 100 Thieves won't let him breathe. Cryo takes the last kill for a 7-5 half.
A hell of a pace change from 100 Thieves there. Rip a practically instant A hit. The Phoenix and Neon util so good to chop these players up, but I have to see how this kill happened, Kevin. Okay, there's the opener.
You say kill, I would call it a death.
I imagine he got shot midair. Yeah.
Ah, okay. We'll give it to him.
Yeah, it spammed down midair, and it's from 100 to 0.
Does look exceptionally silly, though.
Yeah, the shins take the last bit of damage.
The 3 bullets to my body weren't enough to kill me, but my ankle's brutal. Well, we got a break. Come back soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, it was a fun finish to the first half, but now it is time to lock back in here. 100 Thieves trailing by 2 against Crew.
Yeah, much better look from Crew in this one. I think that their defensive side, the way they want to play it, really lends itself to this map. But credit to 100 Thieves, I think they had good answers throughout. A timeout and a 12th round fast hit means that this is still a very competitive game. As we get to look at Crew on the side where they haven't been quite as successful.
See what they can do here on attack. 100 Thieves, on their attack side, it was all about mid. Seems to be they want to do the same thing here with the Paranoia, Stun, and Molly combo. Doesn't come with anything just yet, but always fun to see the different set-piece ideas at 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a lot of tools, but no one actually able to swing off it. Cryo spots a player on the cross.
I'm sorry, Sadak is on A.
Huh.
Uh-huh. Well, he's now behind Cryo. Cryo was wondering what on earth just happened, and so is Asuna. Where are the shots going? Nothing even touched Sadak. He's just jiggling around there left and right. Oh my word! 100 Thieves can't land a shot, and Crew are just tearing them to pieces.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw Sadak on the minimap, and I thought he was a defender. I was like, well, that makes no sense that an attacking Omen would be there.
I'm not gonna lie, I think Crew might have thought the same thing.
Yep.
This is certainly a way to start a game. Crew have just taken apart the A site.
Yeah, perfectly played, perfectly executed from 0 seconds on the clock. Just full walk towards A and see what happens.
It worked.
How did he catch this timing? We'll never know.
Pretty sure he just walked down through short while Cryo was playing more for long.
Yeah, I think Cryo was maybe just jiggling. I saw him doing that at the start of the round.
Yeah, I think he got left down on long, and then players left him, and you know what? I don't know.
We'll never know.
Let's not get into the sauce here, because either way, 100 Thieves are going to want to lock down that area of the map from stopping that from happening again.
We're sending 3 this time. You're not walking up here, buddy.
Yeah, everyone was so entranced with the 100 Thieves play down in mid. They're not even ready for the play down on A this round. Dante will secure 3 kills now with just that ghost in hand.
And now with a very clean anti-eco, sets Crew into a great course for this second half.
What do you think? So we've seen Crew play this map before. The attack side, you said you prefer them on defense over attack side. What is the expectation with how they like to play out their attacks?
I think that their attack side, when they played it last time, they call a lot of rounds where they're 4-1-ing and they have a really strong side and then just a solo less. And my thinking is that if you're a team who is re-clearing a lot on the opposite extremities, is like refighting and getting people posted towards C-long, refighting into mid, those kind of ideas, they can end up being pretty telegraphed with where they're scaling. But, of course, still, the problem is that their executes are so good, and they're so good at just scaling together that even if you know 4 players are coming here, it can still be kind of tough to shut down.
And you'll see even on their execs, they've got cool ideas, like they've got C's plus Phoenix Molly combos that they'll be throwing back default here on the A site, for example. It's actually pretty tough to actually play the sites as an anchor versus Crew's entry ideas.
Which is kind of why I like the idea of re-pushing extremities, going for those kind of mid-round re-clears, and then looking to fight into flanks and play retakes that way.
Yeah, don't actually contest them so much when they're coming into the site. Instead, choose to fight on your own terms.
Yeah, don't fight Dante while he's sliding into you. Doesn't sound fun to me.
Well, Crew back with a 4-1, this time all the way down C-long, but a good stun stops Cryo from capitalizing off his util. He's actually spammed down through the smoke, so now 100 Thieves try to worm their way back into the site. Bang somehow alive through all of this. Switching around on his guns, the reinforcements of Timotino. That round went in a very different direction than I was expecting.
It looked like Bang had plot armor backside there. I don't know how he gets away with both those kills. Switching to the classic and getting the jumping right click to end it as well. I mean, it's kind of exactly what I was talking about, right? Crew just loves slamming these hard 4-1 executes.
One enemy remaining.
But the backside players did great work here. Timo.
Nice! Come on!
Extremely hyped up to get that 3K.
That'll mean Phoenix ult already on line here for round number 16. The idea's an interesting one as well, with Timotino playing right around the wall here.
Crew start off with a default towards a lobby. 100 Thieves just playing back. Asuna holding in the smoke with the judge, maybe thinking of punishing if that orb gets tapped.
Wow, Crowd just gets that kill. Cypher 1v1, down C long. Not sure if Les just went for the swing there. But now that's going to lead to a re-clear with Timotino pulling the run it back here. Sadak really pressured down into the corner, and he swings out with just half a second left for Timotino. Hands him the kill. Crew suffering in this round, already down 2 players.
They will take the C site, uncontested, but the retake is going to be really good here from 100 Thieves. They're already posting, expecting aggression in this post plant.
And there's no smokes even for Crew to try and shut down some of these angles out of garage even.
I mean, they want to kill before they plant so bad, but they just don't have a way in.
And I like the choice from Crew. They want to go back into a garage fight because they know without smokes they are just going to get torn to pieces if they go out in the open here. Taking their time. The spike is finally planted.
Look at the reflank.
Now Asa knows exactly where Dante is. Calls in the blind and takes a moment, but Asuna will get the kill. Silence realizes there's nobody actually giving him a fight. Makes things all the more uncomfortable as he's pushed back onto default. MW with a couple nice shots, but there's just too many players on the other side. That round belongs to 100 Thieves.
I really love that round from 100 Thieves. Them realizing early that the heavy side of Crew's play was towards A, and then just unlocking their extremity players to go for it, right? Cryo is swinging ahead of his utility there. If he dies, you know, it's easy to say, well, you're Cypher on an extremity, why would you say you fight? But Crew have such a tendency to play weak sides with just their Cypher that he's confident to take that duel against Les. Wins it, they keep control towards mid, and manage to lock up a real nice 5v3 on that retake.
So Crew have now both losses versus the rifles of 100 Thieves. Actually forcing up here a little bit. That's only a Sheriff in Les's hands. Light armors across the board. As 100 Thieves aim to seize major control of A lobby. Already pushing Les back. He wanted to stick around, but not for long.
Molly good for that. They'll try to accelerate straight towards B.
Oh, but it's a fake teleport, sending it back instead of into the site.
But they can't really scale anywhere off that. They don't have long control. They don't have garage control.
I think they were hoping that someone would peek their head out of garage there and try to get a quick flank out into mid.
And look at 100 Thieves. Players ready to re-clear. They know no one's embedded towards front B. So they're back to a comfortable 5-on-5. 100
Thieves have sacrificed the forward line on A, though. And now by actually floating back between the A and B site, 100 Thieves do not have an advanced warning system. There is a camera over on C, but Cryo can't even click into it because he's worried about getting pushed up from garage. There's no support for him on this side. He's in a lot of trouble, just him and Sadak now. There's a full abandonment of this C site.
100 Thieves will have a player already working on this flank. I think #1 priority is flushing Les out of mid.
Les hasn't been dealt with. Oh my God, what a shot! Catches Asuna jumping circles in mid.
And he's out?
Ridiculous. Now 100 Thieves have to give up dealing with the flank. It's time to work into the site, but a Nightfall is going to slow them down for now. Silence has crept up inside of the dark cover. Now some nice spam from 100 Thieves will swing things back their way. Another kill from Les. Deals with garage. 3 people coming out of the smoke as the cover falls. Sadak from above will rain down problems. Abound for 100 Thieves. The round for Crew.
Yeah, new economic theorem. Who needs to, you know, buy half armor to save money? Who needs to do any of this? Just give Les a Sheriff every round.
Look at this shot. Good Lord.
It's just so gross from him.
He's not even waiting for it either. And you see, he's waiting first for the player to drop down to the right, then has to make the adjustment. Impressive stuff.
I think it's a second kill later in that round as well. Anasaris excited about that one. And I honestly think 100 Thieves had the right approach. I cannot blame Asuna whatsoever for dying how he did, but unfortunately, that kill flips the round.
Yeah, usually you're just immortal as the Neon when you're jumping around and doing stuff like that, especially versus Sheriff, but not that time. Now, it is 100 Thieves without much of a buy, as again, Dante trying some tricks of his own. Check out the map, though, where 100 Thieves have moved 3 people now onto the flank, which is going to be their only real shot now that Asna has fallen up in heaven.
Yeah, just got spammed through that wall, courtesy of Sadak. As Les doesn't know that someone's gotten by him towards long.
How much will it matter, though? It's a Sheriff for Bang. He's going to need to be patient. 1 kill for him. Make it 2. Okay, Bang. It's a 3-on-3 now, and it's going to be only Bang on this site. Trying to come up with something, but nothing to be had there. Dante finishing the round.
Nice cleanup from Crew. Credit to Bang for hitting the shots. He's been excellent for this entire series. But it's still as clean as could be, and I don't think they've deviated much from the way they played this map last time. It's a lot of 4-1s, it's a lot of executes, but the same themes are working. Their executes are really good. Les is doing a good job at holding it down as the sole player. You know, when you know they're playing like this, you're like, okay guys, we need to flush the Cypher. But every time they try, he's just getting 2 or 3 kills.
A constant nuisance, 400 Thieves as Crew speed things up into B this time. Walls in, and now the spike already trying to get down on the ground. 100 Thieves are getting right back into it as well. Their duelists are ripping Crew apart. Swift on the retake. Now Les trying to fire back. Some pressure down himself. The first attempt on the defuse, unsuccessful, but now that dart getting the ping. Les not long for this world. MW not long either. That was a quick one.
Yeah, that was a really clean retake out of 100 Thieves. They did a great job of knowing when it was their turn to use utility, right? Because Crew committed so much to that initial execute. 4 players, practically all their utility dumped at once. And instead of trying to play close and counter with his own util, Asuna just fully backs up, plays back with Timantino, waits for all of that to run out before they fight back in with this beautiful Molly stun combo. And the Hunter's Fury coming in. And at this point, Crew has no tools of their own. They're basically reliant on holding the site, getting the plant down against a one-sided onslaught.
Shadows traveling.
Quick fight over into A lobby. Neons flying forward at one another. Asuna takes the first. Nearly had a second through the smoke as well. Now our attention shifts to our Cyphers. How aggressive does Cryo want to be? He bested his opponent in the duel last time, but this time realizes there's 3 people coming at him quickly. Has the cages to try and lodge himself into backside. Now the support staff arrives. Bang and Crew on the way for 100 Thieves, and that spike's still out in the open. Crew need to take things slowly, but the slow play isn't working for them. Les now bruised and out of this fight as 100 Thieves still cling close.
Great play from Cryo there. It took 30 seconds to clear him from that site. Sees 2 players off his initial jiggle and then just backs away. This is how it started though. Kind of just a flip of the round on that A lobby fight. This 100 Thieves, after getting that kill, they know it's going to be an acceleration on the other side and are really quick with that rotation as Cryo buys them time.
So, timeout now called from Crew. This is their first of the map. They're the ones still in the driver's seat, 11 and 9 at present. But I'm looking at things, they've got plenty of ultimates coming into this next round, Mimi. But they don't exactly have the money, maybe to go for a half buy or something along these lines. But really, how do they just piece together now 2 round wins to force us on to split?
I don't think it's going to come down to this round. I think that if I'm looking at this bigger picture, where they've been struggling is at the rounds where they're either losing their extremity player or 100 Thieves is just fully understanding how their play is happening, right? Because they're always playing this 4-1, because if they see that Neon early, it's such a tell that 100 Thieves is willing to over-rotate in most of these rounds. I would like to see them slow it down a little bit, right? You can still show something early, but I want to see them playing that more into a flank and letting players work up space into mid, try and get people embedded in space like Garage, that 100 Thieves is really readily giving up to go fight the strong side.
Okay. See if Crew can tap into that. This round, of course, just a hero rifle for Sadak and Silence.
I do think this round, when you have an eco, you do just send it somewhere and see what happens.
Yeah, these early fights have been going a little bit more towards 100 Thieves the last couple of rounds. This time 100 Thieves walking down into mid. An interesting setup with Cryo having cages over on the A side, even though his trips are over on C. We're going to listen to Crew, how they're going to come up with a plan this round.
Rato, tá? Vou dar o clear no rato.
Mandei, eu vou pra areia, guys. Eu vou fazer essa parede aqui pra me curar, tá?
Não vi muito rato não, viu?
Vai me deu TP costas.
Deixa eu jogar. Ah, você tem um jogo.
Dois costas, dois costas.
Ah, não vai começar a ter.
Vamos. Come esse cara céu, não?
Long, você vai caralho, entendeu? Deixa eu jogar.
Dentro do bomb já. Default, Neon. Tá, tô com você, Léo. Rato esquerda. Toma aí, vai. Tá defusando, guys.
Mate. Boa.
Nice, guys. Boa, guys. Vamos fazer um round de camute agora, Side. Não toma esse Cypher do Costa de Class.
That's just a full eco round one by Crew. Only a couple small investments put into it. But 100 Thieves giving up complete control of the site there. End up getting taken down by what is just a really chaotic team fight. Credit to Crew by also making the right reaction later there when they realize that flank is coming through. Making the call to fight through spawn together, pinch that player up in heaven.
And that's what they needed on the bad buy. Now up onto map point.
Oh, this is a nice one.
Used a couple of ultimates into the last round, but Silence has held on to the run it back. A great tool at trying to move into the Cypher site, eat up some of the utility, although it's unique tripwires this time, backed into the corner. See if they can avoid Silence on the way in. Not sure if Crew even want to accelerate here now that so much time has been wasted and 100 Thieves started to rotate.
Yeah, 100 Thieves didn't have to use practically anything to get Asuna posted forward A here.
That position allows the 2-stack on B, the 2-stack on C. But Asuna knows he doesn't want to stick around too long in case of the inevitable re-clear.
Yeah, he'll fall back, just play the jiggle instead, see how many come to re-clear him.
Using the flash to make that one happen is 100 Thieves. It will be heard by Asuna.
He's gonna re-walk.
Oh, what
both
a timing.
in mid and short.
He hears all these footsteps going in, so already 100 Thieves are moving 3 players onto the C site. And Timotino with a chance to punish on the flank. There will be a trip in front of him. So really it comes down to the anchors. 3 players on 100 Thieves. To stay alive on this map, already the duelist dealt with. That is a massacre. Right down the fast lane. This round is over. Perfect read from 100 Thieves after Timotino got all the info of those players moving C.
100 Thieves played so active this round. After hearing the pressure C, they push a player into A. After hearing the rotate away, courtesy of Asuna, Timotino makes that excellent push down mid. And this is where I think Crew is getting punished. They're not leaving embeds in space. They're not controlling it once they leave. Instead, they're almost always backing away, bar less. And as soon as you're past him, the rest of the map is basically yours to take.
And now Crew find themselves in a situation where they're not going to have any of those big impact ults in these last rounds of regulation. So no cheap way to enter into a site. We'll have to get a little more creative.
Obviously the focus around was Timotino, but let's talk about these anchors. This is still essentially a 2-on-4 lockdown from Cryo and Bang. A great decision to, after that flash pops, then immediately surge forward and fight up into those off angles.
There's still more Haven to be played, though, from 100 Thieves. They've been given a chance now to stay alive. 2 more rounds to force overtime. 100 Thieves have mixed up their setups as well. Now the full Cypher utility is on A, even though Asuna shows early. This will be less expected from Crew as they approach in.
And this time it's a full commitment from Crew. Less here with the gang.
Cryo is choosing to stick around on site, though. Cage is up early on in this one. Now the Cypher has been revealed by a Prowler. Crew decide they don't want to commit in. They've eaten up Asuna's ultimate. There's going to be no time left on that.
The difference is that 100 Thieves have not stepped into space elsewhere on the map. They have a ton of question marks, so they have to re-clear.
Exactly. Timotino gets in front of this play already. Crew have been waiting for it. Les is holding. Shots fired both directions, but now the game is up, right?
But
both
they only
teams.
saw the Cypher.
That's true.
Crew might want to still freeze and look to re-hit here, expecting them to rotate away, thinking that's just a lurk. But they're still here.
How long can you wait? Timotino, no flashes left, so he's just walking out into the open, baiting for Cryo in the corner. Good movement is 1 kill. Traded evenly. Now Crew continue into this site, but Timotino waiting around the other side brings this down within 1 player. Crew get low on the clock, but should be able to plant this spike with numbers advantage in the post plant.
Both players coming from spawn. They have a lot of tools, And it's a guy that's been excellent all day. Can Bang keep this game alive?
Bang, blinded up and out for the count. It's all on Bora now. 1 kill goes his way. But there won't be anything left behind it. Les takes the round and the map for Crew. We're headed to split.
That was a tight game in the end, but a huge bounce back from Crew. They took their first map loss to begin this series, took it in debilitating fashion, but they looked great here. All of the keys of their defense that we've been talking about all stage showed up here on Haven. There was some late game adaptations to keep them alive on that attack side and close.
Got creative in the late rounds and also just a handful of thrifty wins as well for Crew in rounds you wouldn't have expected it. That ends up pushing them over the line at the end. I think Les also had a big step up too, especially on that defense side.
Going into this series, they had a 50% eco round win rate. They had pretty much the most of anyone. And they're showing why, showing that skill here. Les especially was a monster on this map, but there's plenty more to play. Map 3 as a decider if Crew can lock the #1 seed in the group, or if 100 Thieves can keep those playoff ambitions in their hands.
Se queda allí quietito. No me lo puedo creer. Pensaba Nerv que le daba el veneno, pero al final no.
This round should be as good as done.
That's enough for 3. Hang on. How do other things put this together? He's sort of cringe. Stall mechanics. What? That's enough with the ace.
Realmente tener un psicólogo nos está ayudando muchísimo porque ser un jugador profesional es difícil, es presión constante, es estar lejos de la familia, es estar en una cultura que no es tu cultura, es competir y todo eso necesita cuidarse. Nosotros somos atletas que jugamos con nuestras mentes, no con nuestros cuerpos. Entonces necesitas que alguien cuide esa parte mental, que te ayude, porque no somos superhéroes. Y tener a alguien que siempre te está diciendo, mira, esto no es saludable, de esta forma no hables porque pasa esto y esto, intenta esto otro. Todo eso te ayuda a crear un ambiente del equipo muy sano, muy saludable y que te da ganas de estar con ellos, te da ganas de estar el día a día, compartir las derrotas, las victorias, sonreír. Y todo eso se debe gracias al apoyo psicológico que tenemos de Artur.
Right off the bat.
No.
And there you could see Sadak talking about the importance of the mental strength you have to have in this game. And that mental fortitude manages to force this match into a map 3. And we have some bingo slots
Yeah,
to
the
cover
important
here.
stuff here, okay?
Yeah,
First of all, we've had a less 4K, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
Multiple.
Yeah, okay, I'll hold it for
lot
you.
of them.
Thank you.
Yeah,
We've
I got
had
you.
a crew map win now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This isn't the best easel.
Notice how we've gone against the rules and made it a map win instead of
No. Okay, listen, there's reason though, because if it's only a series win, that eliminates 3 possible things. So if 100 Thieves didn't win the series, we can't win here, we can't win here, we can't win diagonally. And also, this is a free space.
It is that deep.
I'm going to mark off the free space because that's the rules of bingo.
Yeah.
There was a thrifty, no?
There was a thrifty. There was, in fact, a thrifty.
Yeah, okay.
What else do we have?
What do we have here? What do we have?
I think that's it.
Series scored 2-1.
Series
scored 2-1 because no matter what, it's going to be 2-1. Oh, Mimi? What do you
I hate to litigate the rules of bingo,
Oh,
but
please litigate.
isn't the point of the game that not every number comes up? If every number comes up in bingo, then everyone would
Yeah,
win, which
Emily.
isn't the point. There's supposed to be losers in bingo.
Yeah, not limitations on the numbers.
Okay,
Like, if a
all
number gets called, that doesn't mean like they're automatically winning.
It's random chance, though. Is it not also random chance?
You know
Well, it's not
what?
random chance, but it's chance the team wins or loses.
You know what?
Certain numbers don't have
Everyone
rules.
should win.
What are we doing here? What's going on?
Certain numbers do not have rules. All numbers are equal in bingo.
Let's talk about the matchup and what we saw. Crew massively clutching up, getting the wins that they needed here. Emily's back on the mic. I mean, an absolute firecracker.
I never left.
She never left. She never left. Bro's cooking.
Anyway, speaking of the game,
Hey,
dude,
that was that 4K for
Yeah,
us.
this was an insane 4K.
Dude, that was a bingo board. I think Crew pulled out some absolute magic overall in this series. I think credit to 100 Thieves as well for making it incredibly close, but he also made some crazy decisions overall as well. It was a pretty active game. Both teams trying to take initiatives at times as well in the defense halves, just making sure that they like constantly push. I think 100 Thieves have come into this with a clear identity of trying to punish Crew for these contact plays where they just try and work their way around the map, set up players really well. But there's just been this evolution where Crew are just getting one step ahead of it and not overextending ever. If they get caught out, they're always happy to just pull back a little bit and just try it in a different direction.
Oh my god, this kill
This
was
is
insane.
Crazy.
This was the other one, by the way. He was full blind and got him through the wall, running up
He
for
got
us.
the kill, you know, like absolute insanity. That's why he was your top performer for Crew in that one, coming up with a massive performance there. Asuna as well on the 100 Thieves side. Of course, trying to hold things down. It did feel like you were getting 100 Thieves that were to what we were talking about. We're starting to be okay with the fights. They were okay with getting in Crew's face, saying, "Hey, listen, we can meet you on the aim duels." And I think that's actually a pretty awesome thing for them. It shows a lot of confidence for this 100 Thieves.
And that's exactly what we didn't get when they played against Sentinels. It's like they were overthinking a lot of their rotates, especially on that defensive half, and not doing it. But here, we saw them actually being proactive. We saw them going for reclears. We saw them taking space and willing to stack towards a site later in the round after they got a little bit of info. And that's something that I want to see them carry over to Split. I think they have a great defense. I think when they switch over to that attack is where they start to slow down a little bit. But so far, they're looking great.
Do you guys think they're going to keep the Sage comp on Split?
I think so.
Yeah.
I feel like they've done a good job with it.
They like to say they have enough different looks of it that it's not. I don't think it's hard anti-able. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they switch it up often enough. My big worry though is that they just kind of run out of gas. I think when we end up with a similar situation
and it
as
does feel, looking at the layout and stuff,
it matches
feels
the
a little bit
NRG
like
game.
that. Yeah,
It feels
a little
familiar,
bit, right? Like
it's
if
like we've been here before.
Yeah, I don't want to say it because Split is a good map, I think, for 100 Thieves. So I hope that's not the case here. But yeah, they got to finish strong.
I think one of the players that I really want to talk about is Bang, because he's been so good consistently. I know we talked about inconsistency earlier, but I feel like Bang has always been that person where when he is on that anchor side, then he's really good at getting those multi-frags, almost like Les, almost like Cryo. And he's consistently good at being this lurker and being somewhat aggressive. And now we're moving on to Split, where he's now the Omen. He's not necessarily the lurker, but he's more likely to be ping-ponging on the other side of the map, being around with Cryo, and just being really annoying on the defense.
Yeah.
So I'm looking to him because I feel like right now, if we're looking at the way that Crew is playing, they're very together on their attack side. They do like to default, but it's easily punished. And 100 Thieves have kind of seen that now. So maybe he's able to just play a little bit more aggressive and be... Whoa.
I think we've seen that, though, on their attacking rounds. Him having to step up and be the person to get that trade when their duelists get shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. There is a lot of questions, right, that we're going to have answered going into this Split game. Because without a doubt, like, one thing's for certain, right, for 100 Thieves, this could be a massive moment for them to be able to topple an undefeated Crew. And then, of course, for Crew, they continue their path of success. Can 100 Thieves pull off the upset, or will Crew manage to take map 3? Find out after this.
Well, Crew's win on Haven is going to send us to a decider here on Split now. Quite the situation now for 100 Thieves to be in. Back-to-back weeks where they win the first map, fall down, now come into a decider. Couldn't get past that hurdle versus NRG. Now have to try and do that against an undefeated Crew.
They couldn't just not get past it. They massively tripped over it. They lost 13-2 on Breeze. It was the fastest map of the stage. Now they have to show that resiliency on a map that, to be fair, has been good for them, right? They've played this once already, got a win with this same Sage composition, and I do think locking in the Raze when they get on attack is going to be a pretty solid matchup into the Vise. They have a lot of tools to get past her stall utility with that double satchel, with that Omen TP.
And that's all well and good, but Crew have been scary here as well. The Dante MW combo has been lethal in terms of fighting early in rounds. The Prowler with the Neon sprinting behind is tough to deal with.
Yeah, I think I do overall like the Fade a little bit better on this map. I think especially the synergy you're talking about there is so overwhelming. And for 100 Thieves, they have a bit more to kind of refight with those flashes versus just having the information tools. It's going to be interesting. Both teams have played this map once. Both teams have looked solid on it. They have very different approaches, very different reads, and it's going to be interesting, I think, especially to see how this Neon can match into that Sage that is going to have a ton of slow util. They can really deal with her going for those aggressive early plays that Crew likes.
It's interesting because the first two maps of this series, both teams were playing very similar comps. There were some differences in agents, but the main ideas were the same. This is our first time seeing wildly different reads for the two teams and how these different styles are going to end up matching.
It's a new map, but it's similar for Crew. All 5 players fighting together early.
Oh, nice shot from Vora. Catches MW after his teammates had already come into the site. As a matter of fact, Dante has found himself all the way forward in screens, a shorty in hand. Chooses to fall back for now as Sadok can't get the last bit of damage on Asuna. Betrayed a bit by the Frenzy. And that'll make things oh so difficult for Crew with only 2 players left alive. Both of them in isolated positions, no less. But there's a gap in the smoke, somehow giving Les an angle into the fight. Silence gets one down there as well. It's now less than a 1-on-2. Worried about a player up high. Half stick already for Austin. Now Les down low. Gets a third on the round. Who is this guy? But the full stick is there regardless. 100 Thieves will take the round, with both teams coming away with 1 survivor.
Yeah, incredible that even looked somewhat possible at the end there for Crew. But it was a great reply from 100 Thieves of seeing that 5 hit. They just condensed back, made sure they held on to Heaven Drive. I mean, did we have to show that again?
I think we did, actually, legally.
It was an inflex point of the round, right? If Sadok lives there, gets Heaven control.
Well, Asuna would die for one. It wouldn't full stick the defuse.
Yes. Call that the butterfly effect.
Usually the butterfly effect, it's a little bit less obvious, but this one, it's very
obvious. The moth effect.
Yeah. Well, does mean that 100 Thieves have 4 Spectres into this round. I've never seen quite so many Spectres purchased in professional Valorant. But Bang's happy to find those 3 kills. And hey, this time Sadok's Frenzy will give him a bit better luck than the last time around. The Bandit not too bad either for MW.
Yeah, a bit of damage done this round already. Sadok is going to be a menace, walking around in heaven with the judge. But you see how passive 100 Thieves are setting up now.
I'm going to say he's a menace if anyone is playing, you know, close angles, but 100 Thieves have really spread out now to deny that possibility, and now get notice of where that spike is going to drop onto the ground. Play this one out accordingly.
You don't want to make noise there, generally.
You don't say, well, maybe he wants to bait them into it.
Oh, wow.
No. I think he wishes he had anyone left to try and help him out. That'll be a 4K for Bang to get this 3rd map started.
Nice eco frags for him. 2 rounds in a row where it looked like it was just going to be a sure 100 Thieves victory, and then gets a little silly in the middle. So a bit of damage done, but no harm, no foul for 100 Thieves as start to get to look at how Crew wants to play on this attack side. Generally, they go for a lot of executes, they go for a lot of early aggression. Those rounds you're talking about where they're just like fighting up mid or up A ramp with the Neon and the Fade combined. But that Sage is a pretty hard counter to that, right? One slow orb, and instantly you're at least canceled out for a bit on that type of play.
Well, this time that slow orb is headed into B lobby, but Sonic TP'd up in front of it. Didn't really care about that utility at all. Now we'll have to try and teleport away, and he will escape just narrowly.
2 health, though.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of damage done. And they keep a player posted in B main. Crew wants to re-clear it.
Yeah, keeping this fight over on B while Les activates a lurk on the A side. Maybe thinking there could be a gap on that side.
He's so aggro on that.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Vora spotted him out. I'm not sure what's going on the A side, but it will just be a 1-for-1. 100 Thieves did call in the reinforcement, so almost certainly Vora did see Les going for that.
And on a bonus run, a 1-for-1 where you get a gun, you kill the lurk feels pretty good. Now you can read into that this basically has to be a B finish.
Yeah, and there's another slow orb that now goes down to make all of this utility from Crew mean absolutely nothing. No paint shells to play with, though, so that stall is now running out. Dante a little bit too hard to track there with just the pistol in hand, but Timotino going to give a good run of things now until he gets shot down through the box.
This is winnable for Cryo. 1-on-2,
30 seconds left.
Both players incredibly low on health. And a molly to play with.
No idea. Well, now he knows exactly where both of them are. As soon as Sadok shows in main. Cryo waiting to see when they'll give him a fight. The silent drop, but Sadok spots it. And now the swing on the other side. Good tandem play from the 2 vets of Crew to take this round.
Yeah, nice walk up there from MW to shut things down and keep things secure. When you're looking at this Crew team, it is really interesting to kind of think about where these players have been. You know, none of them coming into their first year here, but you look at Dante last year, who did play with Crew, but didn't really go their way. Silence, who was on that ill-fated 2G roster. MW, who's been on some of the teams who've had the lowest performances in Americas as well, to now come together with that star duo from South America and find something truly successful.
Something tells me we might be seeing this utility get traded out in B main pretty frequently between these 2 squads.
You don't say.
Early Sage wall, actually. Asuna going to pick up an orb after denying that space, but it comes at the cost of any mid control for 100 Thieves for now.
And it also means it's going to drop at about 50 seconds, so that's not permanent information. But for now, it lets them walk back and trying to re-clear space, at least in B heaven.
100 Thieves heard that Neon running up into mid, I believe. Now hear that wall being broken over in B main, so really it's all just trying to get Crew to pull some attention back to B main, open up a male player to be a little bit more isolated if there was to be a fight to come in.
Les feels like he has to be a lot more passive on this lurk now towards A.
They're going back into it, though.
But they don't leave a player mid. If that gets re-cleared, that's already a good tell.
And Timotino is on the best line you can ask for in that spot. Actually, though, without his player sticking around in heaven, now he doesn't hold the forward line. He's worried about someone coming up through vents because of the mid attention.
The supportive flashes will tell him there's people here, though. He'll make his chance.
Paint shells down, but Dante is too quick on it. Timotino didn't even pull the gun out. Luckily, Cryo is there's a second line of defense. That's not going to be too much help to Vora, who drops in an instant. Bang's still here, now pinged out by the Nightfall. He gets traded quickly. So Crew with good play off one another. Advance into the site. Now Cryo can't hear anything, but it doesn't matter. He is lethal with 3 already into the round. And Les is so low as well. Quiet from him. Waiting for that overstep. He knows he needs it, and he gets it. 1 bullet, 1 kill. That's what Les must have in this moment. He won't find it. Asuna will steady the course for 100 Thieves.
Great retake there from 100 Thieves, and they keep it cool against an opponent who's been so good. Little eco-res to get Cryo back online.
Yeah, see how little money is in the pockets of 100 Thieves. That gun being saved over is a big deal.
Yeah, heads up play from them. Taking a look at this round, Crew, I feel like they spent a lot of time to not actually leave many embeds. They ended with this super late push where 100 Thieves, it was a pretty simple matter of just pushing back through mid and then having really quick rotations actually to deal with this problem and trade it out here.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I'd like to see them try and get Les a little bit more active. He had that round, I think, round 2 or 3, where he just kind of sent it on A, but I think he plays really well when he's in positions where he can fight. This one, though, just a full team fight looking like it early.
I'm not sure if they're going to get it. No, Sadok teleports onto the right side of the wall, I suppose. Quickly in front of that one, as Asuna backs away. Just one rifle for MW. As Crew slow things down, take control out of ramps, and wait for this fight to come their way. Jump spot. Peers at a couple players, as Crew quickly sees control over heaven. No one looking at Cryo, though. Those 2 kills instantly take the wind out of the sails of Crew.
He takes such a good timing there. Now 4-on-3, 100 Thieves just have them locked down.
Yeah, Bang has that flank fully contained. Vora, though, crouching down, gets picked off. That opens up a big gap in mid. At the same time, Bang drops on the flank. So now Crew almost have too many options. They could go just about anywhere, and 2 predicts it but Cryo. Tells Austin to get in front of the fight, but Austin's not ready for it. That was even a little quicker than it would have been expected, because Sadok wasn't one of those players in vents. Sees that timing, and it's actually Sadok with the mind read, a 50 round for Crew.
Okay, Sadok, 4K there to get the win, and they were completely encircled.
Yeah, the start of the round 2 is so ridiculous because he teleports on the other side of a sage wall. No one's there with him, but Timotino doesn't hear it.
Yeah, you saw Xenon was trying to slide ahead to get on top of the wall as it went up, but he ends up just taking a one-on-one. They're in a bad position in heaven, but they just take 2 different brawls, win them both, and take away a 3-on-5 victory. On top of that, 100 Thieves' money is boom.
Yeah, and again, it's these thrifty rounds. Like, Crew won multiple thrifties back on Haven.
In what was a 13-10, that was the difference.
But Crew are very crisp, very clinical when it comes to their own anti-ecos. Even doing all the little things, pick up the orb on the way into the site, taking their time, making sure that MW gets the plant down. Sadok's already got the ult. He doesn't need the extra orbs.
They're a very thorough team.
Oh, except when they look the wrong direction.
Yeah.
These things happen sometimes. Sadok is a very thorough player, though, you have to say.
Which is why he...
Except when he swings in front of the paranoia. Actually think
Any more accolades to give to Crew this round?
No.
They're really good in 3v1s. They always close these out.
Stop it. Stop it. We can't be saying these types of things.
See?
So it's just I'm the fool.
Yeah.
You, everything you say is correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I suppose so.
We're all tied up now. 3 apiece.
And now looking ahead to this round, money up. This is going to be a big one for Ultimates. 3 apiece on each side. Crew thus far, they've actually shown us quite a few slower rounds, but I feel like even when they're doing so, it's normally still that kind of same 4-1 style, take an extremity, and then work back the other way.
Yes, but Mimi, I spy with my little eye of Vise operator again. Silence has been loving to pick up the op on the Vise. Attack or defense. This time he's trying to look mid, but there's a Viper's Pit.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to rethink his decisions.
It made a little more sense to me when he was playing against Cryo on the Chamber, who wanted to swing into him with the op. Here, I think he's a bit more hard-pressed to actually find impact.
And now 100 Thieves have locked down mid with Viper's Pit. Their Sage Wall is A, stopping the lurk.
Yeah.
And Crew have an op in B main. That's it. So I'm not really sure where Crew think they're going to go from here, other than waiting for that Sage Wall to eventually time out, which it's been mostly broken regardless.
I don't think Silence is going to get an opposite. They're trying to just shove into this pit.
Wow, scouting it out with the Omen, sliding quickly behind it is Dante. No kill found just yet, but that almost certainly will deny the pit. Now Vora, I'm not sure if he was spotted there. Dante seems very suspicious of the angle, and for good reason. Crew rip apart mid, and Cryo drops as well. Now with only 2 players remaining, Timotino tries to lock it down. The showstopper could be everything. How many does it find? Nada. Zilch for the duelist. And now Timotino being pinched upon with that operator out of main. He skids away.
Last player standing.
But battered and bruised, he will eventually fall this round. Just collapsing from the 100 Thieves camp.
Spike planted.
Even Asna has to deal with this ridiculous angle. No chance for him. That round's all Crew's.
Another round now where looking at the map, you think that Crew, or rather that 100 Thieves is in such a winning position with the way they're set up, with the information that they have. But Crew just rips it away. The util combo they used to re-clear onto the pit was so well done.
Yeah.
We can see it again here. It basically kind of ended up being like a checkmate onto him, right? Because it's the Omen ult which pushes you back. There's a Molly in the Factor too. As a Neon is sliding and stunning on you behind the Prowler, you either stay and die or back away. And despite the fact that they don't actually get a kill off it, it lets them work deeper, secure that map control, and get the kills that they got in vents.
Yeah, and you know, I've seen Sonic do that same play scouting into the Viper's pit with the Omen before. It seems very effective, especially when you have a Neon that can capitalize behind it so quickly. You teleport in there, put down a ping in the direction of the player, see if the Neon spam can get you anything.
Yeah, it turns what is normally like at least a 60-40 for that Viper in the pit into one in your favor. There's still a risk, right, that your Neon gets spammed, that he just shoots the Prowler and dies, but with all of those tools together, it is really tough to play against.
Yeah, well, when the Prowler's in front of the Neon and tanking bullets for you too, that can give you an even extra bit of edge to take that one-on-one. But 100 Thieves have called themselves a timeout here.
Yeah, it is interesting because, again, what I'm saying, I think that they're getting themselves into really good positions in these rounds. And it seems like in a lot of them, Crew is just kind of Houdiniing out of it and finding the sole player who is securing them into the tough position and fighting through into it. So I am really curious as to what they're talking about in this timeout, especially like at this round where they're just going into a pretty low buy.
One thing I want to see from 100 Thieves is them maybe pairing up and working together a little better. When these execs have come in from Crew, it's been pretty isolated to 100 Thieves. You know, scampering back, one guy goes up into mail, the other goes into vents.
I wouldn't also hate to see when they are in these advantaged positions, instead of just holding and waiting, just committing together to a fight and pressing the advantage.
Well, this round, they're actually holding hands over on B. You can only see Timatino on the minimap, but he's got a friend right underneath him in the form of Bang.
They have become one on the B site.
They have melded. Will it be enough? Will Crew even go that direction? Not yet.
We've seen that variant of the Poison Orb thrown a lot more recently. I think it's great for scaling into vents, which it's very rare to actually see an anchor play.
It's also very good for Neon to pop out of on the left side into mail. Utility exchanged. Sending Cryo back. He had the shotgun, so he's going to want to post back up there on top of the pot. Jumps up, but Sonic was waiting for it. Gets a lot of damage down, 5 HP on the in-game leader.
Yeah, maybe getting betrayed by the Bucky a little bit there.
30 seconds left.
And, well, Crew...
25 seconds?
Yeah, I think they're going to commit into B here, where the meld has actually turned into 3 players of 100 Thieves. Bang out of the equation, though, means that, well, meld's not going to pay off much for 100 Thieves. Silence with that op shot takes a flawless round for Crew.
And the thing is, I wasn't worried at all seeing them hit into a 3-stack with 20 seconds left.
Why should you be? It's just like on Bind when it worked every time.
Yep. Never a problem for Crew. They're up 5-3 now. And we get into the real meat of what was discussed in 100 Thieves timeout. One of the changes is an operator getting purchased here for Timatino. Normally Cryo wielding that weapon, but with Timo on the raise, it'll be him picking it up instead.
What do you make of that decision? Where do you want to see him go?
Yeah, I would like to see him just press up in towards mid, which is where he's playing here. But Crew, this round, they're just going to go straight towards the extremity. 4 players in A main.
Quick reposition from Timatino, though, after not seeing anything in mid. He comes back to a deeper angle in A heaven.
For a team that does play a lot of weak side, I think that having that op just late round posted on an angle is big for information.
Whew. Don't forget there's an attack op. This time it belongs to Les. And there may be a 1v1 on the cards. Timatino reveals his purchase, and that's going to signal the go button for Crew. Dante down low already. Vor just needs 1 bullet, but it won't be there. Dante is just simply too quick with it. Now recovers the spike as well. He's the only guy on the site for Crew. Getting it all done for his team. This time Silence picks up the operator, nearly gets the second. But it's even here. 2-on-2 in the post. Cryo 4-3 settles the score. But Sadak has a ridiculous timing. He's waiting for it as well. Wants to get as far out as he can, but there's not a lot of time. Bang is just sticking the defuse. Bang is holding it through this one. The spam is not there. Another full stick for 100 Thieves. Repeat of the pistol round. They'll take it away.
Such a big chance there. But unfortunately, the dart covered the spam, none of it connecting. And again, 100 Thieves navigating out of one of these scary late rounds. It's quite a few that were going the other way. But the operator was definitely the difference maker in this round, getting that opening duel onto Les as he tried to repost onto ramp. Held onto that heaven control for late round, which made any attempt at this retake so much more doable. But with the players lost, they won't have the money to retain that op and buy it again this round.
100 Thieves go back to this two-player setup in mid, the Raze and the Viper. An effective combo on this map. Crew have also thrown that same orb as well if they want to cross over into vents. Quick slide sends Timotino packing.
So Crew walk back towards heaven. 3 players from 100 Thieves here ready to fight.
Careful now, that paranoia is going to rip you apart. 100 Thieves now scattered into the wind with Asuna zooming up the ropes. No kill for him, but Bang turns around for one of his own. And Crew decide they don't want anything to do with those players up in B. Heaven, some spam on the other side though, settles it at 4.
I mean, that is a scary play to make. MW is alone mid with the spike, just sprang. Unfortunately for his efforts, it's immediately nullified by the res.
Yeah, MW actually goes back into mid to throw the Prowler to pretend there's a little bit more punch behind it. Pumping the orb up as well, but
30 seconds
Vora flush with the wall here. And the support inbound. Timotino satchels in, and it's Vora with 2 kills. That distraction sets up for the Anchor to get a couple of kills. Now Timotino with that judge in hand. Needs to get in here somehow. He gets a kill. How on earth has he done that? Less into the open now. As the double swing comes in, it'll be Bang to wrap up this round and even things at 5.
That was a really great hold in mid from 100 Thieves early in that round. Could have been risky. The paranoia from their opponent connects first, but everyone was in it. That's how he got it? Okay. I mean, normally you look at this team and you think Asuna's going to be the guy doing silly stuff on ropes, but it's him instead. I mean, the same round we're hitting that with an op 2K.
You're not gonna like what I'm about to say. I thought it was a 2v2 the whole time.
Well, you certainly don't love to hear that one, but when you win the round, who cares? It's all good.
Yeah.
Crew gonna call themselves a timeout after suffering 2 defeats in a row. Only 2 more rounds to play here in the first half.
Yeah, the refights have been good from 100 Thieves in these last couple. They have really both come down to the wire. It was that full stick on round 9 in the 1v1 against Sadak, and another retake late here. It hasn't been an issue of actually getting onto the sites and getting early success for Crew. But I think in earlier rounds when they were going for plays like that last round where they're getting aggro into mid, they were getting away with picks. Here, I think 100 Thieves have adapted to do a much better job of absorbing that aggression and then refighting in instead.
Yeah, I think they've just had at least 2 bodies in the areas they need to. Even there, Timotino is like wildly trying to satchel into the site because if he doesn't take that timing, Vora would have been all out on his own. Leads to 2 kills there as our teams gear up for a pretty decisive round now. Operator back for Timotino. This time starting the round over towards A.
Yeah, I really like them buying this op into a comp that has no flashes. The Prowler is great, but if you have an op, you can just sit there as it runs at you and still have time to shoot.
There are some other problems, though, like Dante's stun, especially if Timotino wants to go out here too actively. Well, Timotino pinged away at and running away is pretty good signal that that's an op in hand. Otherwise, he would have just shot the haunt.
I like the off angle here.
Yeah, takes the high line this time. Catches Sadak out and almost gets another. That confidence is big as Vora gets a straggler.
On the other side, Bang has stepped up into B main. There was a Sage wall in mid, and they have the op still rolling.
I mean, Crew just have no control on the map at all, right? You say it, the step into B main. Yeah, there's also a Sage wall down in mid, and the operator is carving on A.
It's so true.
Well.
Well, that's one way to get back in. Unfortunately, slow orb means you can't quite accelerate in before all center repositions.
See if Silence can cook anything up here. He's already crossed into pillar. Okay, Silence, 3 on the round. Doing it all his own. But now the spike has been caught back in main.
30 seconds left.
Timotino not giving him a fight.
I have the spike.
And neither is Cryo. They know time is working against Silence.
Timo has the rocket.
Does he want to pull the trigger on that? He'd love to hold on to that for the last round of the half, but he might have to go for it regardless just to guarantee the round, which he will. 3 kills for Timotino, and 100 Thieves take the lead.
Yeah, that rocket late round is such a checkmate, excuse me. You're either dying to it as you try and stick the plant, or you're planting, and then he's just swinging you. Either way, it makes the decision so tough, because his teammate will be swinging exactly the same time he's jumping around the corner with it.
Yeah, Timotino with that rocket wins the round, but really the work he did with the op in A heaven.
It was such incredible stuff from him early on. This op has been highly impactful since it got picked up midway through this game.
Last round now here of the half, and Timotino tries the op over on B for the first time.
Yeah, this was a pretty rough go at things in the middle of this half, but 100 Thieves looking to pull ahead. It's Timo.
Whoa, okay, Dante is out, and so is Timotino. And bang with the spam shots as well. Blow out the candle, I guess. This is back-to-back rounds now where Crew had no chance from the get-go.
Yeah, Dante is getting snuffed out early by this operator. 5 and 9 coming out of the half. The last time they played Split, he was an absolute menace on attack. Here, 100 Thieves have solutions. Still, though, maybe a chance for Crew. They scale up towards heaven, look to find a pick.
And eventually, Crew will have ultimates, but only if the post plant is afforded to them. And right now, this push and pull as Cryo advances into heaven for an easy pick. This round is just clockwork from 100 Thieves. And comes at a much-needed time. 100 Thieves pieced together, what's that, 3-4 rounds at the end of the half here.
Yeah, 4 in a row to close, I believe, assuming they win this one.
After faltering on Haven, 100 Thieves are going to be setting themselves up for a good go at things in the second half here. This team that's sitting 1 and 2 in the standings, not a shoe into playoffs. It's dangerous for them, especially with their matchup against Furia next week.
Yeah, if they could win this match, close it out in the second half, it would be such a weird position for the rest of this group. Remember, they are in a race with 2 other teams right in the middle here.
Technically, while Crew winning this series would guarantee themselves first place, technically 100 Thieves could still get first place. That would require Crew losing this map, losing to EG next week. It's a ridiculous timeline to happen, but a win here is going to change the narrative for 100 Thieves heading into the final week.
It's a nice shot. Dante just, I don't even think that's the player he was trying to shoot.
He was trying to shoot anyone, really.
Hey, found something to connect it to. Really impactful into that half from Timotino, but still more to play. It's 100 Thieves attack after this.
100 Thieves lead 7-5 after the first half. Now look to close things out here on Split.
Ended up being kind of a rough attack side for Dante to end things. Once that op got online, he was shut down by 100 Thieves post their timeout. But I think where he has shined is on the defense of this map. His fast rotations on the Neon mean he's practically always in the right place to join a fight. And even later on, we might get to see him with the operator online. I'm looking at him as really one of the big win conditions for Crew to manage to close this game out and recover.
See if the Dante factor can come into play here. As Crew set up for their defense side. The Thieves actually might have ideas to run a little bit of a fake. They've got their Duelist Initiator combo over on the B side. Spike hanging out on A. Working both sides for the time being.
And just a full contact up ramp for 100 Thieves.
What are they cooking? That dog just went through on B. I don't know if Crew have spotted this walk at all.
How deep are they going?
Oh my god, how are 100 Thieves catching this insane timing? They're all the way through heaven. Silence is gonna see them. And now Crew ready to respond. The spike is in screens, our sky is in base. Where are 100 Thieves going? If MW gets this kill, the round is just over, guys.
There's a Sage wall. They just dropped the spike in the Thunderdome.
Boxed our spike in with a wall back in screens. What on earth is this round?
Pure pandemonium. Les has a fight against Vora. Vora ready for it, and now it's a 1-on-2 for MW.
Somehow Vora and Timatino can still win this round. I'm gonna need maybe our best and brightest minds to break this down, because 100 Thieves just won that round with a spike plant in A screens.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Okay, so to start, it's just a crazy timing, right? They put pressure on B, players rotate off, but then the wall, I mean, it was a great reaction from Crew, I think, to fight into screens.
I'm sorry, Mimi, I don't think you did it. I don't think you broke it down for me.
No.
I'm sorry.
I'm broken.
Yeah, I'm broken too. I'd be broken if I was Crew and you just got handed the spike.
I tried to start thinking about that round, and it was just like...
No. The more you think, the less it makes sense.
The hamster running in the wheel in my head. Working his damnedest.
Oh my word. 100 Thieves. Go back to basics here on the anti-eco. Okay.
See, this is refreshing.
A
simple, honest round.
And then the classics get brought out, and you have that collective sucking in air moment.
Yep.
No, it's all good.
Unnecessary.
So what?
So we're already on round 15, guys.
Right, yeah.
Nothing weird has happened this half.
Just like that. 6 in a row now for 100 Thieves.
You are in our way.
Time to see what Crew have gotten up to here. That was a big gap that got created on the first round of this half, and, well, 100 Thieves, they're looking to just go back towards A 5 strong. With this Raze and the Omen, they're completely willing to just disrespect the buys.
Quick up into A ramps. This time Crew are playing people in heaven.
Look at the wall boost for the Omen, trying to pick the site anchor.
Okay, yeah, getting that high line. Hasn't found anything yet, but there he goes for it. 100 Thieves getting creative on this one. Still not a lot of room to play with, but he's done a lot of damage. Silence so low now.
They know 2 players are in sight, and they still have a lurker in mid.
Yeah, 2 different angles for Bang to work with. The closer side angle and the deeper one back towards screen, but 100 Thieves are cutting it off, leaving this side of the map.
And those side anchors already get out. This is a very early rotation from Crew.
Crew going up into A heaven, though, aren't able to react so fast onto the B site. See what Sada can do in terms of stall. Jump peeking into a Paranoia, as well as some Thorns on the ground. Should be able to buy some time for his teammates to come on in. First layer of stall has been spent. Now 3 players waiting to respond as fights go down into mid. You also have 100 Thieves entering into the site where 3 players are holding for them. Les has already carved apart this exec. Now Cryo left alone up in heaven. Silence waiting for him. No issues there for Crew.
A little bit chaotic there, but I like some of the ideas we were seeing from 100 Thieves. That wall boost was very cool and almost netted him 2 kills. Still, Crew within that came out with a very good read, right? They realized once they heard that cut noise that it was going to be a double back into B. And thanks to the cross-map thorns that they have, they had just enough stall utility to get the team in position and to mop it up. So the streak finally broken. 6 rounds in a row for 100 Thieves. Now 1 back from Crew.
100 Thieves change the playbook for now. Move over into some B main control with a quick teleport out from Bang.
They just wanted to get him posted up. They'll look back towards mid now. There's a judge waiting here from last.
Yeah, kind of hard to patrol this space with just the judge, though. You kind of wait for the attackers to come into you. That is, unless Crew brings some reinforcements into vents.
It's a double judge setup, 1 on each side.
Either way you head, you're not going to be having a good time if you're 100 Thieves.
This is what Crew did to make one Mata's life incredibly miserable.
Oh, I remember
when he played
that.
against them on this map.
I remember that. So 100 Thieves, they're going to steer clear of mid. Come back.
A good idea, I think.
Yeah, come to Sadok this time. Flash fully catches him, but the thorns are always there to give a safe path out.
Toxin screen down. It's really slow from 100 Thieves. 40 seconds left. They're going to re-exec into B.
The thing is, the players that would rotate first have judges from Crew, so Sadok is really isolated here. Little boost-up play, quick left into the site for Timatino. That's 100 Thieves full control. Crew are going to have find out some way to retake with 2 judges.
How do they do it? There's a gun down close CT, but you have to scale up to even get that. He's trying. Okay.
Les goes for it and is punished on the other side.
Yeah,
Timatino
maybe a little bold.
Just stares straight down the middle of the fast lane. So the save call comes in. Crew, head on out.
And that's some conceding 10 really early in this round. Good on 100 Thieves too. Even if they didn't know quite what it was, recognize the threat in mid.
Yeah, and not only do 100 Thieves win this round, but they keep 5 guns afloat.
Yep.
They keep 5 armors intact, 3 heavy, 2 light.
And they didn't have to use either of the ultimates that they brought into this round.
This is about as good as you can ask for in terms of building a foundation for a half. See how these engagements go at the end. Again, Cryo not taking any damage there. It's a big win. Silence backed into the corner. Does get some chip onto Cryo, but that's now both guns out of the picture.
So 10-6 now. Crew looking at what is going to be a really rough buy going into this round. And I enjoy the way that 100 Thieves are playing this. They're putting early resources into getting it embedded on Extremity, and then they're still taking the time to go back the other way, figure out where the heavy side of the map is, and bait out those thorns. I think that's the crucial part, right? They feign that hit into B and then re-hit once all the util was gone.
Now Crew's econ has been completely broken. Early showstopper, boosting up on the wall for the better angle. Quick into the site is Timatino. Nobody home for now. These rounds always a danger. Think about how many thrifty rounds Crew have been able to win today.
But a 5-on-5 retake without rifles, that is brutal.
Even have that high line for Cryo to play from afar in main. This fight in is traded evenly for now. Bang spot, though, is devastating. Full control out from heaven. Crew pushed back into screens.
And that's bingo CT. Dogs saw all 3.
Stunned to deny Bang for now, but that's not going to stop Asna and Cryo from swinging in and bringing 100 Thieves to 11.
Really clean anti-eco from them. I think they've shown such creative stuff around the stage here. I mean, it didn't end up mattering because no one was on site, but it is significantly deeper that you get with the double satchel when you're going off this wall. And it also gives you a really unexpected angle to swing up towards heaven.
It's nerdy, it's fun, and it's looking beautiful for 100 Thieves. And this series has felt weird, right? Because the first map was such a blowout.
Yeah.
Into the close map to the Crew when you don't really know how real it is. But now 100 Thieves have strung together 8 of the last 9 rounds. They are on pace for this major upset versus an undefeated Crew. Only 2 more rounds necessary for them to really stay in this playoffs race.
Sadok is so often alone here on B. It's Timo on his own as well, walking his way up towards a ramp.
Tools at Crew's disposal this round, the Nightfall for MW.
Scout destroyed.
A little bit more reserved in how they want to control the mid space. Quick to fall out from vents is their duelist, and now the fight onto the site. Shots exchanged both ways.
That means the left side of the map is so weak at this point.
Yeah, mid as well, completely opened up. You have Les that's getting pulled between controlling B Heaven and helping out his teammate on the site.
Vora has Seekers. It's the best position to use them from.
Yeah, you drop in mid, you know exactly where the stack is going to be.
Got your trail.
3 Seekers head towards B, though, and they're following them. As a matter of fact, wall back in Heaven as Crew try to plant both heels into this site. They must win this round. They cannot afford to be pushed away. Dante locks it down for now. More must be asked of the young duelist, but it won't be found. The Nightfall comes in. MW controls Heaven as a Resurrect on the site. With 10 seconds left, how can the site actually be taken from 100 Thieves? Is there time to even plant the spike? I think just a hair. And that could just be it. 100 Thieves move up to 12. A brilliant round from Vora.
It couldn't have come more down to the last second there. But a 3K from Vora nets the round. I feel like Crew are conceding so much of the map here. You saw the beginning of this round. B main, A main, both taken by 100 Thieves. They put a little pressure, and then with very little utility, they're able to just contact into mid, pop Seekers, and with the excellent information that provided, their B split looks so good here.
Yes, 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 yes!
Woo! 100 Thieves, they can taste it now. One more round. That is all that's being asked of them. To bounce back after the tough loss last week. And to take down this Crew lineup, who has looked untouchable all stage. Remember, they had not even lost a map before Bind today. And they're not out of it just yet with Sadak finding the first pick.
There's nothing more Sadak than being down and out, behind the judge, and finding something for his team.
A site on the menu for 100 Thieves. No Sky to play with anymore. And that means a calmer approach. The duos working their way forwards as Crew set up a crossfire. Judge flush with the wall. Dante a little bit deeper. As the wall comes in, that looks to isolate Dante, and 100 Thieves light up for 2. Now it's just Silence and MW stuck on the site. Sadak has an ultimate to reposition if he so pleases. Down to 30 seconds left. 100 Thieves do not have much wiggle room now. The exec will come in. Bang for the ultimate. Into the plant. He's sticking it with the spike. 20 seconds left. Silence strikes first. That spike is protected for a moment. Bang fights his way through. Sadak has a judge, and that is it.
10 seconds left.
Trying to hunt down this Viper through the pit. The perfect record at stake for Crew's leader. As the gas falls, Sadak realizes they've teamed up. He's gonna have to do it all in a 1-on-2. Sadak, a beast in so many situations, nearly turns it around, but 100 Thieves have managed the impossible. Crew have fallen to 100 Thieves in week 4 of VCT.
That perfect record disappears at the hands of a team who's coming off of a brutal loss last week. And they come up and show they have the resiliency to perform on a third map this time. A dominant win on Bind. A great approach to the map, Pito, getting rid of that Lotus. And I think exposing some real weaknesses for Crew. Crew's still heading to playoffs, but now that #1 seed, a far less assured thing. And the rest of this group just in pandemonium. By the end of the day, there'll be 3 teams who are 2-2, all neck and neck for that final few spots.
Yeah, it's looking very tight. I think Crew's chances still looking pretty good, considering that the next week they have EG waiting for them. They have the head-to-head,
of course.
They've got the head-to-head versus all the other guys for that 1 spot. But 100 Thieves have really thrown things into chaos now with this win.
And it was so well done by them. I think they had an amazing approach onto the Bind, exposed some weaknesses from Crew there, and if it wasn't for the eco rounds, this would have been a 2-0. They looked pretty solid on Haven, for my money, especially on those rifle rounds. But you come into a third map, go down pretty early on, NBS calls a timeout, and they turn it around. a dominant close to this series. 100 Thieves tie their record and look ahead towards the rest of the season. When we return, your Verizon post-match interviews coming up.
One enemy. Last player standing. Attackers win.
Thieves gets the win over Crew Visa, and I'm here with Cryo to talk about it. Cryo, congratulations. This is a win that you guys needed really bad, and you're able to get it against the team that was undefeated. I want to ask you map by map, and first I want to ask you about that map of Bind. We didn't get the chance to see it before in the stage, but you're playing the same composition that you didn't kick off, and this is a map where you get to play the chamber. So how do you feel on this chamber that's a bit more aggressive compared to the other roles that you have been playing?
I'm always comfortable on chamber, but overall just Bind is just always like our ultimate comfort map, so always have full faith that we're going to play well no matter who our opponent is.
And going into the second map of Haven as well, even if you guys were not able to close it out, something that the desk and the casters were highlighting was that you had a good read on how Crew was playing. So was that the case? Do you feel like 100 Thieves has a better read on Crew than other teams?
I think overall we were really prepared for Crew this match. On Haven specifically, it was still a close map. We weren't really that sad about how we lost it. I felt like we had a lot of control throughout the whole series. We just kind of messed up on a few rounds here and there, but overall I felt like we were just super prepared, so lots of credit to our coaches.
Especially because you bounced back on the last map of Split. When last time you played it, it was a heartbreaking overtime that you end up losing, and this time around, you're able to get the win and dominate in that second half. But going into that next series is going to be against Furia, is going to be against one of your old teammates, EU. So how are you feeling with the map pool and also for that last series that you need to win?
Feeling really good, like you said earlier, we have to win this for playoffs, so we're going to give it all we got, and just super excited to play them. I love a lot of those people on those teams, like Koala and EU, so yeah, it's going to be a good match.
Thank you so much, Cryo. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. We're going to send it to the couch with Timotino and Asuna. NGB, do not show the predictions.
What are you talking about, Dan?
I have a feeling they're going to show.
What are you talking? I'll never show the predictions. I'll never do
Whatever
that.
you guys see.
I'm not that guy.
It's not real.
Welcome.
Not real.
Welcome. We have Timotino Asuna here joining us at the desk or the couches. And whoa, unbelievable.
Don't do this to us. Guys, listen.
No. We did that so you guys would win.
Yeah. We gave you the guarantee.
It has to be a glitch, right?
No. We cursed it for you guys.
Yeah.
Right?
We believe
you. We had intentions. We believed in you the whole time, totally.
Yep.
That being said, though, I do want to talk about and we're going to play a little game here in a little bit, but I did want to ask a quick question. It's about the matchup because you guys look great, and I know that this was a big game for you guys, but more importantly, Crew, they looked phenomenal, and heard Cryo talking about how much prep went into this. So, does it feel rewarding knowing all that work paid off given the results of this game?
Oh, 100%. After losing 2 games in a row, I'm just super happy we can come out with the win. We're super prepared. We had a lot of ante on a lot of things that we're doing, and I feel like we played better against slower teams, and Crew is kind of a slow team in my opinion.
Yeah.
It felt like a very good matchup for us.
Yeah, fair enough.
I feel like for Asuna, I know you're a flex player and you're insane at it, but how do you do the neon and then into the stage? Because those are completely different play styles, and you guys also play around it really well. So I wonder what that's like for you and what the prep is like.
Yeah, it's just mainly being a player who
just follows protocols and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it makes it a lot easier when the coaches make it simple, not simple, but like a game plan that's like a lot of if-then statements. But as long as I can follow that, then it makes it very easy for me to play Sage Neon, because Neon's a lot more micro, but Sage is a lot more macro. So obviously I want to make sure everything I'm doing is as comfortable for the team and even for myself. But even then, it is still hard because you have to go from duelist to entering to then third in, and you gotta just play a different game entirely.
Yeah, one thing I do want to say, you guys keep talking about the coaching. Clearly, you guys are resonating with the coaching staff, which is awesome here. But you're not out of the hot seat quite yet, all right? Because you know what the deal is. When you're on the couch, you got to play some games. You got to do some silliness.
Yippee!
So here we go. This one, it's called it's called Wingman. But swear to you, this makes sense. We didn't want to use the actual word, because, you know, probably get banned. So what we decided to do is we've hidden some Valorant-themed words here, and every time you guys guess a correct letter, the little man makes progress on defusing the spike. If you make 6 mistakes, it is game over.
6 mistakes.
That's right, 6 mistakes. There you go.
Yeah.
We're gonna remove
VCT Americas,
all right? So what is the first letter, Asuna, since your name starts with an A? Go first.
Are we allowed to like collaborate?
Yeah.
Good, yeah.
No, absolutely no comms, no collaboration.
I like that. That's my team player.
The vowels.
Smart man.
Okay, he's metagaming.
I.
No, I's a good one. I's a good one. Do we have any I?
No
No
I.
I. Okay, we're
Bye,
just
VCT.
now.
Can I have
VCT's
VCT?
dead.
You can have VCT.
I
We're
would
now
like
just
VCT.
Americas. All right.
I mean, we just have to do all the vowels until we find something.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the next one?
E.
Yeah, E's a
E?
good.
E?
Okay.
Yes.
We have an E? All right, we do. How many?
Just one.
Just one. Okay,
Right?
cool.
One. Yeah.
Okay, Emily,
All of
don't
us.
mess it up.
Yeah.
Am I allowed questions?
I mean, if your question doesn't lead to a letter, you know.
Is this a one-worder?
Well, it's
Yeah,
that
it's
word
one
right
word.
there. It's that word right there.
Yeah.
So it is
Why is
8
she
characters.
saying it like
is 8
that?
characters.
What did I say?
You saw that?
I can
One word.
I mean,
8 characters.
it would be diabolical. Actually, no, we said I. I was about to say, if you guys did Americas, and like right there is Americas, that would have been.
Who knows?
Give me a letter. Give me a letter.
Well, we already said I.
Give me a letter. So I, E,
Let's do A.
A. All right, what do we have?
Yeah, there is an A.
There is an A?
Yep, somewhere in there.
You
Guys,
have to carry me.
we got the worst person to write.
We did, truly.
All
She
right,
can't
next up.
spell.
So we got
Well, at
least I can
we got
read.
E. We got A. A, I, O, U,
I
sometimes
mean,
Y.
just do O. Give me an O. O.
There is.
I feel like we're playing the safe game here.
That's an O.
What is that?
That's an O.
Jesus Christ.
That's an O?
Why is
Here's that one better
what
for you.
happened to the O?
What?
Is that one better?
Why is that O in 2 spaces?
That's crazy. I mean, that thing looks like a tumor or something like that. God.
There's a
Listen,
space
you got 2 O's
between
though.
the O and the E.
See that?
in case
All
you're
right, next
wondering.
letter.
There's a like
Yeah.
there's a second letter. Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
Wow. This actually.
It's actually just ooh, ooh, yeah.
Ooh yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Go
that's
for
actually
it.
really
Peter,
cool.
keep firing, bro.
Keep firing. Keep firing.
L.
L.
No L.
No L.
Bye,
Fire.
Do
Americas.
T. Do T.
T. Do we have a T?
We do have a T.
We have
Okay.
a T. Okay. What is that word? That O is throwing me off.
Operator. Oh.
Dang!
Hey!
You got it.
This guy
Well
is good
done.
at those games, bro. I just hard carried. Let's go.
Easy.
Congratulations, guys. And of course, we're looking forward to seeing more from you guys throughout the stage. And we'll be catching up with y'all a little bit later. But for now, though, coming up next, we got Furia
Congrats.
going up against
What do you got?
Sentinels. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Furia, that'll definitely be one of the games that will test us a little bit more. I'm pretty excited to rematch him. Right now, I'm feeling very confident.
Cover's up. Oh my gosh, Redux just running through.
I have my boy Cortez over there. We were talking about it, and he said, bro, I stand up, I yell at you, you don't even look at me.
RCZ! Don't say it, bro!
Yeah, bro, I mean, I just see you yelling after game and I start laughing.
Já busca o segundo abate. Artezinho, Spike Guevara. Maravilhoso!
And also, Alem is friends with Jerwin. I think Sentinels were missing a heavy power duelist since kickoff, so I think it's gonna be even harder to beat them now.
Into the 10th round and gets the collat in the front of B.
Winning this would be pretty big for us, to be honest. We would guarantee playoffs.
Knowing Sentinels, it's gonna be a hard game.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this beautiful Saturday. It's going to be Furia taking on the Sentinels. Golden Boy here alongside Bren, Athena, and Emily. We're going to
And
break
Golden
it all
Boy.
down.
And golden boy.
And yes, I didn't realize that. And it's just like the stuff of nightmares, man. Yeah. For real.
I love it when
That's
I zoom
just
in
your
on
face.
it.
Yeah, no, and exactly, it's the stuff of nightmares. Tell my wife. Now, of course, let's waste no time, friends. Go straight to the 1v1 skirmish. We got Arxen versus Redux. Redux kind of been a little bit of the talk of the town as of late. So, great player, looking to see if he can continue that hype. And
I was expecting.
yeah, it seems like
Oh, they're off.
They're off.
This is disgusting.
Meta.
No.
This is Bren's favorite meta, actually.
I
Bren
think
comes to the office every day and he's like, guys, I love it when skirmish is the hops.
I think it's unethical. I think it's honestly a reflection of your character. If you use the operator in skirmish, yeah, I'm telling you right now.
What would you use? What weapon would you
use? I mean, something honest. You know, we see sheriffs or maybe Vandal, Phantom.
Something honest.
Just on it. Why is that interesting?
No, just
a 5-0. We haven't seen that in a
It's
minute.
honest. It's in, you know, I want to see that. That was a 5-0.
Yes.
I was just locked in on explaining why the operators.
Why operator gave
That's
you,
over
bro.
already. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait, Redux is locked in.
Wait, I did not. I looked. I was like gonna. Okay, well, congratulations, Redux. Sentinels gets the victory. All right, well, let's go ahead and move forward here because, of course, we got ourselves a kickoff rematch here. All right, and it's important to note, right? Things have changed for the Sentinels team, right? They're a completely different squad. Not like you know, with the players, they really only just brought in one individual and stuff, but you're really starting to see the confidence starting to play through here, Bren. It's quite fascinating, and it's also on the converse. On the other side, you have Furia, kind of also in a similar situation, but opposite.
I think Sentinels have done a remarkable job of doing as well as they have week to week, considering the last-minute changes compared to a lot of other teams that are doing well. They've been doing a phenomenal job, I think, of improving. To be honest,
because to the coaching.
Yeah, you're at a massive disadvantage, and you're making like massive fundamental changes with the coaches and whatnot. That was a heavy zoom in on my face, but that's okay. That kind of tripped me out for a second. I scared myself. But yeah,
I'm scared.
I actually jump scared myself. British man jump scare. But I think testament to the team. They've been doing really, really well. Fury as well, taking a couple of hits recently means that they might be softened up. But to be honest, losing means you have something to work on. You have something to actually look at. So this is still going to be a very tough matchup for Sentinels to try and take here. But they have been doing well week on week.
Yeah, and the other thing too, right? And I look at the Furia side on this one is how, like, you know, you have Sentinels who they are finding not just their identity, but also their camaraderie and their cohesion together as a unit. Furia, they've had a lot of success, but what we ended up seeing from Furia last week, Athena, was a team that really just was not sure how to execute against Crew.
Yeah, it felt like they just were not able to get past a lot of Crew's defenses and Crew's ideologies.
And they kept mixing it up.
And they kept mixing it up. They couldn't figure it out. They couldn't adapt fast enough. And I think for me, a lot of that was due to Crew's really good defensive side, especially on that map like Lotus, where they're so good at denying those choke points, just playing forward positions and having a lot of those 1v1s go their way. And so I think when they moved on to Halen, it was a little bit closer. But again, they get onto attack and they just struggle a little bit.
Yeah, I just feel like they overcomplicated things when they went against Crew. Yes, Crew is playing a great defense by moving around the map a lot, not letting, like always just being one step ahead, but at the same time, I think Furia took that and then they didn't take a lot of the time, or a lot of the timings that they could have had on those attack halves, especially on Lotus. I feel like they just struggled to kind of maneuver the map how they wanted to because Crew was always moving around.
Yeah, I think they should have set up a limb for success a lot more because a lot of the time when he was going super aggressive, that's when he was the most performant.
There were moments where you would think like, oh, Alim's got the read, but then he's kind of by himself in those moments, and you would like to see a little bit more support for him, right? Now, we do want to know what's going on a little bit more with this Furia roster. Thankfully, we have Koala Noob, standing by with Dryad to get his thoughts.
It is a playoffs qualification match for Furia, and for you, Koala Noob, it is against some familiar faces from the past couple of years. What is it going to take to win against Sentinels today and to bounce back from the loss against Crew last week?
Just be confident and have fun. That's when our team's flowing. And sorry, my team's a troll. This is a good sign. I think we're gonna win today because of stuff like this. Like, we're all in good moods. We're just gonna go in strong. And you know, some stuff changed, and I'm very excited to show it because I get to op people.
That's it. No, I get it. I get it. Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta know what that means. Like,
Alim is actually just like trying not to die of cringe. He's just like bent over, like, don't include me in the shot, man.
Oh man, the wide out too is just too much. The wide zoom is amazing. Here's the thing though, right, folks? Like, Furia, great team, but we know that it is not going to be an easy matchup today because they're facing off against the Sentinels. And look, you gotta call a spade a spade. This is a squad that has been on a roll. Lots of conversation about whether or not this team has what it takes to really hit those upper echelons, Athena. But I think what we've been seeing from a squad is a team that's more than willing to just continue to refine what has been working for them.
It just feels like they've all stepped up individually. Like, so many of these players have so many key rounds that are able to win them and flip even if it's not in their favor. And I think as a team, they've just gained so much more confidence, especially since Jerwin has joined in, that they felt the freedom to do what they want, adapt their playstyle, and be able to call something super fast or super slow, without getting punished. And I think Redux is one of the biggest reasons why they're really good at that.
Yeah, and I also feel like Redux is just popping off in those early rounds where, you know, Sentinels kind of come into the game having set scripts for how they want to run those first few rounds. The pistol, the bonus, if they win that anti or whatever the case might be.
Yeah.
I just feel like the direction that John QT being back on that IGRL and Ewok coming in, having these great protocols set up that John has been doing a great job at knowing when to call those, really is like a big difference for me from the last iteration of the roster.
Yeah.
It's a wonder if whether or not, right, like what else, Bren, can they add to the arsenal? Because we're seeing a lot of teams try and mix it up with fast styles, slow styles, right? Try and be a little bit more versatile with the things that they want to do. I think, you know, you kind of saw that with 100 Thieves, right? Like they punished a slow style team.
Yeah.
But, you know, what does Sentinels try and do here? What else can they add to their arsenal?
They've already got some nice pieces, to be honest, because one of the things I really like about Redux's play, we were just like looking at in terms of his stats, is that he takes risks at the right time.
Yeah.
Whenever they're down a player, he's immediately the one trying to offset it by taking risky maneuvers as an Omen player, and he often comes up pretty good for it. You have players like that that are taking risks that they're at intelligent times, I think.
Yeah.
It's not just throwing his life away for no reason and actually getting value out of it. And I mean, we've already spoken to death about it, but I think Jerwin coming in and actually being able to work with him now as your primary duelist player has done wonders for this squad. There's no more inconsistency. They've actually been able to develop week on week on week. And it shows. I think it definitely shows. This is one of their biggest challenges yet, though, even though Furia did just come off the back of a loss.
Yeah,
I see a lot of those aggressive plays that you're talking about, the confidence coming in from Redux on those defensive rounds. I like how they're not willing to just give up sites for free and play full retake. We see them willing to stay on site, take fights, and try and buy time for the team to rotate in, and that's been something that's worked out for them a lot of the time.
Their delay has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Their delay's been really good.
Well, let's hear a little bit from the Sentinels team, shall we? We have Redux standing by with Dryad to get his thoughts.
Sentinels is looking better and better every week, and Redux, for you, you're starting also to look like that aggressive player that you were in Tier 2. Is that an adjustment that you made yourself in the past couple of weeks, or is it just this current team enabling you?
I think it's a little bit of both, for sure. Feeling like more and more confident every time I step on stage. So I think I'm backed up by my teammates, and I back up myself now, so I'm just pretty comfortable on stage now.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Coming into stage one, it was Furia that seemed to have the read on the meta. They were very well drilled, they were locked in terms of their protocols, and hit the ground running probably faster than anybody else. Last week, though, they went up against Crew, a team who also cottoned on fairly quickly to the ideal way to play Valorant out here in Americas, and they got kind of slapped around on Lotus. Overall, not a great series for them here, but their chance to qualify for playoffs is on the line today.
By the way, that's the first time that Furia have lost to an Americas team in this year. After the flawless run at kickoff, they suffered their first loss of the year in Chile, and honestly, despite not having a great run there, they still had really close games for their first international look. They come back, hit the ground running again. That Crew team was fearsome last week. You know, they took them on Lotus, which looks like Crew's best map. There's a reason 100 Thieves banned that today and got that out of there. They did not want to challenge them there. So we'll see if Furia can bounce back. For this SEN team, though, my perspective on them right now is that this is just going to be their biggest test yet. They started week 1, they had a sub, Victor had to play instead of Jerwin. That's a bit unfortunate, and they played against the new Crew team. So we could write that off to an extent, right? Then from there, they get that close win over 100 Thieves when Jerwin comes in. Feels like he hit the ground running, played a really solid Neon. And then they beat EG, who are the lowest ranked team in the league right now. But this Furia team, who have been really consistent in Americas outside of the Crew game, which might be a blip on the radar, is the real test of how good is this new SEN team.
Look at this. Furia are choosing to ban Lotus here in the second rotation, so don't want to go back there after what we saw last week. It was a lot of Alum, honestly, just running into Vice Util on that map, just running afoul of a lot of this Sentinel setups here. So a change of tact here for Furia. Starting off with Split, that is going to be Furia's pick now. Both these teams are lossless on this map. They're both 1-0 here on Split.
And Sentinels have opted into the Sage look here, while Furia have gone for the hard Senti of the Vice with Artson, which, frankly, I prefer to the Sage. I love Furia's approach to the comps right now in the meta. I think they're pretty optimized as far as that goes on every map that we've seen so far. It doesn't automatically mean you're going to win. Sometimes the agent differences really exist within the margins, right? But I do think the Vice is fantastic in the meta at the moment, and you're really going to need to see SEN have great protocols on attack to be able to deal with getting that wall triggered, getting that out of the way early so Furia don't just have an easy read on where to set up on defense across the map. That's a massive part of being able to succeed right now against Furia's look.
Something worth looking out for on this map and all the rest is how Furia deal with sort of mid-round aggression. That was something that Furia were able to disrupt them with very heavily, and some of the post plants on Lotus specifically, but something worth looking at on a bunch of maps is where Furia have been kind of put under scrutiny recently.
Yeah, for me, that was really just on Lotus, though. Like, Split, I think, highlights how incredible these guys are with the fundamentals. Back that kickoff where they really shocked everyone with the level of teamwork these guys had for just having come together. Cortezia on the run, wow, caught straight away from Allen. That's the Viper out of the picture. That's mid completely exposed, and it activates a rotate from SEN, who know this side of the map is just so weak, and that Redux really needs help.
The noise cut here, though, is pretty scary. Redux doesn't quite know what's happening until right about now. Relay Bolt's coming. He's going to hastily try and smoke out, but Artazine is going to be watching him from B main. Furia have every contingency accounted for. Now Jerwin and John just have to throw themselves at the problem. And frankly, nothing seems to be sticking.
Perfect timing there from Artazine. You saw that Redux was aware someone was going to be in that position. You had the one-way smoke for a temporarily. Second it drops, Artazine is just right there to shoot him in the side. I mean, I want to see again kind of what happened with Cortezia in mid, because he just got deleted instantly on the round. It wasn't even a stun use. He's just playing so close alone against a comp that can burst onto him.
I mean, that's what Redux was doing in theory. He was in a crossfire, in fairness, but I don't think he expected that acceleration out of heaven either.
Yeah, I feel like if, I don't know, Cortezia, it's just dangerous to play that closer without having a player in vent to try to get the trade off of him against a comp that's just going to be right on top of you at any given moment.
You're not going to make use of Sage to slow him down in mid. Why be so close? Here's the fast lane Wyatt. Allen doesn't actually spot Redux tucked close, but Wilder moves out to clean him up with the Phantom. Trades here are positive for Furia. They are well and truly in this B side.
Yeah, pretty heavy buy here from Furia, who certainly do not want to lose any more players. This was a large investment. Well, there's one gone already with the Bandit. It's pretty good at that range.
Allen just running at Cortezia. Not the end of the world, though. Up to Joe, and now in a 1 versus 2. Pretty sharp stuff from the newcomer. Almost gets past Nerve as well. 8 points of health.
Yeah, almost was the end of the world, actually. Getting away with 4 kills there. Pretty outrageous from SEN. Furia thought that the best solution to winning out the anti-eco was going to be to find that timing to fight in spawn, but they end up losing a player there as well. Jerwin wins that fight with the bandit, recovers the rifle, gets another. SEN are more than happy about the result in that round. Even though Ewok looks like they just lost a gun round, but he knows how possible it was to win that. I mean, they were on the precipice, but even still, it's a huge win for SEN.
Jerwin already a quick reminder of just how impactful he can be. He'll be forced out of vent though, and Alum's going to try and chase him down with a shotgun.
Yeah, Alum loves this judge. When they played Split before, he had it on attack constantly. On defense as well, constantly. And he was actually torturing NRG with his gameplay. So much so that Mata tried to pick up the judge every single round in their next Split game because Alum actually destroyed them. Let's see if SEN can do a better job of, actually managing, controlling how far the Neon can get as far as closing the gap on them.
The rhythm for Furia has been pretty consistent on all of these attack side rounds. It's like an early burst of pressure and then a noise cut. And then pivot into a potentially weakened site after the fact and hit it with sort of conviction. Here's Alum dropping on in. Cortezia is able to spot him cross, but not able to connect meaningfully. It's Redux able to take Koala down though, and Sentinels are dug in on this side. They've had enough time as well to get settled, and Jerwin is tearing through Furia. EU the last standing, the last fall. And it's Sentinels getting their round on the board.
That was an excellent rotation from Jerwin. Perfect time to slide in there. Alum trying to create the space, but gets kind of congested back sight. And then while the judge was basically just spamming through the wall, you had Jerwin slide right in there. Free first kill, adjust the positioning. Great time for the stun. And you can see even that player in heaven, for SEN, they weren't able to get any kills, but they stalled out anyone being able to help Alum, so he was just completely isolated on site.
Wouldn't be a terrible couple of rounds here for Furia to vary that tempo we just talked about in the previous round. We've seen him sort of make the bum rush down mid a couple of rounds.
And Furia are just on a full force here, 2 shotguns.
Jerwin's able to hear EU in mid, and that leaves Alum essentially stranded up in heaven.
The stun is good, but Alum, regardless, he can't feel comfortable to actually just dive in there.
Playing close here on the corner, this could be nice. At least good for one. Awkward, that snake bite could be a problem, but Alum is able to avoid it. Now we're actually walking up into B. There's just contact here behind this Omen smoke by Furia.
Look at this from SEN, though. They're able to just get into the site, ignore Alum for now.
He can't do anything.
Focus on where the other players could be coming from.
He's going to pull out the classic and go for it. It's not a great spot for the Neon to be. Alum's managed to commit to the site, so he needs to close the gap, and Artazine gets in there. Cortezia trying to bide his time, but Koala just swings that corner on him. This is starting to fall apart for Sentinels now, especially with Artazine finding his third. Professor P needs to try and salvage now what's looking pretty rough. Artazine earning his ult. TP away from Koala Noob now. Crossfire set up and waiting.
Great first shot on Koala. Oh, that's going to connect, though.
I respect it. I respect the commitment of the Steel Guard. It's an important round for Furia. They forced into it. Artazine exits with 7 kills.
Yeah, Jonah just tried to get that swing right before his weapon would have gotten taken away, but Artazine was super ready on that angle. That's a crucial moment in the round. Redux is playing top box. There's no one to swing for him. Cortezia was tucked on default, so just a misunderstanding between the 2 players of what they were trying to accomplish, and they both get isolated there. Frustrating for SEN, given that they had a good rotation into the site. They weren't giving Alum opportunity to get anything done with that Bucky, but they just do not position themselves well enough to deny the hit from main.
First proper main hits coming out here from Furia, and they got the weapon advantage. 3 Buckies for Sentinels, and they are going to have to play in spots that can abuse them. Jerwin here pushes straight through, and Nerve is waiting for him. Sentinels have no choice but to stand up and deliver, and Alum has the right gun for the job. It's on Cortezia in a 1 versus 5.
Furia have been relentless with the early round pace. Just committing that early paranoia up towards ramp. Alum is sliding in there with the judge. They get that space straight away. SEN have not been able to contend with these early round fights at all.
That round I'm gonna forgive just because the weaponry really wasn't there. But in general, yeah, these early thrusts have always been good for Furia. It's kind of after the fact when it started to fall apart. Maybe there's a world where like Furia can find timings to try and pop or disrupt this. But Wyatt, so far it seems like they've just been getting overwhelmed on these sites.
SEN are going to call their first timeout right now. Which, by the way, in this game, just to further set the stakes, the winner of this just go through. This is for straight-up playoff qualification for either side, and whoever loses is going to be fighting for their life in the last week. So a lot on the line for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think if Sentinels are able to win this series, things get really funky next week in terms of the teams that are still fighting for that last playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, also, 100 Thieves, they win their game today against Crew, and if Furia win the game today, then that means that 100 Thieves are in, and then SEN against NRG is a straight-up do-or-die for both of those squads in the last week. So there is so much on the line for the teams in the server, also for the teams watching right now. This is a really big game.
Creeps up on you very quickly in these 5-week stages. Now, of course, Shaw and Ewok going head-to-head in terms of the coaching booth. It's up to, well, Ewok to come up with an answer because this early push from Furia has been undeniable. There is a resting utility, right? You do have a Sage here, but you don't have that traditional Vice. Harder to keep the Neon quiet, but Alan's hardly been the main issue for Sentinels here.
Yeah, between those two coaches, look, Ewok, not a whole lot of time to work with. Shaw's been just grinding with his team throughout the whole offseason into kickoff. Just so much more experience with them. What a shot from Jerwin.
The cojones to swing that a second time, bro, into the relay bolt is wild. And it pays off.
And then Redux took a little peek over towards B main. Wow. What a timing from Nerve.
Redux here, eyes full. Heaven, maybe not expecting another push. Oh, Redux has been getting caught a couple of times with that B main push. Koala Noob just has a feeling for the timing that Sentinel's Omen player can't respond to.
If Koala really wanted, he could go for a crazy teleport, but he's just going to stick it here. How can they play together to try and win out this 2 versus 3? EU's a bit of contact. Wow, just a swing out.
Okay, some confidence there, but it's going to be EU on his own regardless. German looking dangerous, has the op to play with there from upper. And yeah, it's just a straight up walkout by EU. Undone as German gets his 10th frag.
He's looking so good right now. And look, you could absolutely feel the impact that it had when he was able to finally join up with the team in the second week. And this is looking like, hey, we might be on pace for his most dominant map so far with a 10-4 stat line. You know, he said joining this team, playing with the veterans that they've got in Jonah, John, and with Coach Ewok, that he's really trying to find the balance between still having autonomy as a duelist player that has mostly been in Challengers for almost the entirety of his career and was amazing there, but also is trying to find that balance between being controlled and operating in their system, you know?
Is there some room for self-expression?
Yeah.
Right.
And that was something that Ewok also echoed, like, working with this guy was kind of like when he was working with Monyet in Pacific, like trying to hone the raw talent of a player like Jerwin.
6 rounds into the game. Fury have a slim lead, but that timeout's been important for Sentinels. They've really made use of it. They're trying to play aggressive. Look at them playing contact on these extremities. That's how you shut down the fast hits. Unfortunately, the util there was just far too much for Jerwin to overcome.
Sentinels on this retake, they could have the Seekers to work with if they want to, you know, activate off the back of that, but you know, lacking Jerwin, it's going to be hard to really get significant space into this site.
Jonah sends the Trailblazer because he isn't going to come up with much. Checks that close corner. It's clear. All the Fury are playing towards the back of the site with 2 players inside B main as well.
We're sending a late re-wrap with Artson through mid as well.
Flash here can be worked with. Guiding Light now going to come in. Koala Noob go ready for it. Smokes the middle of the fight. That is so disruptive here for Sentinels who are trying to get in. Alan speculating, trying to find some form of damage. Still 3 Furia players up, and that should be enough. It's on John now. Shotguns coming at him through the smoke. It's a nightmare scenario. And frankly, John's got too much to shoot at.
Yeah, Furia are really able to set that up well, having the Ards in contingency, but then also Koala throwing down some nice smokes to be able to anchor around in the site. Alum really serving as a distraction there, backside playing around that smoke that was on the spike. Oh, I mean, just being able to run around with the LG, like, they're still not able to get the kill on him. Yeah, he doesn't get a kill, but I mean, he's so annoying.
John KD is back, baby.
That's crazy, dude.
That is...
He's 2-6.
Hey, but that was the SEN trade-off. You know, the whole thing in kickoff was John doesn't need IGL. He's off the leash. We're going to just let him pop off. And he did. But they feel like, you know, as a whole, he will be providing more value to the team by picking up the IGLing again.
He's more unleashed, I think, now. Especially when Jonah's able to help him out on the comm side of things. Maybe we get a listen in later on. Having another veteran alongside of him seems to be very helpful. Sage will here for John. This is going to make that bounce over towards A a little bit more problematic for Furia. I'm mindful that, you know, Jerwin is prowling, or was prowling, to try and take contact. He's got a shotgun this round, though.
One thing as well I want to give Furia credit for I feel like really trying to maximize every advantage they can find in this meta is that at the moment, I think in Americas, they're the team finding the most value from still using the Outlaw and the shotguns. I don't think anyone is getting as much done with them as this team are.
And the read is great coming into this round, 2 players with half armor. Really can't ask for a better opportunity, and EU eventually slips a net for whatever reason. Sentinels feel like back screens is safe, but they've got no coverage there. Just John inside elbow. And the Classic is just not going to cut the mustard against Alum, running him down with a judge.
Yeah, also the mental damage you are suffering as Alum is just running it down with the judge and finding so many kills. It really does activate a level of frustration.
I've got to, like, credit where it's due here to Furia. They know they're running into like a half buy. Massive pace difference in this round. And they pick things apart. They get into heaven. They work their way over towards defense side spawn. Get into screens. They defeat the John QT elbow position. Like, they've just denied all the rat angles.
I think that's also based on a trap that 100 Thieves fell into when they lost that really long OT game against SEN. When they played some of the rounds out late that they were losing to, like, eco/semi-buys, it was because of Cortesia having a shotgun. It was because of Sage slows in the choke, and then they're getting mollied, and then they're getting picked apart by Buckies everywhere. And so this Furia team, at least in that instance, yeah, they're able to be more systematic with it at picking things apart and not just overly getting delayed, all going out from the same choke. Like, this is some serious disruption.
Yeah, Alum's look really good here. Man, honestly, there's not a lot of stopping power. I don't think the Sage is it.
And on top of what I'm saying as well, right, it's like you don't want to over-index going through the choke point because that's where the shotguns are going to be positioned, like back flowers are close at the choke. And so Alum can just get in through heaven, and those guys are useless.
Shoulder peeks here for Alum. German wanted to play contact. That gets harder this round with the smoke in his face, but slow orb means that he might still have a chance to peer down mid at a relevant moment. Furia don't want to have to attack that part of the map in a delayed fashion.
Yeah, so currently Furia are gathering up a few players towards A main as Alum is very patient in mid. Art's in there with the spike.
This wall will go down and let Alum through.
Yeah,
no
I'm
one's
kind of
actively
just
watching.
waiting for the Alum activation moment of throwing up the wall, sending a relay bolt, sliding into mail or sliding into vents. But it doesn't seem like that's going to come to fruition. They're just gathering back up for the A main. But look at that. Koala Noob throws a smoke over towards mail to make it seem like there might still be something happening at vents, and Jerwin has to be concerned of that.
Denied for the second time. He wants to try and play contact. Again, the answer is no. Jerwin now deal with Koala Noob as he tries to TP up onto rafters. This does leave Furia short-handed. With only 30 seconds left in the round, the stall utility is starting to become a problem for them. They are getting picked apart a little bit at these chokes. Something you mentioned, 100 Thieves struggled with in their slower rounds.
There's, yeah, just no way the Fury are going to be able to win the round out over on that A side with 3 players there, but they have a chance on B. John just needs to not reveal himself, stay tucked, and try to deny the plant.
10 seconds left.
He's got to reveal himself.
To do from there. Oh, he does go down, and now there's actually a chance for Fury. Another 2v3 with Artson and EU on this site, and he has the Nightfall again.
He has util, and there might be a really late haunt here around a defuse attempt that could be massive.
This could be a sick position from EU to play with, but if he lets the Nightfall out, they're going to know that he's on the flank. So what is the decision from him? Play silent and try to backstab, or get the Nightfall off?
The Vice Wall is huge in heaven. That is such a handy piece of util to have. Oh, the timing! There's a TP into the smoke, though. There's the haunt that we were expecting, and the Nightfall as well. Decaying on down. Some extra information. Redux has got to be brought to his knees. Furia, short-handed for the entire round. Come up with the answer.
That's really beautiful from EU. He does the most with what he's got there. Able to get the kill from being in the unsuspecting position, then it's revealed, then he can throw the Nightfall out. He gets the seize onto the spike. That is a really fantastic sequence of play from EU. Who I think
we don't need audio for that.
No, we don't. In so many facets of the, I mean, listen, we've heard the players say before they have to turn down Koala Noob's audio in Discord when they're playing. He's a little bit too loud anyway, so you know, production took care of that for us. So that's fine with me.
Yeah, Gianni's got some lungs on him, no doubt about it.
So Furia showing us that they can play a staggered, slow round and win. I don't know if that's something you want to rely on every round. They really clutched up, but again, the money is in the bin for Sentinels. John QT with the Bucky on the close corner. It's going to be a trade. Alamo is going to be there with a judge of his own. This is going to draw Jerwin across. In fact, he was awful close to getting caught out there. Redux inside the smoke. I mean, this guy has had to really work overtime wide to stay anchored on this side. It's been challenging.
I mean, with a sheriff denies Alum in the smoke. That's pretty outrageous. But look at this. This play from EU is so nice. You heard them rotating out of heaven. He gets that kill, and now he can just group back up with the rest of the team. They can play with the better weapons now in the post plant. Maybe Cortezia has an opening with this timing, but he'll have to do something with the classic unless he closes the distance.
The Bucky's just horrific here for him. You're right, it's a decent timing. Jerwin has to duck in. Oh man, he got absolutely slapped down.
Furia are so good.
Right, it is.
These guys
absurdly clean.
Are just so good. And when we've had the comms listening to the comms as well, which we'll get with them at some point in this match, I've just loved how they're operating as a team. They have such an understanding of where they need to go on the map, dependent on the utility that the enemies are using. You hear a lot of amazing calls from EU in particular, Koala and Artsin. They're so good at working the map together. Their comms are so clean. They're not over-comming with each other. And I feel like you can just see that play out in these mid-rounds. It's all being executed so well.
Good opening here against Sen being forced to play aggressively on these chokes. And I'm out of the picture early, not the end of the world, but losing EU, that's a little bit more concerning for Furia.
Yeah, was he just spammed down in the smoke? It's possible. But that's what happened with Jonah. He's now going to re-clear ramp, so Nerve might be in a bit of trouble here. That's a great jump swing to get Jerwin on the angle.
Yeah, full awareness there from Jonah P that Jerwin can be set up for success there. Now, the stall util. Getting deployed. Artsin had an amazing clutch a couple of rounds back, but this one might just be out of his grasp. And so Sentinels, flawless round. In fact, they take a summon total of no damage.
Yeah, Furia just try to mix things up, go for a straight-up A-pop, which, hey, that's fine to throw something like that in, but what was the situation with the kills here? Yeah, Cortezia just gets the peek. Alum out there before that smoke drops, and Jonah just catches one going for the play. And then Sen activate into a really nice retake of that ramp side of the map. Jonah gets the dog, spots out Nerve into the jump peak, and then Jerwin picks up the angle. Feels like a situation as well where Jonah's just making some really good calls to set up the rest of the players there. It's been pretty instrumental for this Sen team to have his experience with them.
Last round of the half here, Wyatt. I think we're going to see like an early hold on the corner by Jerwin. No dice.
They're just running it back. Exact same as the last round, but this time Alum gets the entry.
Okay, Horde does confirm that there's no one else really in the site, so I think you can just keep pushing this now.
He gets caught pushing out of that smoke again.
Even in numbers, though. Yeah, that's been a tough one to get past, but look at this presence inside screens. Koala Noob is so deep, but they are not ready for this timing at all. Okay, Redux watching from spawn. I tell a lie. Yeah. Now, though, there's some space bought by Furia that's still guarded, but they're going to have to reckon with the fact that Sentinels are coming with 3 players and a res.
That's pretty heads up from Redux. He gets the spot, jumps back around the corner. John gets the swing, and while this poison cloud is up, they're just going to go ahead and get a free res. So Sen should absolutely be able to take this 4th round down. Crossfire from Furia, but denied by the poison cloud going up.
Ready spot from Artsin. Oh, he doesn't see that. Releasing doesn't want to act. Fair enough. He has Nerve out in the open, though. Artsin, where does he put himself? It doesn't matter. Nerve is crushing here. Cortezia has a line on Artsin that he's not prepared for. Sentinels make a reasonable run back here at the end of the first half, but it really feels like those successful moments, they come few and far between.
Yeah, and it also just came from Furia trying to switch into a very fast A-pop style for just the 2 rounds back-to-back. Didn't work. 2 rounds, EU gets caught pushing out of ramp alone. And there was that really nice kill as well where Koala was going for the play, but Redux spots him out and John gets the swing. That was nice to find the advantage. and then play to the Sage res. Sen doing a lot right on those final 2 rounds to get themselves in a position where they can make a comeback.
Yep, 4 rounds in at 8-4. Furia lead at the half. We've got more split for you right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Been a pretty lively split, but in general, Sentinels have struggled to deal with just how clean some of these rounds have been from Furia. Some really well-called attack side rounds with some variations thrown in, but the one constant for Furia has been aggression in the early round. Alim throwing himself into the fight, creating space, trading himself, and giving Furia a foothold for a post-plant.
Yeah, Sen were able to get those last 2 rounds back-to-back, which is crucial for them to stay in this game. It came from Furia just going for some fast A hits that got completely denied. The first picks went the way of Sen, and then they were able to put together some really competent fundamental play after that to ensure that they won those rounds, just picking apart the remaining Furia players. The question now is just, can they keep this bit of momentum going, the spark they got at the end of that half, and actually win this pistol round?
Multiple players hiding inside this smoke top mid for Furia.
Yep, they are ready for that to drop and take a fight, and it looks like that might just happen.
And are they ready for this? Oh my goodness, they are not.
There is no reason to be ready for the three men just stood in the smoke waiting for it to drop. That's crazy.
That's brutal. That is absolutely brutal here for Sentinels. I love it. Furia have had the best, bar none, the best pistol rounds in Americas. There is always a gimmick. There's always an idea.
Such a cheese round.
No. There's always a theme. You know what? Today they turn up in tutus. Tomorrow it's going to be in pirate outfits. It doesn't matter. There's always an idea. And Jonah P has to reckon now with a 3v1 scenario where he has 20 points of health. Man, no one is doing it like these guys.
No, they really aren't. And that's honestly, I think as well, that's indicative of how much work Furia put in the off-season into kickoff, ironing out how good the fundamental team play is with these guys, that they can really afford to get into like the nitty-gritty of the gameplay and get a bunch of weird pistol rounds, weird bonus round strats together that are going to throw teams off and have a wealth of those at their disposal, you know? Because as far as getting their good comps on lock, they've been good with that all year. The fundamentals have been good all year. So they can focus on other things like hiding 3 guys in a smoke on your pistol round against Sen that they'll probably never do again. But it won them the pistol and split today.
It was an inspired moment. And honestly, in terms of snatching up this first map, it is a big deal. Poison orb in mid. Sentinels very wary about who might be lurking within those depths this time.
Because it kind of goes back to that narrative of Fury about all this time together. Sen, they don't have time to think about putting 3 guys in the smoke. This roster's been playing for like a month. They have other stuff to focus on.
Exactly.
They have bigger picture stuff to worry about.
Outwardly, for no reason at all, Wyatt, Furia came into this year in general looking insanely prepped. Insanely.
Yeah, and it felt like, some level of it too was just like a natural chemistry these guys
Johnny,
had.
please, bro. Oh, come on.
All good. Which, by the way, we haven't even mentioned because, well, it hasn't mattered. Derwin does have the outlaw buy. They wanted to set him up to pop off. And listen, I love to see Sen putting that level of investment in their duelist player, you know, in his few debuting weeks here. But on that round, wasn't particularly helpful. Yeah.
This is a push. This is a simple push off that B side.
Yep. And now SEN, they will fear the fact that Furia are absolutely willing to just...
The Eagle Cobra!
Production, minus
lip readers.
25%. Koala Noob audio, please.
We give him the +20 aura after that one. That was nice. Yeah, he's Eco Cobring, top of the scoreboard. So SEN get punished for going too fast, walking down mid. They get punished for going too slow with a wrap out from the B side. And now they're just going to int into this B side of the map here and try and get some foothold on this side. But, well, there's a judge. Jonah wisely steps back onto this one. But there's more where Nerve came from, frankly. That was EU with the Outlaw.
That is just a sick setup from Furia. That completely boomed them. Ready for, if SEN go for the B take, great. We have the relay bolt to stop them from getting in right away, so we can have a safe teleport across. Jerwin gets in there. He's caught in the crossfire. Alum swings out for the one, and then you would think that's all that's going to be happening on B, right? There won't be another guy with a judge waiting. We can just go forward and take the site now, right?
There's always another guy with the judge waiting.
There's another guy with the judge waiting. So Furia just have an additional layer of cringe ready to go in the site with the judge. So SEN get cooked.
Well, Cortezia was armored for a time. Not so much now. This basically puts this round out of reach for Sentinels with the spike sitting in B main, frankly. So Cortezia has some time to contemplate his naval and his gun skin. And so Furia, again, there's always a protocol. We've already seen it here on this defense side. They already conditioned Sentinels to slow down, and then round 2, they punish the fact that they slowed down. Round 3, they're ready to fight them on the extremities.
Also, just going to go back to, this is what we were saying on the pistol round. They have time to come in with another little weird bonus round play of setting up this double judge bait play in B main on a bonus round.
What do you mean that's not like a default
these guys just have the time to get in the lab and have a bunch of silly little rounds like this.
If the guiding light doesn't confirm Koala Noob is in the corner, I think that goes even worse for Sentinels. I don't even know if they check that. Jerwin has to flick his head to the left in order to see that player, and ends up being traded at best. Very, very difficult game here for Sentinels to play. It feels like they're going up against an opponent who is 1 to 2 steps ahead at all times. And now they need to take another impactful timeout to discuss what their overarching approach needs to be against a team that is showing you a different look for every single round of this second half.
Yeah, different looks, so many more layers. And again, it's like the SEN team that have had Jerwin on stage for, this is week 3. They've been scrimming with these guys for a little bit over a month, something like that Ewok has had as far as time to get this all structured out. You know, the time of actually trialing players into this. So, you know, they are, to some extent, kind of winging it. They're still working out their communication structure. They're still getting their rookies up to speed. Whereas, yeah, Furia, they still have a couple rookies coming through, you know, rookies to the league in Alum and Nerve. I mean, calling Nerve a rookie to Valorant seems hilarious because he's been grinding since the beta.
Probably has the most official matches recorded of anybody in Americas.
But the other 3 guys, Artzin, this is his 3rd year in the league, even though it kind of doesn't feel like it, but it is, right? He had that tenure on MIBR for 2 years, got a lot of experience,
got a duelist initially. Yeah.
EU's been in the league forever. Koala, he was playing with Ghost Gaming back in 2021. Like, these guys have been around forever. They have a lot of experience, and that's, I think, also why you hear them communicating with each other so well, and SEN just have so much to figure out.
Still a bit to be decided in this map, though. Fury, though, again, we're back to this. We're back to judges for everybody. Now, there's a chance that you catch Nerve here.
Alum with the judge. Has he bought a rifle?
I actually don't know. Generally, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I think we might see a similar situation to the pistol here if we're not quick on the pullback from Nerve. Look at this, like he's already playing out of vents, back in heaven, knows that they can accelerate on him quickly, so he's willing to give ground if he suspects the Neon is close.
The Furia have picked up this AWP out of the timeout as well, by the way, with Koala. Oh my god. All right.
What?
Damn. Ready to
okay. These guys are really good when the smokes come down, huh?
Read.
Anyone else? Yeah, get this guy one more. That's the spike going loose there as well. The round has turned into an absolute farce.
I mean, Alum just trying to be a great teammate there as well. He's just trying to stun him. He's not trying to kill him.
No, bro!
Hey,
he's right
what can
there.
you do? Still a sick round from Artzin. It'll be in the highlight package. It'll definitely be in the highlight package. That was a nasty little 2K, and then so ready for that vent push from Jerwin.
He did it from his perspective. Oh,
that's crazy.
With a Phantom, bro. Are you kidding?
That is so sick.
Nah. That's
yeah, these guys on split all year just utterly dominant. On defense, their rotations around their around the map. I mean, this is just a pure Furia glaze session, but they're so sick on split. Like, their defense is amazing. Another layer they have is they can bring out the Koala Noob op. Sometimes EU ops, they double opt earlier against NRG as well.
Oh,
they fried them.
The extremity
and
control
it's happening
is nice.
again.
That Jerwin can get traded at best. Damage already done. John and Jerwin are down. You still have your smokes up at the very least here. And frankly, you can dog off the site in the post-plant. It doesn't suck. But I really feel like you're going to struggle to hold on to this round. Alum is still in elbow, and there isn't a great way to clear him from this spot. Just the dog.
Enemy remaining.
And, well, Jonah's dead. All right, well.
And, well, that was an uneventful end to the game, which Furia utterly dominated.
I think that map could have been an email, actually, if I'm honest with you. Brutal stuff here, and Furia reminding us of exactly why they're so feared on this map, which makes their showing last week even more bizarre against Crew. This is a team very high quality against the Sentinels who are, sure, they're on a run, but to a degree, there's just so much unplumbed depths with this Sentinels roster. There's so many things to be learned, harsh lessons to be imparted perhaps, and that was one of them.
Yeah, you just also fear if Furia get to this level on Lotus that they have established on map like Split. That is real dangerous. Yeah, these guys are sick. I mean, that was just a straight-up Krispy Kreme Furia glaze session. 24 donuts or whatever. I mean, that's all.
They are garden
These
gnomes,
guys
bro.
are insane.
Yeah, put them in the kiln, you know what I mean? They are totally fine,
bro.
Yeah, Sentinels getting pretty cooked here on this first map. Let's take a break. Let's take a breather. We'll come back, of course, after that desk chats split, and we'll go over to Breeze.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Mas
não tem que fazer, cara. Não tem que fazer.
O espectador olha pro lado errado e o Ali vai aproveitando. Vai fazer a festa. 3 kills pra ele quer mais, hein? Troca de arma agora. Olha o Ali, peraí, ele quer mais.
Flexing his muscles here. John Cutie still cleans it up. He's the one that grabbed the op in the end. Here goes the half. Try to hold it at least. And he's forced right into the waiting arms of John Cutie for the thrifty round.
A dominant win on split for the side of Furia against Sentinels. And Coach Shaw, I want to ask about the split that you've had, because you were undefeated in Americas on this map of split, and the casters were highlighting how good your defense is. But how much of that success from today was from your own playbook, and how much was it reading a little bit was in what Sentinels was doing in that previous series?
I
think we have good reps in this map, especially against double Sentinel comp, and we understand the possibilities in the map, and I think this make our game more easy when you need to face the same comp. I don't know what can I say because I don't want to talk too much, but I think these reps make a huge difference in the match.
Yeah, you don't have to say anything. I feel like the results are speaking for themselves. Thank you so much.
Where is it at?
Well,
paper. Which one do I mark
Ace.
down? Ace?
I think the ace.
Okay, here
But
we
it wasn't
go.
in that game. It was like, wasn't
The game before.
it was a while.
All right, there you
It was a while
go.
ago.
We marked it
We
on the
just
board.
forgot.
All right, we
Okay.
just need a tech pause.
No.
Don't want that.
No. No.
Series score 2-0. And then some other
Or
crap.
a
All
limb
right,
top
everyone.
frag.
Welcome
Yeah.
back. As you can see, we're doing some hard work here.
Yeah.
Working on our bingo board. But
Yep.
let's talk about what we saw in that game because Furia came out swinging. And, well, it's reflected in the score, but it was also just reflected, Emily, in that early game. I mean, just the way the Furia were playing, it really felt like a team that wanted to right the wrongs of what happened to them last week and come out of the gate swinging.
No, they had great ideas with what parts of the map they actually wanted to prioritize taking, whether it was that B main early or that B heaven, and really like prioritizing taking that mid away from Sen. And Sen just didn't have any urgency to retake that space a lot of rounds in that half, causing them to be in like very uncomfortable positions on site where they're just doubled up, people waiting in spawn. By them not retaking that heaven, they're so limited to what they can do, and ultimately it just didn't work out for them on a lot of those rounds.
Yeah, it feels like it went on both sides too. Like no matter what Furia did, in a sense,
Yeah.
it ended up working out for them because they were so good at taking so much map control or fighting it or denying it on their defensive side too. Just peeking that A heaven, taking 2 of those kills. Artson with that insane 4K, just denying so much space every single time, and it just felt like Sentinels, they couldn't find that area.
Would you credit that to just great game planning from Furia, or maybe a Sentinels that was probably a little bit, thrown off guard? What would you think?
I think for sure Furia had a lot of really good reads. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the green room that they had so many of those good reads, such as when Jerwin was operating in the B main.
Yeah.
They ran a super fast strat, used the fade suck, and instantly executed off of it.
They really switched it up quite often, actually.
Yeah.
And they started going into those fast hits the later into that second,
Yeah.
in the first half, I think, in the
Yeah,
tail
the
end
first
of it.
half.
And yeah, I mean, they had a fantastic preparation, I
Yeah.
think, coming into this entire thing as well.
Yeah.
And another player as well who I'm always impressed with is EU as an individual.
Yeah.
Because this guy, whenever we do the listen-ins, I'm always impressed at his communication, but he always puts up massive numbers as well. But genuine intangibles that this guy has every single time is a treat to listen to because he has crystal clear-cut communication at all times. His mid-rounding, fantastic. The calls and the plays that he makes also really good. And in this instance, I mean, he's just popping off, man. I mean, look at the numbers. This guy was going crazy.
I also think he's a great person to kind of step up and be a little bit of a leader for this team in those hectic moments. He's with his comms. A lot of the times, he's the one saying, guys, clear comms focus to help everyone kind of create a plan and be on the same page.
Yeah, like a voice of reason for Art in those comms, right? I think it's a very, very important thing here. Yeah, EU continues to be impressive. He's an incredibly consistent player, has been for a very long time as well, which I think is like every team he joins, you're always like, oh, EU brings something to the table here.
Yeah.
And now, as we get ready for a potential, hey, Furia is behind a 2-0 here, you're going to be leaning on some great calls from Art, you're going to be leaning on great calls from EU, and just really how this Furia team wants to approach it. Seems like they got a good read on this one.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they could definitely go for the 2-0 here, but then the upcoming maps, I believe, is what? Breeze coming up next is Sen.
Yeah.
Pick.
Yes,
So,
yes.
I mean, Sen haven't played that in a hot minute. The last time they played it was against Crew, I believe, in like week 1. So it's been a while, and they could have a lot up their sleeves as well. It's definitely not over by any means, but I think this was definitely clear preparation. Furia always getting one step ahead on Split itself, so be interested to see what happens on Breeze as well, especially what comps they end up running, because teams have been running some wacky stuff.
I really want to
Breeze,
see
so-
John QT Harbor again.
Yeah?
His Harbor was
Is there a
really
reason
good.
for that?
No, that's got nothing to do with
John
something
QT
else.
Harbor?
No, that's got nothing to do with the word. No, because when he played it on Bind, it was really good. His delay was really good. A lot of that executil was super, super good. And his retakes as well. It just felt like it really fit the way that they wanted to play. And I feel like that stage on the split just wasn't... Wait, that's insane. I love that. You got to win the actual match, bro.
That's cold-blooded
They
right
just
there.
fired him up,
That's
though.
cold-blooded.
They just fired him up.
They just cooked them.
Everyone's having way too much fun out there. All right, well, let's, of course, see what's going on with the Sentinels side of things. We have Coach Ewok standing by with Dryad.
The second map of today is going to be Breeze and Ewok. We got the chance to see this map of Breeze week 1, but that was when Victor was still subbing in, playing the Neon. And you guys were playing that double duelist Neon ISO comp. Is that what we should be expecting this time around?
There's some changes in there. There's some changes.
Anything that you can tell us?
We'll see very soon. Some things will look similar, but we've put a lot of work into the map since then, so we're feeling really confident going to Breeze.
All right. Excited to see it. Thank you so much.
So they're gonna do it, or mix it up, or maybe something completely different. Perhaps we don't know.
I guess we'll never know.
I mean, to be fair though, right? They had Victor. They had to like figure out how to slot him in very quickly.
Yeah.
How, like, what would you like to see them run here?
I mean, I don't know, to be honest with you, but I am feeling a lot more confident by the fact that they've been working on it pretty much as well from that first week, that initial week. And again, it's up in the air because they weren't running with the full roster back then, but you know, they have to put in work here because essentially this does matter significantly, right? This is the playoffs on the line for Sentinels as a team.
Yeah.
So this is it. It's do or die essentially for them at this point. It can't be, you got to come out swinging.
Yeah, no, that is the truth right there. A playoff spot is on the line here. We've got map 2 coming up right after this. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Seems like Furia are back to their winning ways. This first map in this series honestly looking very decisive, very clean, controlled, and confident from that squad. On the line is a spot in the Stage 1 playoffs for both of these teams. They're both 2-1. This is a very important game. Sentinels couldn't step to Furia on split, but now we head to their map pick of Breeze. A map where in the past we saw Neon ISO. We're going to have that run back, and John QT is going to be on the harbor.
Yeah, in those coach interviews, Shaw was just talking about the reps being such a big factor for Split, how comfortable they are there, how easy it feels. But they haven't played this map yet in this stage, so that's not very many reps. Sentinels did play it in week 1, but it's like a false rep because they had to play with...
And it was a new squad.
Yeah, they had to play with Victor that week. German wasn't in yet, so obviously not ideal to not have all 5 of your players. But that is the case here. They have Jerwin. He's the best performing player for Sen right now. So you're really looking at some of the other guys to activate. And who would that be? It'll be Redux playing the ISO. This guy has been super flexible for Sen. It goes back to their approach with building him up as a player in Challengers with Qbert, where he started as a duelist in Challengers. On Qbert begins to flex more around. And so now that when he's in the league, actually playing for the main Sentinels team, he's a versatile guy.
Before that, he was on Oxygen as well. Back on that team
was
with
when he was
Dapper.
duelisting quite a bit. So we'll see if he can step it up here because he was pretty quiet in map 1, which, I mean, hey, listen, Sen got blown out. Everyone was except for Jerwin. So we'll see if they can come to life here on their map pick, a map that Ewok said they have been in the lab on. They've been grinding here to get better.
So the Furia gimmick for this pistol round was a 4-player mid crossfire setup. That's been defeated though, as you know, Jonah took some damage, but outside of that, Sentinels are able to get onto the site. Looks like their double tap's going to expire for Redux by the time it can really be relevant. Behind this high tide, Furia are going to move up.
John just basically throws his wall up as a Viper wall until the Viper wall can go back up. And Furia really aren't able to get too much space backside off that high tide of their own. Great hold on to Jerwin, though.
Wow, okay, there's Alum. Great way to get started. It's going to be Jerwin out of the picture now, but you've got to be mindful of Sentinels all stacked up over towards A main. Tucked in the corner. These are all pretty standard spots for Sentinels in this post plant. Respect the shocking, up you come. Alum has been clicking heads, but John finds 2, and that puts EU now in a bit of an awkward spot. Yep, Cortesia is going to bring him down, and Sentinels get a very important pistol.
Yeah, that's really nice from John and Cortesia. They played to the only win condition they have when they gave up all of that space, which is wait in the cove in main, 3-2-1, everybody swings out and fights Furia after they just sent the barrage of util, delay. All right, everybody swing and fight together. Some good shooting from Cortesia here, who is another guy, you know, not to be a broken record, but I'm looking at him to step up because his last 2 games in the back-to-back SEN wins, he was a huge factor. He was playing great, especially in that split OT game to beat 100 Thieves. And he was the big pickup for this SEN squad in the offseason, in an offseason that he dominated in all of the tournaments. And then he started slow. He was not putting up great numbers in kickoff. Week 1, he was okay, but it feels like he's starting to really heat up, and SEN definitely need him here today.
Marshall by here for Joe and just holding the line inside elbow. Well, this Viper wall definitely got Artisan interested about that A main presence. He actually clears it. So feels safe to fall back off the site. A glacial pace for Sentinels in this round. They got to fight through Astro util here as well.
We have 0 investment from Furia and light investment from SEN. It's a Guardian, a Phantom. They've just got 2 Ghosts. Jerwin just has the Marshal. So even if they lose some players, it doesn't really matter because they're not heavily indexed into this with the economy.
Read? Oh, Furia almost went to A. Almost had the soul read there on Sentinel's movements. Artisan, with nothing but a classic to defend himself, will be stuck here pretty much. Has the high tide. But if he goes down first, there's nothing to retake with, is the problem.
30 seconds also, left. As SEN here, I'm just looking at Redux. He's a guy with the rifle, and you definitely want him getting kills. He's relatively close to that kill contract already, so you know maybe he gets set up for the bonus round. He's one of your guys with a rifle. Get a catch onto the harbor over towards A while the team runs out, and they don't have any of that, you know, util as the defenders to play around for a moment, and maybe he kills him, or you know, you can have Jerwin close the distance to get a kill when someone is getting out of the contract, even if Redux loses it, right? So
it is so hard not to die and give orbs in this situation as Furia.
Now Redux is in hunt mode completely, as he's just got the ghost. But all right, Jonah, racking him up.
There's no armor. That's why the Marshal's so sick here in this round 2 buy. Yeah, make the ocean something you can swim in.
So Center, we'll see what they do with the buy here, but they should be able to get some good money, something good together. And by that I mean basically just full buy around this Guardian because they didn't lose anybody. So
normally you carry a photo of someone that like you don't get to see all the time, right? That is like maybe overseas.
Cortesia is a sweet guy.
I mean, but he's
I'd want to see him as much as possible.
Right there. Like you could actually just turn your head to the right and see.
Even that's not enough.
That's crazy.
You know.
I can't tell if it's more of an homage to Cubit there or...
Get you a man that loves you like Jonah P does, you know?
Everybody's got a lot of love to go around. I respect it. All right, Jerwin in the mid. Nothing doing though. Absolutely nothing going on because Furia playing a really close hold set up in A main. Very heavily invested.
Alum has a rifle alert. He bought a rifle. Does not have the judge in A main. He could have up to the box with it, but he's got the rifle.
Koala gets served there, down to 48.
Yep.
He might have to find a place to still be relevant, despite being one shot.
Redux is happy to fight up with the shield activated. A shield, by the way, that is really going to be a nuisance for Koala Noob if he has intentions of opping on the jet, which he definitely does.
I mean, we saw the same thing.
That's sick.
I think Aspas had that done to him recently, right, on this very map. Tough to play the jet into the ISO. Pretty average round here for Furia. I'm not seeing a whole lot.
Yeah, Alum is forced into taking a fight in A main. That's really the only decision that he can make because he's getting pinched, and he knows that that's probably going to be lightly held by just one guy. So, hey, if he wins that, all right, Fury have a real opportunity to retake now that they have a player on the backstab, but he loses that. So, time to save. And the round is over. Really just comes down to that moment.
You touched on it, but it was something that Cloud9 did to MIBR in that 2-0 series that ended up beating them in by bringing Penny on the ISO on this map. And even though Aspas still ends up with like 20 kills, top frag, there are a lot of situations where like we see that first contact op setup just fizzle. He's not able to do too much against the double tap shield.
Koala is a lifetime opper. Jet was his primary agent for years. Always flexed around to Omen, which has definitely been super beneficial for this team and their ability to run the optimal comps on different maps. But, you know, when you have him certainly on the Jet, you want him playing with that gun. He's super experienced with it, super consistent, but yeah, probably going to be a bit of a non-factor here.
Well, that's the gun round. Just going past pretty quickly. Furia are able to maintain a couple of those weapons here, but in general, not a great showing. Just like that Joe push up into mid early, got some, you know, good damage, and then Sen just kept forcing the issue onto the B side.
That was a hell of a shot.
At least Furia have those two rifles kept over. They have a save at the end of that round. But outside of that, there's again, really minimal investments. Just sheriffs and some of that utility.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go for a duelist walk down in mid, maybe a deep dart from Jonah, joining from them first. And it's going to result in Artson just being the lone player on A, backing up, throwing down the high tide to try and hold that space back sight, which, you know, I'm not mad at. These SEN players would have to push through, and that could be dangerous.
Okay, it's not so much a retake walls, it is something just to give them a pocket to live in.
Yeah, just an anchor wall for everyone to get back in and fight, and everyone is back in and they're ready to fight.
SEN can't get backside with this now. They're kind of caught out in the open, and all Fury are ready to fight for it. Unfortunately, the fight is lacking. Both rifle players are already dead.
Yeah, ultimately, these Fury guys are still lacking the weaponry, and SEN just go for the pause. They have the better guns, and Redux gets a nice spray down there, so a good adaptation mid-round from SEN to just relax, do not overpush.
There's no reinvention of the wheel here from Sentinels at all. Pretty standard, like pushing A main behind the L drone to get info, pass the one-way, up onto site, make use of the wall. This is the kind of stuff we've been seeing on Breeze for the longest time.
Yeah, they are yet to go for like the close wall into the deep wall. They're kind of just cycling the Viper wall with the high tide as being a second Viper wall, so they're just walls 24/7. We'll see if they make a switch up though later in this half to try and push further, take more A space, which I imagine they'll do at some point. Now, obviously, on this round, you're looking at Redux. He's got that kill contract. And Koala9 is going to try his luck with the op here, so let's see if he can extract some value.
Yeah, the hub of Viper comp, the Walmart of Valorant Meta. Here's the walk up, and so that's that. A side wall triggered. This is the real thing.
Yeah, very simple. They just wait out the one-way, drone to make sure that no one has been tucked close. Not the case. All the space now for Sen.
Ooh, kill contract?
It's you and me.
Yeah,
decent time to use it.
He wants to use it before the shield goes off.
He got the Astra, I think. Oh no, it's a Neon. Okay. Double tap shield in play though, and it's obviously all he needs in order to win that duel out. That's huge. This is another round where Furia are probably not going to feel like playing too much more into this.
Yeah, definitely time to save. The only reason they'd stay in is if someone walks into Koala9's crosshair, maybe over pushes on EU, they get a kill. Okay, maybe something could happen, but it doesn't seem like Sen will be giving them an inch. And yeah, now it's definitely time to save. That's 2 spam kills in the round. Derwin got one while...
I think EU realized he couldn't get out through mid. There was going to be late reflank pressure.
His position was pretty committed. And Koala9 is in trouble. So he's definitely going to go down here at some point.
Okay, that was pretty sharp. Okay, not too shabby. Anybody else, he says. Yes, eventually Cortezia will divest his opponent of the operator.
Yep, Sen are rich right now, and Furia are getting pounded on this A site. They are not able to play for any good retakes because they're losing site anchors early. And even when we have seen them play for a retake, like on the pistol round, Sen were just able to set up kind of passively and then have a good refight.
China. He is really committed. He was doing that all the way through split. So, some conversation here. It's the A side that's getting absolutely pounded, like you mentioned, and it's been Artezine solo there in a couple of rounds. There've been actually a couple of rounds, though, where you've got like a 2-player setup into A main to try and actually use the one mate to punish it. But there's always an outro. There's always some sort of clearing mechanism. And outside of that, the setups haven't looked overly inspired here from Furia. If you're sure, like, what are you asking for now? 5 rounds down.
Yeah, the kind of like they're not retake walls, but like the disruption
the little
walls
pocket walls
from Artson have also been really shallow from the defender's perspective. Like it's still giving a lot of space for the SEN team to work forward. Usually you see them a bit deeper towards the front of the pyramid, but that hasn't been the case here, and Furia have really not been able to win the fights off those walls on A. I mean, probably also because, like, you know, having the ISO to fight there is nice for SEN. But
we don't have anything to fight through the walls with. There's no flashes in this game. We're spamming walls, but how are Furia supposed to fight into these, like, post-plant setups? Actually make use of their Harbor Astra util? You get Sova util behind it? Like, what is the idea?
Yeah, I mean, they're just not taking enough space forward. It's I think the main thing on that A side where the wall is being thrown by Artson, but
let's see now if there's a bit more proactive play from Furia.
Yeah, this buy is a little awkward. Koala's got one of the hero rifles because he can just get the Blade Storm, so he doesn't mind investing.
Artson could earn Reckoning here as well. Pretty nice in a retake. John QT, though, already has his. It's just not it's hard to see like where there's a round coming up where Furia has an obvious advantage.
I mean, I'd like to see as well if in one of these future rounds, Furia go for some kind of A trap play with Relay Bolt and disrupt SEN when they have all of their players there. You know, they might be able to kind of destroy them, but we haven't seen something like that so far.
Cortezia full stack, 9k credits in the back pocket, takes a glancing blow from Koala. Just a body shot. And up mid, Sentinels have managed to get slowly. There's just no one watching. Look how passive the hold is from top mid. Artson does not want that smoke at all.
30 seconds left.
And they're going to fake here a B hit. Against a team with no info, this could pull players off the side, but something causes Alum to turn back to A. So there's going to be 3 players here. However, the relay bolt's a bit of a problem for EU. He can't win it out. Alum is going to be there, though, and a Cove will break the vision up a little bit. Alum backs away. Koala's about to get hit from multiple angles, though. He's got to have his feet set for this. 12 seconds left in the round. Rotate coming across here from Nerv, but it's going to take a little while. It's about delay. It's about stall. It's about stopping this spike from going down, but Alum doesn't quite have the line. So the Professor sticks the spike. Jerwin, though, is missing. Jonah falls back off this entirely, and Cortezia is going to play somewhat closer. It's the last desperate crossfire setup, but Jonah gets a freebie there as Koala shows up in between the pyramids. This slow walk-up could expose a gun barrel, and Cortezia knows Alum's there. It's not enough, though, as the classic is produced, and finally, Furia break the drought.
Yeah, that was a really nice round from Alum. The relay bolt that stuffed everybody in mid-doors. And that time, presence not coming from A main was pretty crucial. That was great timing he took as well onto John. Jerwin swings wide before that wall goes up, gets caught. You know, he's trying to get a pick to even things up when they're in that 3-on-4, but that just results in him going down. And then even late, you're seeing because the Harbor has that really fast refresh on his Cove smoke, just able to get another one to disrupt the position when it looked like Cortezia and Jonah might have dragged that back. They're denied of that by the crossfire getting disrupted by that smoke. Let's see if the op comes into play here from Koala. He's in the right spot to get a kill, unless he just gets swung on from window and dies.
Might have to find the timing here. This is a bit uncomfortable. He gets out, but Hunter's Fury is going to be pursuing him now. He's going to have to dash away. Jonah P sees Jerwin go forward. He hasn't found anything, though, but he is deep into the side behind, once again, a wall.
Yeah, Fury, they didn't want to try to commit to the flood there. Their duel is back up, and now it's time for the full retake. Better decision, because look at the ultimates that they had to get back in.
Okay, here's the Reckoning. Impromptu high tide also going to be thrown out. Alim's going to fight now. He's going to go for it. Jerwin caught out. Some of his models sticking through that wall, and Alim's able to deal with John. What's the next play, though? Kwanu with the Blade Storm in play. Redux is real but able to tear the head off of Alim. Easy enough, though, for Koala to finish him, and Jonah has to try and play some really nerdy angles off the post plant. And so far, not too shabby. It's on EU. He steps up, still licked by that one somehow, and in a 1 versus 2, this one feels like it's nigh impossible to win. Double swing. They'll take the kill. Cortezia for 3, and SEN keep their winning ways afloat.
Cortezia has been fantastic on this map so far, by the way, but it's just those 2 passive guys waiting in A main. After all the ultimates are used from Furia to get onto the site, that shot, pretty round defining as well from Redux. Super sick. I mean, listen, yeah, you can just throw this guy in a duelist and he's going to pop off. Again, it's like the flexibility he has and the talent he has as an aimer is a huge factor there.
Koala tried to play the contact angle out of B. That didn't work, so now what?
So, yeah, on this eco round, it's just going to be aggro into B main from Furia. Oh, maybe not. Just a triple face stack with the Bucky close. Yeah, they're going to send it off the drone timing, maybe?
Sends the owl in. 1 for 1, not the worst. There is a kill contract and play though. Oh, yeah, that was quick. That was real quick.
I mean, yeah, EU was going to die one way or another, either there or he was going to get run down. This is a cute little position for Koala. They know it's possible, but that's pretty risky from John.
Yeah, you'd think it would be accounted for that someone could get into that pocket. Koala Noobs, though, is going to be rewarded. Unfortunately, that was the hero rifle, though. Artazine only had a classic, so Sen just notch another one up as quick as you like.
I like the attempt there from Koala to try to isolate a duel with the Cloud Burst, but it wasn't able to win it. Redux is ready on that angle. Sen are really doing a great job on the rounds where Furia are trying to get back into the site early of adjusting their pace. You can see there again, they get some nice positions onto the site and then they really let Furia expose themselves. Look at this, like the double push through the wall. Jerwin is playing all the way extended towards backside. They have a guy on default. They're doing a really great job of just they're giving Furia enough rope in those situations to hang themselves.
Koala Noob's on a glass cannon op, Wyatt. Sorry to interrupt you, but he's again trying to play on an extremity.
The value just has not been there yet with it.
1 defense side round so far for Furia. It's looking grim.
Azine,
he's done. Completely cooked. Nerf, they'll at least able to find their trade. That's a good answer, especially to an ulting Neon, but Nerf is pinged out at the back of the site. And where's the help supposed to be?
He's committed back in the site. There's no help. They have a 3-man setup on A, and he gets back into the site. That is just a death wish from him. Like, this round should just be done now.
Maybe there's a world where Nerf can actually like take the trade and try and pull off through archers there. Play a retake, but that doesn't feel good. Not against all these walls and stall util. Here's Alan. That's nice. It's an opener too. Koala Noob's op, still an unanswered question. How's he going to make use of it? He doesn't. Cortezia just owns him in mid. 10-1. Coming in now, Jonah's doing the thing again. Bro, this is crazy. Gotta do something about this Sova. And he's cleared out. Now it's on Cortezia. 1v2. Crossfire already in place, but Cortezia doesn't care. He knows Alan's going to be on the defuse. He gets it to half. Cortezia backs away. Healthy enough. He knows he can play for time. Alan does not have that same luxury. And look at the spacing. It's just bloody perfect here for Cortezia.
That's beautiful. He's on fire right now. Jonah and Cortez are able to just clean up another round in that late 2 versus 2. Jonah just causing some delay with the shocks, jiggling out. And Cortez is able to make his way into the site, isolates that first 1v1 when Furia just need to get some time on that spike, try to get it to half. The movement around the site, and that's why you keep that's why you keep the Cortez.
You know, at this point, I'm going to put that. I'm just going to keep that in my wallet. That's fine. When I fly up to events, I'm just going to keep that photo there. That was insane. 12-1, heading in round number 9, and of course,
Furia on the round. Those B players just completely exposed to getting just ran down on with the setup that they have. You have Artsin playing so close, tucked around elbow, but he has no help from Nest, like no one jiggling there. There's nothing that could possibly assist him in the way that the map is laid out. So as soon as the Neon ult is popped, I mean, he's just done. He's stuck there. What is he going to do? 1 for 1 at best? And then Nerve commits to getting into the site to anchor, but the other 3 players are on A.
And also ISO's just feels walking up on you with double tap as well.
Yeah, it's just not a great round from Furia. On the macro set, I don't see where things were really supposed to work out outside of if Sen went for an A hit. They have the offset up there. They have a 3-man, set up ready to go.
Watch Sen go slow into mid and just slowly scale. Look at Artisine's position, top of the map. Like, he's not really able to put much pressure on them at all. It almost feels like mid is being given to Sentinels. Oh no, it definitely is.
Yeah, they want to just take A main and play around this one way. But Sen have been so patient here. Every time the one way is up, wait it out. Jonah throws up the drone, and then they go.
Now, you can drone here with the smoke in play. That's fine. It'll probably just get shot.
And the idea from Furia is that this guy in main is going to break the drone or just shoot someone in the head. There is no drone this time on the round where there's 2 guys set up. But will it even matter?
Yeah, double tap's pretty good. Whoa,
yeah, pretty
Redux.
good ability. Pretty good for brawling.
He just keeps refreshing
pretty
it.
Good brawl ability.
He was in a pocket, and he is dead. Right, another gun round here for Fury going by the wayside.
Card game analogy. Is that like trample, haste? Is that is it something like that? I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, that's
I'm trying to force something here.
No, that's enters, play, tapped, and attacking.
Yeah.
There's just no recovery from that one. Artisan and Nerve. They're like the Gatewatch, you know? And the Eldrazi are coming for them. Tentacles and everything. Wastelands up the wazoo. Yeah, there's no fighting into this, and they know it. They're going to pull back and at least try and save the paltry assembly of weapons. Bye, Redux.
Doesn't matter. They're rich.
They are, and they're
rich. The half is almost over.
Yeah, they've been completely
That's what happens when you sign to Sentinels, buddy. $100,000 a month contract.
You just become a Valorant whale. You're a whale. A bunch of whales out here, bro. All right. Tough round here for Furia yet again, and they've only got 2 left in the half to make an impact. They have spent both of their timeouts to try and figure out how to play against this pace. And it's not just pace from start to finish of the round. Sentinels start slow, and then they just send Redux into duel, make use of double tap, brawl out, getting 2 1v1s. You've got to be pretty on point if you're going to deal with what Sen are throwing right now. This is a shellacking.
And you've got Cortezia just walking on water. Bro's 13-1. Has won every late round that has come down to clutches as well. That's like, even the late rounds where Furia could win, he has just denied them every time.
Turning aura into wine.
All right. That time, Sen mixed it up in the A fight. Jerwin just takes the early peek. Sees the economy of Furia. Great outlaw round.
Yeah, we were talking up how good Furia were at finding the shotgun and outlaw rounds, but this is super heads up for Sentinels.
Yeah, we saw that on Split, but none of that here. Oh, another free one coming up for Cortez, perhaps. Oh! I spoke too soon. My bad.
Double swing. Oh, there it is. Okay.
That's a curse.
Look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power. Still, they are going to go 1 for 1 on the round thus far. Courtesy a pitcher. Is okay, all right, Joe went able to find success there, and here is yet another kill contract. EU, bro, I've seen him win these. I've seen him win these all the time, bro. Look at the dancing, look at the tapping. Still not good enough. Redux has not lost any of those.
Yep, 3-0.
Yep. ISO, starting to see why a number of teams are working him into their Breeze comps.
John had the reckoning for this as well.
Okay, John able to play off there. I appreciate the Gravwell attempt there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I appreciate the idea, but Sen just call a great triple face and GG. Yeah, when Ewok was talking about them working really hard on their Breeze, I see it. I see the vision, honestly.
But is it crazy?
These guys look nuts.
Is there anything particularly novel? Like what we've seen from Sentinels is just really good fundamentals.
Yeah, it's just very refined. Very, very refined.
And just like how they integrate the ISO as well into fighting into these contested spaces is just sick.
Yeah. Also, I thought Ewok teased changing up something with the comp. Maybe I misheard. Maybe he's lying. Maybe he's trying to throw them off because Redux is just still on the... I thought Redux might have switched to Jet, but no, he's just farming right now.
So what do you think he was going to do? Put Braga in the game?
Ah, finally. Furia have done it. They bought the judge and they get a kill because of it.
Shotgun.
They're back. They are back. Sen really said it's the last round of the half. What if we just tried the B-pop and then should have just done A again?
Yeah, honestly.
Should have just hit A.
Artisan with only 1 frag for the half. It's been brutal, but he's been playing very safe, very passive. Some nice gunplay here. Ultimately outdone by Jonah P.
Jonah and Cortezia. Late round clutch situation coming up. Pit is going to go down.
Okay.
This would not be the first time I've seen Cortezia win an outrageous clutch in a Viper's
I'm going to throw my pen, though, if he wins. Yeah, that would just be ridiculous.
Well, Furia, they're finally able to get 2 on the half. I mean, what can you say? That was utter domination from Sen. Yep. They were never contested on that A site. They were either always finding the entry kills or setting up in the post plants to fully deny any retake attempt for Furia there.
For a team that we've credited for being ahead of the curve in terms of the metagame, it looks like Furia might be sleepy on this ISO look or how to play around it. We're going to see more, of course, from Breeze in the second half, but it might be a quick one, folks, so I wouldn't run off if I were you. Welcome back, everybody. As we get the second half underway, you should head over to expressvpn.com/VCT for some in-game rewards with advanced and pro plans right now. Got a QR code on the screen. Hit that one up and head over and check it out. And you might have time to do that after this briefly because Sentinels are walloping Furia on Breeze. 2 rounds for Furia, and they only found them 1 in every 6. They're beginning slammed.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a couple stats that I think just really tell the tale of the game, which are that Jerwin, first kill to first death, 6 for 3. That's fantastic. On the opposite side, Artson on the Harbor, 0 for 5. He has 5 first deaths defense as the Harbor, a critical piece of the metagame on Breeze right now, and he is just in positions where he was getting caught.
Bro, he is trying not to die.
Over and over and over.
Playing in his spawn on defense.
At the end of that, yeah, at the end, there was, so that is tough. Sen are looking pretty insane here. Now we'll just see if they can close it out on the defense. Redux is just, look at this setup. That's awesome. Honestly, the little contact into the undercut, yeah.
Furia
and it almost happened.
That smoke.
We were so close.
Yeah, Jerwin. 2-0 first kill, first death ratio, 2.0 rather, which is right where you want to be.
And now we just have a triple walk down mid from Sen. They could be in like a little danger of getting crunched, but I think Alum is in a lot more danger of walking out and dying.
Certainly how it went down, isn't it? Koala Nuke here feels like sunk cost fallacy. He sticks around at least to find the kill, though.
Oh.
Does Nerve not see that? Jonah's going to duck around the corner, but he's just play back on the side by the double tap. Oh! Still got done in, but Jonah's able to take the trades, and this is fine. Sentinels are trading up. Artazine on the side, though, sneaks up in there, but that's another pistol round for Sentinels. And you're in the doldrums if you're Furia. Very, very difficult to come back from this kind of position. They are forcing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's just such a brawly pistol from Sen. I like the idea behind the round, though. It's just, okay, we set up this elbow trap play, double push, undercut. If it doesn't happen, pivot into the mid walk down is the protocol after that. And Furia get completely caught, and on their re-swing attempts, they just lose out the duels, they lose out the trades, and yeah, here is the force you mentioned from Furia. It is a necessity, and it's just going to be a B-pop with all stingers, and if they eat a molly plus the undercut and just get spammed, they will be deep fried.
Cove here to allow for an all pickup. There's the undercut, that did hit. Allen trying to get onto the side. The pace is pretty good, and yes, we love ourselves an America's sting around. High time, we got one of those. High tide in play for Furia, though. Something that Jerwin has to account for.
And how are they going to get back in? Can they get back in?
4 players are one-shots, though, to this newcomer.
And John has a little bit of util to try and close the gap. Okay, well, Alum is exposed, or maybe that was spam, don't even know, but Jerwin gets one.
Okay, they're starting to fight into this.
Out. No one's watching that.
Koala Nuke here to try. Doesn't really know where to be looking right now. Oh, gets the drop on Jerwin. There might be more here. He dashes across into the Cloudburst. Maybe doing the most if you're honest with you. Those boxes are permeable with bullets, but that's sick. He really breaks crosshair placement like 3 times there.
Yeah, that movement was super slick from Koala. The dash into the Cloudburst, runs it back, tuck. That was really well played.
Yo, they just won the fourth round. Okay.
I was concerned there, but Redux and Cortesia end up in some awkward positions when that hit comes in. Like, Redux has to fully turn to try to trade for Cortesia, but then he's just exposed to someone running it down on the side of sight.
Okay. Decent moment there for Furia. Again, touch and go for a bit, but it means they can get themselves some reasonable weapons and try and get stabilized. It is, God, it is a long walk from here. Gonna break up the Cove.
John trying to get an orb, because you can see he's close to the Reckoning. He's like, what if?
That is so...
What if I can just Cove and get out?
That is audacious.
Never mind. It's chalked, and he's out.
John, though, gets out unscathed at the very least, but there's not a whole lot for Sentinels to do here, except accrue some value in terms of those orbs. Some money.
All right, Koala's eating up a little bit. I mean, I don't believe yet, but hey, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly whelmed by this.
After map 1, though, 100 Thieves, they're watching. Hold up. Furia dominated them. 1 more map win, and we're confirmed for playoffs. Oh, never mind. Sen, once again, crushing the hopes and dreams of 100 Thieves.
Also, like, putting this...
One of their favorite activities.
Put us on your radars. We're actually heading over to Haven for our last map. Furia winless on the map. Sentinels are 2-0. Now, there's some mitigating factors behind that. We'll get to it, though.
Yeah, we could. I mean, don't mention the teams that they were playing against there. We'll get to the caveats.
Do not let the truth get in the way of a good narrative. Do not do that.
But yeah, that's just a little reminder that this game is, whoever wins, they are in playoffs. Yep. And there are, you know, some contingent events upon the result here as well, which is, 100 Thieves, they'll make it in if Furia wins. If not, there's going to be some madness in the final week. If SEN take this win, there's 3 teams still in the running.
So many games of consequence. I almost want that just for the drama of it. The Eco Cobra's back. Koala Noob here finds a nice little timing to run up on their side. And that will be Furia with a flawless round to start to pad that economy, make it a little bit more robust as they start losing weapons in these gun rounds.
And with the farming that has occurred, Artsin does have the Reckoning. So we'll see if that can continue the build of some momentum for Furia. Outlaw for EU. He has just become a scoped weapons warlord in 2026. That's just the new him. I swear, there was like one game in kickoff where he had an off for some reason. He got like a 3K or something.
And he was like, guys, I'm an
offer.
offer.
And then he just, and then ever since then, like when their economy's out of control, they just double up. He always buys one.
Okay. Wow, that is a nice shot from Cortez. Straight in the mid. Playing close here. Wow, we just contacting
that was
the
not
big 26?
Inspirational. I'll tell you that. I'm not inspired by what I've witnessed.
I mean,
here.
they're trying to play like noise cuts without like flashes. So they're just sort of.
What happened to my boy Alan? We'll see on a replay.
Bro, he got ripped across the map. I think, Cortez just dinked him from the B side.
Okay, well, that should be 1 kill. I'm starting to get nervous. The more time this is taken, I am starting to get nervous.
No,
but somehow it got better. Oh my god.
Artzin's here. Now, this is going to throw things for a loop as well. Reckoning over towards that A-side corner. This is going to force Jonah P out of that pocket. Redux, though, at least trying to calm things down. It's going to be nerve. This guy has got that many games under his belt. It's insane, but he doesn't quite connect on Redux there. It's a dangerous fight to take. Does he have the chance to put pressure on via a plant behind smoke? The answer is yes. But he's got util up there. Wazoo. Can he play cringe post-plant? Probably not.
I know, he just has to be worried about Redux pushing him. We're getting into that awkward situation in a Breeze 1v1 clutch at the pyramids, man.
Does he have his crosshairs placed for it? No! What a comeback in the round for Furia! I'm pretty sure they were, what, 2v5?
Yeah, that was a 1v1 for the game, basically, and they are going to hang around for at least, you know, a couple more. If SEN win that, 1 away, there's no chance of a comeback there, right? But
yep,
they stay alive.
I mean, yeah. Okay, fair enough.
This is crazy. Artsin had me sweating. I could see the blooper reel moment. Yeah. We were mere seconds away from the blooper moment.
Freeze frame. Yeah. No, not to be. Some stories do have happy endings here, and you can see it on Shaw's face. Very pleased to still have a foothold in this game. This is going to knock Sentinels down.
I'd already stepped on a Lego, bro. I was screaming. Well, Alan is, he's not trying to be too adventurous, given he got domed on the last round, trying to push up mid. A little bit more reserved. And you can see that SEN can index more heavily towards B because they have control over towards A main, 2 players ready in sight, and you can have the rotation from Jerwin kind of quickly, but he's just got the Marshall, they have low weaponry, so it'll be tough to anchor this site regardless.
Okay, Jerwin's going to have his line of sight blocked here.
There's a double outlaw for Furia, but yeah, Koala has a blaze on, so we can just switch over to that when they hit.
Good cutting up of the map, though. Top mid secured, and here comes Alan wanting to push forward, but again, just sort of steals himself.
A Molly trying to stop a Neon, hilarious.
I mean, yeah, not going to do it.
in the big 2026, hilarious.
All right, you got side control well and truly. And now it's going to be up to John QT to come back in from Archers. 2 sheriffs to play with. Fury have started to make this respectable. And build up an economic bank, which means that they can continue to buy even in some of these closer rounds. Got to win them, though. All of them. Virtually.
And listen, you mention this every single time. You kind of just have to when, someone's attempting the big Valorant comeback. But in this game of many ultimates, eventually you will be playing a round where you have to deal with all of them.
Yeah.
And that might be the very next round because Jonah has the Hunter's Fury, Redux is 1 away from the kill contract, and John has the Reckoning. So at some point, you can imagine a world where SEN will just be going for some kind of massive B retake.
Yep.
Or you could even try to flood, capture the guy who's planting the spike, and then Reckoning back in and just kill everybody on the site. And leave those passive players who are out in main just passively doing nothing. Could definitely get to a situation like that.
It's nice measured aggression here. Both Alan and Koala Noob had opportunities to keep going, to push into spawn. Both of them double back. because they got their eyes on the prize. The buffer is a little bit thinner than Sentinels is. 5 rounds off pace are Furia, but they are gunning for an even game. But now, in this round or the next, it's the ultimates that start to become a problem. But if they're just drip-fed by Sentinels and they don't get value from them, then that advantage can pass.
And also, Jerwin off time, a recon set him up on mid, but will not be relevant. The hit is just purely... Okay, never mind. It's very relevant when you just have
Sometimes you
the
just
hand of God just takes over your mouse.
Pretty sick. Also some damage off the Hunter's Fury. Allen finally able to fight back. It's Jerwin now down, but it's Furia more than cut down to size. Plant going to go down right now. That is an awkward high tide to have to deal with as the attackers. It actually interrupted the plant itself. And a Reckoning, ooh, that's scary. It's going to catch on as well. EU is down, and yeah, Element nowhere to go. That is a dirty ult from John.
Yeah, that is just so sick. And there it is. Your ultimates came through. You get your Hunter's Fury, you get your Reckoning, the fast repush flood in, and there is just nothing that Furia can do. Also, Jerwin, he had the operator, and he just clicked through the wall and got a kill.
Really sick open.
Oh, actually, Artson kind of peeked out. I didn't really, feel like we couldn't really see that on the first one, so never mind. That was a little mistake from Artson that gets him caught.
Oh, Allen is full blind out in the open there. Yeah, that Harbor ultimate, oof, not much you can do about it, really. Especially if you've got to try and play in that pocket. So, Sentinels here get up to map point. This is their map pick, and Haven's around the corner. Fury is still searching for their first Haven win of stage 1.
Do it. No, there's no way. I mean, he's not going to risk that. That would be madness from Cortezia.
Hoping for a push in. Never came. So he'll give the orb over to Artazine, who's hoping to get to that Reckoning sooner rather than later. Do the Cosmic Divide here for Furia, which you can almost guarantee is going to find application on this round.
If John stays on this right side of site and an A hit comes in, you hate to be there as
he might be overwhelmed, yeah.
You usually want to throw this defensive wall from playing the opposite side of the site. Like when the Neon splits the site vertically and the other wall is up and you're getting recon back there, like we have seen Harbors doing that and getting completely destroyed, but it will not be relevant. Furia are just going to go over for this B hit where Cortezia is playing close. Redux back sight.
Oh, this is so gross. And the poison orb we go. Oh, okay, not great. Now going to try and fall back. Okay, Furia actually decelerate. What? They're going to give some space. Instead of going forward, they wait out. Snakebite comes down. They can't really push past it. I don't know what happens there for Redux. That goes horribly wrong for him. And now, with that Cosmic Divide down, Sentinels are scrambling to get through that wall, but EU knows. Does he?
Jonah? Does Jonah know? Is that... Okay, I don't know what's going on there with the audio. That is bizarre.
Yeah, I may be confused by that. Maybe thinking it's John making sound. I mean, I got nothing for you, honestly. Close round in the end, but it will be Furia holding on.
That mentally boomed me. I mean, we'll see it on the replay. I'm like, was he behind the wall? I don't think he was, but... Well, I mean, and that was almost a 1v1 clutch for the game, but was just too stun locked on the weirdness on the flank. But also, before all of that, great little eggs deck from Furia. There was that jiggle peek from Artson that deleted Cortezia on the right side, and then that stun that came down, the Gravwell combo on the left that just had Redux completely out of sorts. I mean, he was just had no options there. So
Furia have survived the onslaught of a lot of these Sentinels ultimates that have sort of cycled through. They're going to have to deal with a kill contract in this next round that has 10 times out of 10 been a kill for Redux. I'll just say 100% of the time, not to confuse you. He's 3 from 3 on those.
Yeah, he hasn't had the opportunity to really use it the last few rounds since he's gotten it. Like, he has to anchor there. He can't use it. You know, ideally it's for some kind of retake play, or maybe if you can get the info that one guy is lone on the side of the map and is on some kind of solo lurk, so you can catch him and then you can have a player safely get the kill when they get out of the contract if Redux loses, which, like you said, he hasn't yet, but it could happen eventually.
Could indeed.
But yeah, typically you're just going to see it for a retake / flood attempt of getting the guy who's planting the spike, you know, caught in it, but Koala has the op on attack.
Okay.
Against Jerwin's op on defense. Where are these guys posting up? I mean, they very well might have a fight at mid doors. It's looking like that's
I mean, Jerwin's going to be there for the op, right? So just hold the line. When does this star get deployed?
I mean, if Jerwin swung out further, you don't have the timing on the guy bottom mid, and Koala almost certainly would have gotten that kill
look at slowly inching into elbow here is Alum. He's the active player right now. That wall's come up though at an odd time, and the response is to smoke duo on okay.
Both a little
Shots
wide.
exchanged.
Alum
Alum slowly
with
time. Oh no, there's no way. Redux there flubs a shot. Alum has given it stave execution. Oh yeah, we're gonna make sure we guarantee this kill. Artisan there, it's gonna be the one that's caught out. That's the harbor. This would be massive. Key controller down now for Furia. They're gonna have to go without Artisan, but Alum dives on into the cove, finds the kill at least. Evens up the score. Now it's Nerves util that Furia are gonna have to make use of to get into some of these sites here.
And so that drone is able to confirm the drone was still at doors, but they don't have info on A main, and Jonah has pushed up, taking this deep angle. You know, if EU doesn't have the recon either, 35 seconds on that, so there's just no effective way of re-clearing A main, and that's going to call for Furia to go back towards B. Jonah's also relaying to his team that that's most likely going to happen, so they have all three players ready to go. With 23 seconds left, SEN should be able to close out the game here.
And in the meantime, you're seeing nothing over at A, but is there any time to call a cancel? Yes, they're going to try and sell a fake here. It's going to fall flat pretty quickly, though, because Alum gets caught out as he pushes on in, and our time is truly of the essence.
Jonah's in an amazing position.
left.
The only thing working against him is that he's only got the Sheriff right now, but he could still end the game in this moment.
Oh, shots on towards EU. That's not the spike carrier, though. That was no chance to get a plant here for Furia. No chance to clean them up. Professor P sends them packing in our second map. Breeze goes the way of Sentinels.
Even gets the third, just for some style. Little additional aura playing in A main. That was a really good round from Jonah, and I can only imagine like how excellent his calls were in that situation as well. Just the information that he was giving to the team was getting them in all the right positions to close out that game. Furia tried to run it back a little bit, but ultimately SEN just looked superb on this map. Every mistake that was being made on defense by Furia was fully exploited. Again, with Artson going 0-5, first kill to first death on that first half, and Jonah getting 6 first kills, that is like the tail of the tape. They were just so good on attack and absolutely crushed on those A-site exits.
Haven is just around the corner. It's a map that Sentinels have not lost on yet this stage, but they're going up against Furia, not some garden variety team here in stage 1. Keep it locked, folks. The decider map in this series also decides which of these teams head to playoffs. Time for a quick break, but when we come back, our analysts are going to get us ready for map 3.
Hoje eu vou mostrar a minha tatuagem e explicar algumas delas. Então, eu peguei a primeira aqui, só que eu cobri ela quando eu tinha 19 anos. Eu fiz outra aqui em cima, era a medusa e uma mandala. O pessoal falava que era muito feminino, então eu precisava trocar. Eu não acreditava muito nisso, porque eu sempre fiz tudo que eu gostava. Aí eu fui pro pescoço, eu fiz a primeira aqui, um leão. Aqui tem dos lados, que é Anjo Miguel e Rafael, são 2 anjos aqui. Tudo porque eu gostei, não tem muito um significado, tipo, por que eu fiz isso. Essa aqui teve um significado importante, foi quando eu perdi minha mãe, eu me senti um pouco meio mal assim, eu coloquei um versículo da Bíblia. Eu sempre faço tudo pela minha família, pelas pessoas que eu amo, então é algo que me mantém forte para seguir. Aí tem o versículo, ainda que minha mente e meu corpo enfraqueça, Deus é minha força, Ele é tudo que eu sempre preciso. É um salmo. Eu tatuei o rosto de Jesus Cristo aqui. Eu não sou muito apegado à religião, essas coisas, eu sou apegado mais em Deus. Acredito muito, tenho muita fé nisso. Então fiz essa. Foi minha quarta tatuagem, eu fiz aqui. Tem a parte da família e a parte das flores. Não vou mentir, loucura, porque olhando para essa tatuagem eu não gostei muito, sendo bem sincero. Aí eu fechei aqui em cima. Tem um anjo aqui, só que é na parte do ombro todo aqui. Então tem 2 anjos. Lembrando sempre, tipo, algo que me motiva de alguma forma. Então, passando disso, teve essa, que é o meu pai começou a fazer tatuagem, ele ia começar a fazer essas coisas. Só que ele tava muito nervoso, eu queria fazer a mão toda. Ele falou que não tava confiante, eu falei, pô, faz uma pequena então pra tu ver. Escolhi os números, ele simples. Essa flor aqui também eu gosto muito. Acho que não tem muito significado a flor. Só coloquei mesmo porque eu gostei. Aí eu fui pra parte das pernas. Acho que a minha favorita hoje em dia é essa. Eu fiz a minha perna toda até aqui em cima. 1, 2, são 4. Aqui é um olho. Não sei o significado. Eu só coloquei, que eu achei achei muito foda. Tem um desenho aqui também, tem uma águia. A águia eu escolhi exatamente pela forma que a gente escolhe as pessoas que a gente tem por perto. A águia só anda com águia. Eu gosto muito da águia porque poucas pessoas falam da águia, né? Então, lembra que é sempre silencioso, sempre preciso, quando necessário. Coloquei uma índia aqui, segurando uma flecha. Fui para essa parte aqui, um pouco caótica. É o famoso chora agora e ri depois. Tem o número 10, que é um dos meus números favoritos. É o 10 e o 7, são meus números favoritos. Tem aqui também, que eu fechei a perna toda até a parte de cima. Não tem algo, tipo, um significado específico, mas essa aqui é a minha favorita. E tem essa parte aqui, que é meio doida, que eu achei maneiro e coloquei no meu braço. Não tem significado para isso, só achei muito maneiro e coloquei. Valeu, galera, muito obrigado por assistir. E essa aí são um pouquinho do significado da minha tatuagem. Tamo junto.
Of course, you can go ahead and check out the rest of Common Grounds on YouTube. Incredible piece there, learning the history of DigiZin. We also get an opportunity to talk with Kuala-Noob in that piece as well. So feel free to go out there, check it out on the VCT Americas YouTube channel. But folks, we are back and we are going to a map number 3. This is a... well, these games are a little weird.
Yeah.
What was the first one? 13-4, and then what was this one? Almost 13-4.
Yeah.
It feels it's a lot of peaks and valleys out here. What's your read on this one, Athena? What's going on?
I mean, you can definitely tell that Sentinels prepped for Breeze. They were really ready for it, and they looked really, really good on it. I think for Furia, they were not expecting the Breeze pick because it looked like they didn't really have that much stuff prepped opposed to the other things that they've normally done. But it just looked so good, and I think the main thing that Sentinels brought into this was their post plants. That attack side almost flawless. They only lost those 2 rounds on attack side. They were so good at taking the space, using the hybrid util to cycle and delay, especially with that Viper wall going down, and then using that cove backside to also enable them to fully push into backside and fight.
Yeah, I think it was interesting seeing the swap up with the harbor utility from when they last played Breeze, because they were a lot more creative, but they also weren't winning as many rounds. Here they kind of toned it back, started just using it to recycle the walls constantly, making it a lot harder for them to retake on Furia's side. And even when they pushed through, they were holding some great crossfires, like literally this, making sure that they're just watching and not allowing them to get any space.
Yeah, they were cycling the walls so well.
Yeah.
Like every single time you thought, oh, this wall's coming down, and then out of nowhere, you're just seeing a water wall, and then you see a Viper wall. And it was a very, very well executed plan, obviously reflected on that team breakdown bottom track there that you could see. just absolute domination in that first half there, right? But of course, you also have other aspects that have been playing really well for this team too, right? You got big performances from big players, guys like Cortezio also having a great matchup. He's been consistently great for this team, always has been.
He was pretty essential as well in this one, I think, in terms of just playing off a lot of the space that the team was creating. Like on times, he was just lurking, activating off onto some of these angles. You can see the rest of his team there, X-rayed through the wall. Instances like this as well. All this pressure that's being applied, they clearly had a plan in mind where they were just trying to abuse the rotates of Furia and see what the rest of their players could get. And Cortezio, he was activating consistently, clutching consistently too as well. A real dominant force, to be honest, and a key reason as to why SEN were able to close this out essentially as clean as they could with the dominant attack side.
I mean, he had so many clutches too on the attack side. On a lot of those post plants, he had 2 or 3 different rounds where they only won the post plant because of him getting multi-fracture, getting those impact kills. And I think overall, he's just been really phenomenal in general.
Yeah, we oftentimes praise his work on, you know, just being like the vocal leader in the moment,
merchant.
right? The vibe merchant, blah blah blah, right? But this actually is like, you know, outside of just the you know, the vibes, it really is just the output in the server, and Cortezio has just been consistently great. Of course, that takes us though to map 3, and this again, as we highlighted many times already, this matchup is huge because both these teams fighting for this playoff spot and big opportunity here, and it's going to be going down to Haven. How do we feel about this one, guys? Because this is truly anyone's game at this point. Everyone wants to talk. Emily, you, me, what do you think, Em?
Okay, granted that the last time Sentinels played Haven, it was against EG, and they were having a little bit of a harder time. I really liked what I saw to them on both sides. I liked on defense how they were willing to not give up sites, consistently try and fight and use a lot of the delay that we were talking about early on. But I also like the way that they approach their attack and how, you know, willing they are to kind of manipulate the map in their favor. And I just feel like this is a map that they're super confident on no matter what they're doing.
Dude, Furia played EG and lost on Haven.
Wait.
SEN played EG and won on Haven.
No narrative.
Great analysis.
Wait, quick maths. 2 plus 2 is 4. Minus 1
that's 3 quick.
No way! Guys, we are changing lives out here with all the mathematics that we've been figuring out. But don't worry, because Uber and Wyatt got you covered on the other side. The winner of this match clinches a playoff spot and the mathematics championship of the world. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's been a day for blockbuster games here at VCT Americas. This one absolutely delivering. However, I would say the victor of both our first 2 maps in this series kind of dominant in their displays. We were surprised to see Furia take such a nosedive and impact in Breeze, but you've got to hand it to Sentinels, who really had that map figured out. Good to see it again from them now with Redux on that ISO. We're off to Haven though.
Could be a day of upsets as well, with 100 Thieves beating the undefeated crew in Stage 1, and our kickoff winners in Furia going down to this new Sentinels team, who have only been able to get 2 prior games of match experience with Jerwin, who's playing a fantastic game so far today. Triple threat Neon in this series. And Sentinels, they're running this, dare I say old, but like very meta comp of Haven of last year and into kickoff this year that Gen G were really pushing. Yes. And now this Phoenix look feels a bit more current, a bit more meta for sure, outside of the fact that Artson is running a Cypher, and Sen are going to be playing the KJ, which I prefer a little bit, but again, this stuff exists within the margins. Who's playing better on the day, who's playing a more optimized game on the day is a little bit more important. And man, the pistol round win rate's not great for either team.
I talked up Furious pistols. I'm like, damn, that 2-week break for me really boomed the rating. Oh my goodness. Still, we've liked what we've seen from Furia, at least the first map of their pistols. They didn't win any on Breeze, I will mention.
Seems we have a some kind of brief hold-up in the game.
Yeah, likely a tech pause that
we call that a tech
at.
pause in the industry.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's not like we haven't had our fair share of them as it was. I think what we did, we did one game in Santiago. You know, we've had to wrestle that beast on occasion. I think we have an opportunity here though to talk a little bit more about these comps, right? Obviously, we've seen the Phoenix here, especially on defense side, quite a few teams just making use of it, like flashing out of Garage. There's being just constantly refighting, getting winfo, potentially getting you player advantages, getting you map control. Definitely seems the way to go on with it, like a 6-orb ult, something you can build up pretty quickly with some on the attack side at least, like a pretty easy to contest orb on that C main spot.
Yeah, when you're playing Phoenix, it feels like you can really just play the game in flow and constantly be pressuring. Flash here, fight. Another flash, fight. And it also just gives your team an opportunity to play at a high pace that it's already going to be playing at with the Neon. And also in this modern age of VALORANT, where a lot of the utility has been nerfed, the agents that just have inherent advantages are very good. Neon, she goes really fast. The other agents, they can't run really fast. She's just going to be very good because of that. Phoenix has a good ult, and it's the cheapest one in the game. He's just going to be really good because of that. And on Haven as well, it's one of the maps where you can really farm up the orbs pretty easily. It's a big factor. It's why you see Phoenix here a lot. It's why you see Phoenix on Pearl a lot. It's just easy to get those orbs. And so I do really like the comp that Furia are playing. Again, like as we talked about, being the team that has come in and have really just, I think, played the optimal meta comps from what we have seen so far. On this day, though, I got to say, the SEN team, they've definitely impressed me here on Breeze. Ewok was talking about how much time they've been able to put into that map. Definitely showed. And they are 2-0 on Haven. And despite that, though, I kind of feel like SEN still have something to prove on it in my mind. They win a close game against EG, who are obviously struggling this stage, and they beat 100 Thieves, who I think that map might have been the worst play we've seen from them on any map in this stage.
Yep.
So, listen, I'm not trying to completely downplay the fact that SEN were able to obviously exploit those teams' mistakes and win, but I don't think they've been fully tested on that map by a high-quality team.
Yeah.
But then you're looking at Furia and you're like, well, wait, those guys lost to EG, and they also lost to Crew on it. In that loss to EG, you had both Superman and Dijazine dropping
like
30
60
bombs on them. Yeah, they gave 59 kills to EG in that game. So hard to win when two guys are going off like that. Listen, I think there's some level of question marks about the level of play that both teams are going to be bringing right now on Haven. And we'll just see if maybe the SEN have been able to continue to improve on this map, tighten things up, more time with this roster, more time with Jerwin being able to play in the matches, where Furia can bounce back after a map that was a tough watch for them, man.
Yep. No, it's funny how Fury have looked so different across both those maps in this series that we've seen. Here over to Haven, though, you think a great equalizer. We had a lobby remake, by the way, folks. That's what the delay was for, and we couldn't roll it back because the game hadn't started yet. So
my God.
Redo, and here it is, the pace of that Neon, something that Jonah just cannot account for, being the solo player over at the A side. Very hastily, Redux pulled himself off back towards that Heaven side.
Yep, and now it's 4v5 retake time on A, an extremely hard site to retake. And this flank is going to be known on account of the trip being broken. So Art is picking that up from Long. I mean, really, as long as Artson doesn't go down and just delays, that'll be pretty important.
I think he's kind of committed to that spot, though. He just dies.
He does go down straight away. Okay. Now there is some danger.
Nice shooting there from John. It's going to leave him free to take Sua's position. So Sentinels can hit this site from basically every single alleyway, and wow, just winning out every
They
duel.
literally just kill everybody. That's kind of crazy. They actually just kill everyone. Artsin goes down, and then all of a sudden, Furia are in a bind. They're going to get pushed from long, short potentially as well, with having 2 players behind, so they're concerned about that. They don't really know where to fight together, and they just all lose duels. This is genuinely such, like, Sen made it seem like this was not a difficult situation to get out of.
Yeah.
But it's very hard. Like, they just made that look like it was ABC Valorant.
Yeah, a little bit clowned on Furia just got. Joen just draws so much aggro as he pushes onto the site. Yeah, I can't believe it. These players know they've had to retake on this A site hundreds and hundreds of times. They know how hard it is to actually find success in a round like this. Weird moment there from Furia, who to start this series look squeaky clean now. They look a little bit ragged. Alan's ahead of the game. He's just ahead. But was he spotted out with that swing with the stinger? It's hard to say.
Yeah, I don't think so. So pressure onto Redux backside, but look at how fast Jonah is into support.
Relay bolt though is going to get flattened. That's a right click from Alan as he just gives him the drive-by. This is, okay. This is a game of Valorant. Pushing now in towards C.
Yeah, Jonah was hoping he could get some help there, but no one was able to get him back sight. So he's just caught in that cage, gets killed by the Classic. You've got 2 SMGs recovered right now from Furia. There's a flanking long from Jerwin. He's got the Outlaw. He's going to have to... Oh, just hope someone walks into him at this point.
Hold the off angle. They use the Poison Orb to get him posted up on the off angle, but I think Jerwin has to just commit to C long. Nothing you can do about it.
Well, EU really weak, so he's just down straight away.
How is Jerwin supposed to do anything from here? His teammates are caught up behind that smoke.
Yeah, Alum tries to get that timing, isn't able to do so, and Koala wants to flash for something, but he's caught.
No!
A nice retake there from Sen. Look, there were a couple weak players there for Furia, and a couple of them still didn't have good weapons, but I can't help but feel like Furia had the right idea, but the wrong players in the spots to execute it. Like, if you had Koala in this smoke here with a flash to fight the guys in spawn, that's one thing. But he's just playing around sight, so he's really not able to accomplish anything. That swing from spawn is just dry from Allen, so he goes down to the second player there. And while that's all happening, Jerwin makes his way up long. Like, again, I like the idea of fighting forward. That's fine, but wrong personnel to get that accomplished properly.
100%.
Shaw looks super frustrated after that. I really cannot blame him.
Fury do too. Look at this fast break into mid. How much are they looking to force the issue now as this toxic string slows them up?
Now, still, a lot of damage done means that Sentinels in this round have a very light buy. They don't want to overcommit right now, just playing with some Sheriffs. Jerwin still has that Outlaw, but it's basically full armors for everyone on Furia, except for Allen because he lost his, taking a lot of damage.
Fury just outdroned into Garage, but actually didn't get any headway whatsoever. So we're just going to hit B main again, belatedly. There's no flank pressure because you have Cypher, which is pretty important if you want to play that slower game.
You have Redux pushed all the way down C long as well, so Sen right now concerned a little bit about Garage, of course, because Furia have shown so much presence there, but you know, as time is ticking down, they have the right idea with getting more players over towards this A side of the map, at least for now, but Furia on the silent double back.
With what utility reading here? Cortez having to get a trade of this. Redux
and that was Allen so weak.
30 seconds left.
Brutal. Yeah, I mean, Furia was still searching for a site to hit. The toxic screen alone basically put them off the idea of hitting B. I mean, they spent so heavily to try and get into Garage. Now Redux might be pinched. This is pretty uncomfortable. He is the solo player on this side of the map and was pinged out and swung in Artazine. That gives Furia a fighting chance in this round.
Now, I'm just looking at EU in spawn. He really just doesn't have to do anything. You know, he can just take a little bit of... okay, Paranoia's is a little bit early, and he reveals himself now.
Well, it's a lot of info.
Do they just ignore him and go forward? Yeah, that seems to be the plan.
Good fast lane. So we're just going to be playing the cringe post plant from C long. There's some sharp shooting from Artazine. Now EU can get active. Johnny's looking for it, but the weapon leaves a bit to be desired. Spectre still gets the job done, though. John would have had to go massive there in that clutch. And no, it will be Furia getting onto the board. Man, they really worked the map. I was worried.
Yeah.
That kill from Redux as they pushed into their trip on that C side, but they managed to recover.
Yeah, Artson really comes up with the high impact kills late in that round. He gets the delayed trade here onto Redux after pinging him out, and then this kill was crucial.
Oh, sick.
That's a 1v. That's a round deciding 1v1 if Jerwin connected that shot, but misses the first, and then Artsin's really sharp with it.
All right, Furia on the board now, but guns in the hands of Sentinel, and the Odin to hand for Jonah P. No spam through into lobby this time. Going to be smoked off though. Sentinel's trying to slow things down. Cortezia has been getting at least one every time. Garage so far. That's okay, man. That boy cold.
Furia are just trying to make a whole lot of individual plays to get back into the round, but it's actually just further digging the hole for the guys who are still alive. I mean, you have Koala Noob getting into Garage first, goes down to Cortezia, really late trade attempt, and he's able to just get the second. Like, he doesn't have to adjust his crosshair really at all. He's already just ready for that second engagement. And then with all that happening, he was like, well, maybe I can walk through B off of a timing. We desperately need a kill somewhere, and it's being watched, and he dies.
It's just...
And now SEN do not care about giving up A. They are just going to play this for the retake.
I wonder if it's a confidence-related thing for Furia, who... They've got a Cypher in their comp, so they can work the map and play slow, right? But they've got double duels. They've got Phoenix, they've got Neon. Like, you know, what we saw in the first map, what we saw in Split from them was this, like, crazy push down mid, like, such pace, overwhelming defenders.
They were taking so much space on the map
And this is a map where defenders are spread more thinly than usual, right? If you think that kind of approach here, at least on the extremities,
10 seconds left.
Yeah,
might be valuable.
It's not explosive compared to Split in terms of the numbers taking the space early on a round like this, or with the density of util.
Yeah. So we're just going to, wait this one out. Furia just get beat up in the early stages and spend their time whiling away the hours at the end of the round. They get sent up to 3, and really, honestly, does wonders for that burgeoning economy.
Furia will be close to a couple ults into this round, so we could see them trying to get the orbs early with Koala and EU. That's pretty viable here. As, yeah, it looks like they might go for a little smoke C long and get this orb.
Let me show you how the boss does it. Placing swarm grenade.
All right, let's see how it plays out now. Round number 5 coming at you. This time a little bit more proactive towards that C long, but yeah. A lot of this util, as you mentioned, will force the game to slow up a bit. Long sight lines as well are a problem.
Koala, he obviously wants to get that orb, but he's very, very scared that I'm getting spammed right now. And bro.
All right, it is an orb going over to Koala Noob, but
it took a lot of time, but you know what? They did it.
There was some acrobatics involved.
So there's a drone reclearing short here from Jonah, which is at a pretty nice timing, and Jerwin is just going to be able to stay posted up on a long.
Now, a couple rounds ago, when he had a bit more confidence, he actually droned from right down into it and got much more distance into lobby from it. That one was a bit more passive. So he doesn't spot this cohort of Furia
and
players.
With all this silence and the drone not actually getting the ping there, looked like Sen backed up for a moment. Jerwin is in a pretty dangerous spot, but Sen really trying to get in to help him.
Joan forced back here. Relay Bolt going to be committed. It's going to be a Paranoid that catches onto the Neon. No, somehow Joan sliding around, trying to stay alive, but eventually brought to his knees by Alim. Now you get the players to work with for Furia. It's going to be a tough site to retake for Sen, as it always is. And at every flash under the sun, including the sun itself, thrown at Redux, and he, well, holds up in the heat pretty well. I'm going to be honest with you. Now, though, Neural Theft a little bit problematic to try and play back into it. John versus Artazine.
10 seconds
the
left.
mastermind versus the young protege. And it's going to be Artazine with the health advantage, and he's on the line.
What a great round pickup. That was Jerwin, you know, being able to get rid of that run-it-back Phoenix going in, but then his position is spotted out anyway. Sen try to get into the site to assist him. That is a crazy moment from Nerve that we didn't catch the first time, just teleporting to Graffiti to shoot someone in the back. But
dude,
does
this guy have like hacks in hell? How is he not dead?
I mean, hey, it was
Is he
pretty
talking,
crazy.
he's talking about Redux,
yeah,
right?
Redux was kind of going crazy down there, but he was still isolated, so even that Nuts 2-piece was not enough.
All right. Jerwin, classically with an outlaw in this round, it's not the most apportioned weapon against a fully armored attack site. And so as a result, he's playing up in that garage position. It's just going to be a walk up here onto the A side through much of this util. Slowed down, though, by a snakebite. Let's listen to the Furia comms. How do they put this together?
Yes, get out after. I can still vault bomb. We're not going to ult the KG ult, okay, guys? We're going to play time.
We're on my ulting. Ulting. A lobby. I'll get it.
I'm out.
I'm not trolling here, but...
We're playing time, okay, guys? I'm ulting. If they KG ult, I'm just ulting the bomb.
I'm trying to help you, Toro.
Carry A, okay, then. I'll hold contact.
They're gonna ult.
Okay, I'm off you. They're going to try to push me
one-way bomb. I'm one-way bomb early.
I'm flashing your left, Toro. Flashing your left.
They're going to try to push me when I ult. Get out, guys. Or do whatever you want, bro. Just ace.
On top site.
Hold my A push, Mike. I think
Say that. Nice, Toro.
One HP. I said just ace.
Fucking Terminator! You see window, He tapped. Garage. Kappa.
Nice fucking round.
Get him!
Let's go, bro.
That was, I mean, pretty funny comms. Yeah. But also, kind of what we were talking about back on Split, just how intentional the communication is from Furia and how much of a large piece of their efficiency in rounds is coming from EU. He's just so direct with the plan for the team there. And within that, Alum was just like their young superstar player that's going to go around and try to kill everyone. He also knows that in that situation, all right, yeah, if they are playing for the lockdown, I can be the one guy in sight. I can try to catch them off, get a couple kills. That classic, like, there's a couple seconds before everyone gets detained, and then you stand close. Yeah. Surely no one is standing in this trying to kill us, but he killed everyone early as hell, so it didn't even matter. But you can just see on the minimap, based on the game plan that EU is giving them, how they are all getting into the right spots to play around it. It's just so efficiently done.
And something that we observe whenever we have a chance to dip into the Furia comms is that they tend to read their opponents really well based on utility cues, right? I feel like that's something that they're able to construct potential scenarios really effectively based on kind of what they see. Like, oh, there's a dog on this side of the map. Like,
yeah,
you know,
it's exactly that. Oh, there's lockdown, they're going to use it. Don't care. We're just going to Hunter's Fury. Play time. Doesn't matter. And then Alum's like, well, okay, I'm just going to stay in. Yep. He doesn't even need to call it. He's just,
whatever.
I'm a duelist. I'm going to stay in. I'm going to kill them.
Yep. Alum's dream. He's having a pretty good game so far at 6-4. And yeah, just basically tore through Sentinels on B. That necessitated, pardon me, a timeout there from Ewok to try and just get things simmered down. 3 rounds on defense, not so shabby early on here in this first half. Can they build on it?
I'm surprised we've never seen Alex with a cast on the right arm in the coach's booth, you know? You would think after all these years with paper
all the
Rex,
desks
there would have
murdered.
Would have happened at least once.
I reckon he wouldn't dare put a cast on. He would just tough it out.
I'm out of here.
So this time going for a little bit of an aggro play towards A with the Jerwin Hero Rifle, but they do not want to overcommit. This is just going to route Furia away. Do they want, I mean, they certainly don't want to accelerate elsewhere, which is, you know, always a possibility when you feel some of that early presence, especially finding out that there's a hero rifle on that side of the map, but it's a bit more patient from them.
Diabolical walk-up. Can they, like, yeah, they can't really flash this.
By the way, Artson did not leave a trip on the A side after they got any of that space. Do they know?
Oh, yeah, he tripped B instead.
Yeah, and Jonah gets 2 free ones because of that, but luckily Nerve doubles back, and they're able to collect the kills regardless.
The weapons are better. Cortez can't actually push off this B side because of that pretty deep trip that was placed. So Artesine doubles back and deals with it.
Could have been actual disaster because of the lack of trip there, but...
Yeah, it's just one of those interesting rounds where, like, Artesine just chooses to vary his trip location. That also implies a little bit to you about where Furia want to end in a round like that. But.
Or honestly, could have just been heavily calming about a plan or doing something else, and you just kind of forget to do that occasionally. I mean, your brain can only handle so much at any given moment. That, you know,
pretty composed though. Artesine just turns around and answers the threat of the multi-sheriffs. Clean stuff. Furia need to find that composure in a very... It's been a roller coaster of a series. I wouldn't even say the maps themselves have been close. Some close rounds, sure, but no, it's been one of these teams or another just battering them. Oh, John too slow. Yep, he doesn't even realize Alum has crossed over. That relay ball hit him hard. Flash into the back of the site. No, couldn't see the wood for the trees, apparently. Still able to find 2 massive kills. And that shuts the door in this round virtually straight away.
Yeah, that's some illegal gameplay. Inspect the PC. I can't. How does he get the second one? He's paranoid up. does not see anything. Cool.
I think there was like
but maybe we'll see it from his, one of those weird things where we see his point of view and he kind of catches a glimpse or something,
Yeah.
but.
There was like a neon assist there as well, so I don't know if that was util oriented.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty common that the neon is just going to throw that stun back plat as well.
I thought it was like, I thought it hit onto John.
Oh yeah, he did throw a close-up, I think, onto John. It was a heads up as well from Alum just to check that left side. It was either spam it or maybe he just saw like the judge peeking out a little bit.
He just like
something
fades
that.
briefly through the fast lane just to check that corner and back. Yeah, John just, he had no idea. How bad are they from Jerwin?
Can
the
you do it?
I've seen this guy do some filthy. Oh no! That's I can't say that on air. That's messed up, bro. Can't be doing that. Yeah, you love that late recon. Taken away from
now, I just want to see. Yeah, John gets spammed down there.
Oh, he gets a glimpse.
Yeah,
just
a glimpse. That's a sick reaction, though. I mean, he's got to be going down there. That's crazy.
Koala trying to eco Cobra another round, bro. Forget about it. Bro, MI6 is on the phone.
Oh, no.
He's 007.
All right, well, not a crazy amount of damage, but Nerve and Alum are both tagged up a little bit. Is this the kind of moment where you just want to push around long and circumvent that Viper's Pit? They're at least threatening it, showing that.
Yeah.
I like the setup from Sen as well, just getting Redux to peek over the smoke.
The spike. Funneling, though, into Redux's sideline with the paranoia seems like a pretty bad idea. So, Furia.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Koala Noob had an ult, you could challenge this Viper's Pit, but that is not the case.
Slowing down into the op. It's a little nerve-wracking. But, wow, Jordan just doesn't connect. Koala Noob, his first frag of the game, is a pretty big one.
Yeah, that's a pretty high impact kill, and that's going to activate the acceleration onto this B site.
Jonah, stopping power in spades, and the spike's going to go loose. This is problematic. He's going to check top box. He got the dink on Nerve as well. Paranoia's not even going to stop this guy. He's going to hold M1 for the boys, and he's got a sixth sense about where Nerve is going to turn up. Bro, no way. Dismantling Furia there.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. And the Odin, pretty good when you're anchoring these sites. Oh, I like some arts and isolating the fight. That's beautiful.
Just John and Cortezia standing. Cortezia, though, really knows how to slow these kind of rounds down and keep Furia out. Close game now. Quite a compelling haven thus far. Sentinels get within a round.
Koala just gets the sick entry on the board, but doesn't matter. No one's going to remember
Hey, got
that
another
one.
frag as well.
Jonah just locks that down backside.
It's the following of the TP for me that's very good reaction.
Yeah, I mean, obviously wants to get that trade, but he's just
also like
a little bit late on that swing. It wasn't like a full, kind of double swing onto the Odin. But even when you are double swinging onto the Odin, it feels like it doesn't even matter what pace you play at. You just die anyway.
You need to like crossfire
not
the
again. He's got the sixth sense.
Okay, he got the fast push though. Well. Okay, Koala Noob is the running back. Jonah eventually falls, but at what cost? Here's what I'd ask Furia.
Nerve went for the teleport into spawn, but Jerwin picks up the angle. Artson with all those kills is going to get the information across the map, but then neural theft. Oh my god.
Just before the second neural theft ping comes in, Jerwin picks up the line with a jump pick. That is sick.
Go, go, go.
All right, well, we are tied, folks.
Listen, it's one of those moments where Furia do what we were talking about earlier, where they pop into an area of the map right at the beginning of the round. Tons of util, fast pace with the Neon, but they do it right into where the Odin was at. And it also felt like, in terms of Furia's calling there, even though they find out that the Odin is in that position, they just do not stop. They don't make an adaptation to that. They decide to just activate the strat anyway. And look at how that went. Their Neon goes down. The Phoenix ult got absolutely nothing accomplished. I feel like that might be a moment where you got to hold up on the activation of that. I mean, your Omen did teleport into spawn as well, so it just feels, they just feel like, we just have to send it. We just have to do it anyway.
Really passive position, Sentinels inside.
They're running it back in garage, but this time Jonah P is on the A side of the map.
Some arresting util here as they, Nanoswarm's going to buy some time.
This Jerwin op today has been so good.
Yeah, really good in a couple of very tight angles, right? Okay, Adam's going to get in finding two very quickly, though. That LG hitting hard.
I like that Furia had an additional layer to get into the back site there. You see Koala Noob flashing on the left side of default, and then Alum is able to slide over on the right, or opposite, sorry, whatever. Same idea, right side, left side, flash, the dash, the running around with the LG.
Deploying drone.
Okay, he's going to be pinged out by the drone, just trying to slow things up here with the shock dart. He was dead in the water there. Still, he's got a redundancy of teammates for now, at least. Swing there with the ult for Koala Noob. It's going to be Nerve that does the dirty work. Clean up is good. Furia, get to 6 rounds.
Feels like Nerve has kind of been that guy for Furia in this half. He is getting some super high impact kills. Playing really well. Yeah, and this is that moment where Alum is able to slide out on the left side. There was a prior flash that came over from Koala.
Koala Noob just cheering him on there. Able to find the third.
Everybody just paranoid.
Yeah, when you're trying to flood into the site, paranoia is so powerful. Not only to get you in, but also to stop you in your tracks. Last round of the half here. Jonah Peak still with the Odin in hand, though. Redux also picking up a Judge. Well, because he's got no other choice. But that's still pretty good in Garage.
And I'm just going to see if Furia maybe wanted to get the orb to EU. It's close to that Hunter's Fury, but they do not even want to risk tapping an orb against the potential spam, and definitely not spam of an Odin, though playing C-Long with that is not really common, but you never know.
Yeah.
Feels like Jonah has just been at the right place at the right time 9 times out of 10 with the Odin spam.
He was in Garage, but like on the low ground in Garage. He has not been spamming that like early round lobby angle. He might here though, that could be delicious.
Furia right now are absolutely lacking in map info. They don't know what's going on in mid, and they've got no control towards A.
They haven't outdroned yet, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. So they're going for this later round re-clear. And do Sen try to play this aggressively against the drone, or is this just a fallback to sight?
Jerwin can't talk. He's going to get ahead of it. And my God, it has worked. 2 for Jerwin. Early warning alarm raised, and now 2 players already for Sentinels embedded in this A side with a crossfire setup.
So good from Sen. Look, monster play from Jerwin. And how can you crack this site at 25 seconds left in a crossfire? And Jonah, he's here with the Odin.
Yep. Oh, he just has spray through those boxes.
It's got to be chalked for Furia, man.
Nerve might challenge first, but he's actually seeing the shoulder peek.
Wow, Nerve is just on point.
Too much leg shown by Jonah there. Okay, we just walk into sites and shoot people in the head.
Sometimes you just miss, and that is a detriment to your round-winning success.
Wow, with John Madden's back in the building. Here's Cortesia and Redux, who are doubled up here. Don't forget, we are trying to retake A.
EU's got his Hunter's Fury miles away at the moment.
Yeah. He's in Palm Springs. There's Alan with another one. Redux tries to TP up, but it's pretty telegraphed, and that will end the round. Hunter's Fury from EU. Get Furia ahead by a nose. 12 rounds in, 7 rounds for Furia.
Listen, that was a ranked game. If I were Jerwin, I know what I'd be thinking about my teammates in that crossfire right now. It's pretty unfortunate that neither of them can get a kill here.
Oh, I'm seeing Nerve is ready for it, but it's a timing thing. Jonah just makes
Alum
the
just
jiggle.
Run out.
Let's go. Who's daddy? Trick question, it's me.
You know what? I wasn't going to answer it anyway. So I feel like it's a trap question.
Damn, I didn't know Nerve was like that. I thought Nerve was kind of just a chill little mild-mannered guy.
Right. Well,
I had no idea.
With that very important question answered, we're going to head to a break. Come back to the second half of Haven. Remember, playoffs on the line for these 2 teams. Will it be Fury or Sentinels? Keep it locked.
What do you think the word was that got censored at the end?
Don't tempt me. Right, let's get the second half of Haven underway on the ASAP. It's both Furia and Sentinels fighting for the guaranteed playoff spot. A Sentinels win here kind of throws things for a loop next week. It means we have a bunch of weird qualifying scenarios. It's going to be curious. That was romantic, and honestly, I'm here for it.
There's been a lot of bromance in the Howling Abyss little region here where the players are at, Mitch. With the Jonah P. Cortesia card that he's been smooching.
The pheromones and the masks have all been sort of percolating out there.
Being in Howling Abyss right now, we're chilling on the couch, but this is a high-stakes game. This is for playoff qualification straight up.
And this is going to get you on the edge of your seat, I'm certain of it. We've got that lurk wall up here for Sentinels. They've got the Viper on the attack side. That's a big point of difference between these two sides. Will be charged with Solo holding the side, but the push out of look. Sui's going to be too fast. He's pinned. He needs to see an acceleration here from Furia. He used low, somehow still alive. Looking for a recon ping that he doesn't get, but he's able to reposition through this smoke.
The pace that Furia got back in to help EU at was crazy. I thought he was absolutely fried. He had only a trip towards short to try and play around to survive, but instant smoke to help him, and Qualanoob is dialed on this angle. Is there anything showing? I don't think so. I mean, if he has a rifle, yeah, but with a pistol, he doesn't know.
There is a bit of obviously a crossfire
he
here.
He doesn't know, but he thinks.
There's no close A main presence here either. I think they're waiting on Cortesia to get this ground.
Claw's like he has to be there.
No, he's not wrong. Okay, Furia are ready for this. Here comes the fast play. Qualanoob, great reaction. No time to deploy the flash, but that's fine. His aim did enough work. Here's the secondary swing, though. John and Jonah getting it done.
Oh, that's so awkward for EU being really close on default box. Artson now into the 1v2. And it's done, actually. Sen just shooting better on that pistol on the re-entry. There was nothing from Furia to really re-clear short. Off the timing, because EU had prior used his dart when they were executing in on short. And I believe that Sen are just able to pop back in before he was able to get that refresh. And they're just not able to deny all the players from Sen just running in together.
And you can see how much that round meant. To be fair, I think Cortesia might stand up like that if he sees the last Tunky in the cupboard. But, I mean, it was an important round.
He's just a man full of passion.
That's it. I love it.
A love for life.
Exactly. We got a walk up here on A main from Furia pretty early on to test.
Yep. And just a Koala Orb harvest time.
And there's no way this local's up. It's not in position yet.
John, he knows. And he is just going to tuck and play this safe.
Yep. There should be an easy enough take for Sentinels to even up the game. Now, all of Furia corralled in a mid-window. Except for the presence here in Garage, which could have been destabilizing, but Cortesia finds some solidity in his aim.
Yeah, a couple kills. The guys in window shot that turret, so Artson could get the swing there, and hey, they're able to get a second one, but, that was just Cortesia with the Sheriff, so not a huge deal, and Sen will be able to put together a pretty serious buy on this bonus.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, bro. Phase sniping, hello? Nice round here. Even game in our decider of the series. There's smiles on faces, but I can guarantee you the tension is starting to climb.
This could be a massive momentum builder for Sen. If they win this round right here, break the Furia economy.
I need to see how they get Qualanoob value on this half. He has had a really quiet game.
For a bonus round bye, this one's pretty sick. German taking a lot of space up mid off that drone, and the defenders need to smoke it off. So now they know the players from Sen could be tucked really close, and they could just burst onto this site with such fast pace that if you're trying to anchor it, you could just be completely torn to shreds.
I like this. Furia adjusts to a double face instead of a crossfire to better deal with the rush from Joe, but he can do this. Oh, spray down. Nice for Qualanoob. That's important. Flash out, just to confirm. Now it's going to be EU. Next up to the plate. Almost found a double spray down there, but John barely took any damage in the end.
Yeah, at least 1 for 1. That's enough. Alan wants to get into this site, and Koala's trying to pick up the pace to assist.
And these walls are crazy. Fast lane Blaze Wall also active. Qualanoob finds his second kill of the round. That might well be enough here. Alan, though, awkward. Very awkward spot to be stood in. But Jonah P gets rained down upon him by Artazine. Furia here. That is an important round to fight into, but remember, that's the Sen bonus.
It kind of seemed like that poison cloud that went up from John as well assisted the defenders a little bit, being able to wrap around sight towards default.
Yeah, there was so much going on. Blaze Wall and the fast lane got them in.
Yeah, with Elms able to cross all the way to the right there. But I will say, I really like a couple things that Furia did in this round. After they had to, you know, kind of acquiesce the close space on B, they position themselves in backside knowing that they could get popped on. And so Koala's all the way back at Gong, and he kills Jerwin because he gets into that safer position. And then Alum gets into A to defend when SEN are getting into the site just after EU, and Koalas are so fast. All right, well, also Cortezia just, that's a pretty good spam.
Just wallbanged him down. And look, having a Cypher on the A site means you actually don't really have to interact with this lurk wall. You can just play passive deep in A. Don't worry about, oh, I've got to push up into A long and get info. Oh, there's a lurk wall. It could be someone anywhere. No. Play deep in the site, behind util, camera into sewer, and Bob's your uncle.
And with that Judge out of play, SEN will be a lot safer when getting in some of these close quarter areas if they do want to try and go back towards garage late or something. But at the moment, they are super stacked up towards A, and Koala wants to get there in time to help Ardzine if this execute does come through.
Might try and swing off the trip. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, yep, that old chestnut. Been in the game for many, many years.
Yeah, and they can't break it in time, so Jerwin actually gets pinged up, and the kill is as free as it gets. But Cortezia is able to activate his lurk timing and get all the way deep into B. When there was that noise and the pressure towards A main. And because of that, the rest of the team feels safe and comfortable to get into this site plant on default. Jonah's taking a lot of damage, and that gets some spam. That's sick.
Oh, that is stunning stuff. What a blaze wall there. Reebok still has to respect the vestiges of it. We do get a plant, but SEN are bled out for
I
this.
feel like no one on Phoenix used to use that tech, but now we see it a lot.
On this map especially, yeah. On that A site almost all the time. Honestly, it's valid anywhere. Look at this, like SEN are just getting picked apart. They've got like barely any presence off the site. It's Cortezia in the site. He might get traded here. He does. And now John has to step out of mid-window. Up close, Neural Theft, they're going to show him up. And Ardzine, sick round from him, honestly. Gets the kill on Jerwin off the trip. Comes back in. Beautifully done. The Blaze Wall was just diabolical.
I'm looking at the armors there. Art had full, Nerve had half. John shot the eye, unfortunately. He brought the one guy down to 10 HP.
Oh, I like that we get to see this setup.
Yeah, just slow on the break so Ardzine gets a free one.
Nothing special about it.
Going up.
I just love to see that. Yeah.
Cypher,
old Cypher, I miss her.
Oh, and it's not spam. EU is holding a line.
There's no smoke there. He just gets out in the open. The panic when the wall comes in, honestly. Like
again, yeah, you're not smoking for that because your planter normally just stays tucked and can't be seen. Unless there's a blaze wall.
All right, pace mix up for Furia.
I don't hate this.
Not explosive down long, but just contacting multiple players.
Ooh, go time. Joe and Go wants to take his slide. He's ready for it. Flash is good. Koala Noob's able to take the trade at the very least. Ardzine, well, he's on the camps.
Oh my God, he gets a double.
Massive. Oh, look at the spike. Okay, you've got this garage control, which now means that your Viper has to double back for it. You had garage control. This is falling apart rapidly for Sentinels. Back down to a low buy.
That's so nice from Furia. It's just the contact play into we see anyone, we're activating the flash, we're going to throw down the relay bolt, and then EU just supplements with the Hunter's Fury from back sight.
What does this do your conditioning now? Because
what is going? Oh my God!
On one side of the map,
oh my God, that's insane. Yeah, that's a classic Sova lineup. I mean, that brother is making content in the game right now.
Every time.
That is like an age-old Sova play match. That one went viral in 2021.
That was an average Jonas lineup, bro.
Yeah. There.
My boy AJ.
Oh my God.
All right. Timeout call
here
by Sentinels.
Old classics. You love to see that.
Now, Sentinels have won both pistol rounds in this game.
And see, those are the kind of plays that we were just seeing none of from Furia on Breeze. But we're seeing a lot of from them on Split. Just hitting SEN with preset rounds that they're completely caught off by and don't have the response to. And also, it kind of goes back to the experience thing, I feel like, too. When you're getting hit by a lot of plays like that as a team you haven't needed to respond to very often, you're going to get messed up. Things are going to get jumbled. Too many players are getting caught. They don't have the perfect response.
It looks like there's some maps that Fury have really deep dove, like really drilled out. And then some like, Breeze, which we hadn't seen them play in stage one, where maybe they're just not quite there yet.
Lotus against Crew.
Yeah.
But the difference, man, you see the potential, though. If they get more of these maps ironed out to the level of Split, or at least what we're seeing on Haven right now. Listen, they're not out of the woods, but they're looking very good on defense.
A little bit of damage there.
Take flight.
Not even a tap, really, on Sentinels, but for a damage opportunity. Alvaron dealt with. EU. Okay, it's going to be a pretty quick lockdown here. What's the activation going to be? It's a bit awkward, actually, for Nerve, who's in silver and could be caught inside this. Bye. That's the lockdown. Out of the game.
And now SEN want to go for a fast pivot, through Garage, but they're going to be stalled out by the trip, and the Cam is going to spot multiple players too.
Okay, here's the push into mid window. The push off that A side has been good so far. It's a trade.
1-for-1 isn't bad in that situation. SEN have no backside control. Redux is out in the open for the smoke
is
down.
late.
Oh, that's so awkward.
Really late smoke there. And again, your Sting is just, you've got to play up close to this smoke now. And you can see it's a double face setup into the Odin, which rarely bodes well.
Yeah, and at the same time, John wanted to get a forward position on Garage, hoping they'd be more focused on that smoke. Maybe he can go for a little backstab, but that's being watched. SEN just try to throw every little aggro play at them that they could cook up in that moment, but Furia just spam them down or have the crosshairs on the right positions to deny them.
And now it's getting a bit uncomfortable for Sentinels. Buy round here, which is likely what that timeout was taken for. So here's what was here with the lockdown placement. EU, though, wise to it. Knew exactly how to clear that out.
Man, that's just
ahead of the game.
A little awkward there.
Alan, bro, pull the knife out. Come on, man. You can. Yeah, huge round. Now, Shaw getting much more animated. And for a good reason. This takes Furia to 3-1.
It locks them up into playoffs, just 2 rounds away from some nice comfortability for that last week. They can relax knowing they're in playoffs.
And I mean, Sentinels have to play NRG for that last spot.
Yeah, it'll come down to a straight up do or die for SEN if they lose today against NRG, the reigning world champs. So
who honestly look like at any given time they could just come online. So I would be a little uncomfortable about that prospect, but this game doesn't feel any more cruisy for Sentinels now.
I can't understate how important this round is, and Furia want to do something disruptive before there could even be a post-plant where, John could use that ult or anything. It's the spam from this Odin is just so good.
There's disruption every time there's a buy round. It's absolutely filthy. Now into the relay bolt. The run-up is there from Alan. Paranoia catches on to Jonah P. And he's got nothing but his sleep paralysis demons to keep him company. It's Redux, who's managed to find his way down A main with no way to get over towards that spike.
Yep, and about as far away from a teleport as he can be, so not going to be able to even go for a crazy play to pick that spike up.
That's it.
Man, that is just a great little trap play over in main.
What is the... Okay, so
Wall.
This is
It's the wall.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just the wall being activated, goes for the spam. And then off that you have Koala just getting in there. Didn't even flash. It's just a straight up double swing with Alum.
Yeah, there's just a gimmick for
and
every
they
round.
tear them apart. Yeah, it's literally just the timing of wall going up. All right, spam, double face. And hey, they got more than they bargained for. They would have been happy to just kill John there.
It was exactly. Yeah, they didn't expect all of Sentinels to be there.
And look at this pace again, down mid, flash out from doors. Alum pushed out a B.
Saw that a lot from Zekin yesterday.
SEN are super apprehensive there. They do not want to give Furia an opening. They're going to need to string 5 rounds together to stay in this game, or their playoff hopes are going to be like on the line in week 5.
Runner back available for Koala. He wants to continue to refight. He's going to just be throwing down on this B side, flashing himself through walls with that ultimate active. What are Sentinels doing? What is the plan? They get purchase on A until John falls, and now Redux is already half committed to this. Paranoia is going to come through, but Hunter's Fury also to try and pave the way a little bit. This is nice movement from Redux, but he's got to get out. And most of this Hunter's Fury is dodged away from.
This is great from Cortezia. Look at the space that he's gotten over on the C side of the map, just working through Garage. Oh my god, that timing is ridiculous. Is he going to fight it and try to get the pick?
There's no way. There's a player to pick up the line here for Koala. This could be fatal.
Oh,
that's dirty! Oh, man, the runner back just gets him around the corner, and he still wins out the fight. Arzino taken down by Joe, and Kwanu gets that info on the side. Furia have everything they should need to work with here, but they're losing plays, bleeding them out, in fact. It's down to EU and Koala Noob, but still no plant. Nice shock dart. Redux barely hanging on to life here, and still no commitment to a spike plant.
Again, with only 20 seconds left, center in trouble, and they wanted to run, but EU with the spam. Oh no, it is crumbling.
He's going to get this information as well. He's going to see it coming. Bum rush on towards B is the play. Both players pinged down, and there's the Odin to end it for Sentinels. Furia explode in a playoffs here in Stage 1, forcing Sentinels to go up against the big bad boss. It's NRG will be their opponent for a spot in our Stage 1 playoffs.
It was really impressive from SEN, this younger, newer team, to really take Furia to task on Breeze. They destroyed them there. But Furia having that mental resolve, they get to Haven where they're a little bit more comfortable and they just bounce back. And it's much like we saw on Split. They just have so many amazing proactive rounds throughout that entire defensive half that SEN were just not able to respond to properly. And they were able to really just close that out, I feel like, in very strong fashion. This Furia team are super impressive.
They're not very default-oriented. There's always, there's a gimmick, right? A setup for so many of these rounds. And we observed that from the very start of Stage 1 when this team hit the scene already feeling super prepared, locked in on a metagame that favored them here. And as we headed over to the second half on Haven, that's where it started to play off. There were multiple setups there. Koala didn't have to carry this game either. Like, he's flashing himself out of garage occasionally, right? The Blaze Wall to interrupt the plan. It's the Phoenix util that honestly is doing a lot of heavy lifting for Furia here, but they know how to respond. Like, EU's picking up the off angle. He's ready to punish the player getting off the spike. Like, how are they so read into so many of these scenarios?
We heard it again in the comms there when we listened to Furia, just how great of a caller EU is. The team is just so efficient in every round. They are so damn impressive.
It's over to Dryad for the Verizon post-match interview.
Furia just made playoffs, and I'm here with some of the players to talk about what the match was today and the bounce back from last week. Can I talk to you first? I think it has been incredible to see you on the Neon, to see you on the Duelist running it down. What was the conversation like from last week to this week to make sure that you get the win and you're so confident?
Didn't really have any conversation that crazy. Just we knew we just gotta play our game, and that's it. No, not really no serious conversation, no nothing. We just show up, we play, same thing.
But I have a question for you as well. When it comes to the Neon, there's a lot of conversation of who's the better Neon, who's the second, third best. Where do you see yourself there? And also, do you learn from other Neons? How did you get better at those mechanics?
I don't want to. The only thing I've stole from other person is a judge. Obviously, watching Dambi do the judge stuff all the time. That's probably the only thing I've stole from other Neons. But everything else is just me playing the game, me playing my Neon. And as of the best Neons in the world, probably top 3. Me, Dambi, and third is whoever. I have Spike or something. The Spike move's different. But yeah.
I love that. Thank you so much. Nerve, I also want to talk to you. Alim, thank you so much. Nerve, you secured the win last week. Maybe didn't go your way, but it feels like you and the rest of the squad you guys are very resilient, and you have been learning from the losses both in Masters and from last week. So going into it individually, what was the one thing that you were working on to make sure it went your way?
I think it's just confidence and taking our own terms for our own fights. Especially Breeze. I feel like Breeze, I didn't really get to play much. I was on the wrong side of the map the whole time, rotating. But Haven, I kind of just started peeking, and I have a lot of fun on Omen. I think I have more reps on Omen than every other Omen player in VCT on VLR. We have to fact check that, but maybe. So yeah, just confidence and fun.
I love the confidence. And also for that Breeze, did it catch you off guard? Was it the map? Was it just a slow start? What happened?
I think just a slow start, to be honest. I think we never lost trust or lost confidence throughout the game. I think just a slow start and a good game plan from then, and then just unlucky rounds and then just snowballed ults, to be honest.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you so much, Nerve. I also want to talk to you. I feel like everybody loves seeing how much fun you're having when you're playing the game. And I remember when I was doing the arrival this morning, Koala was saying, yeah, we're going to win because everybody's laughing and giggling. So I know that the synergy is good. I know that you guys get along really well. But when things are going wrong, how do you make sure that, the energy is always positive? Because that's what we hear in the voice comes. When things are going wrong, you're always kind of resetting that mentality for the team.
Yeah, I think we pride ourselves on adaptability, and for us, if we start the game fast, it's really easy to kind of keep going because everyone's enjoying it and having a lot of fun. But yeah, like you said, when we maybe lose all pistols like we did in Santiago, or we have a bad start, then I think adapting in the game and making sure everybody just stays focused on finding the solution is the most important thing. So trying to get the boys to do that, it's pretty much the big focus.
And my last question, I know that you guys already made playoffs, but the reps that you're getting for the regular season are really important going into that second stage. And that next match is going to be against your old team, 100 Thieves. So how are you feeling about it?
I mean, I'm going to have fun. I have fun every game. It was super fun, taking this game back. I don't think I've missed playoffs yet, so it's good to be in playoffs now, and now we get to have like a fun game against 100 Thieves. I don't think it's possible to get first seed, so playing the boys, gonna have some fun, see how it goes.
I'm very excited. Thank you so much, EU. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, but we can hear from the other two players when we go back to the desk.
Hello and welcome back to Matchpoint. Thank you, Dryad, for that awesome Verizon post-match interview there, talking to the players. One of the players actually is joining us here. And we have Koala Noob joining us as well. Nerve, Koala, pleasure to have you guys here. Congrats on the victory as well.
Thank you.
Before we get into shenanigans, we got to go over our bingo card here. You know, bingo is it's a thing that us elderly people play.
That's true.
So let's see here. We got SEN win. That was a map win.
They want a map.
That was that's the thing. Koala, Emily has this thing. She says that a map win is what matters here, not the match win. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't disagree.
He doesn't agree. He doesn't agree.
That's some weird logic.
It's weird logic.
Like, you gotta be more specific.
You are a weirdo. He has literally what he said.
Did we get a 2-0?
Was it a 2? No,
no,
2-1
2-1.
today.
2-1.
Do we get no? We got nothing.
Furia won.
Furia won.
There we go.
That's right. Furia won.
No overtime.
No overtime.
No overtime.
And that means no freaking bingo.
None of us pied on Breeze? Seriously?
I don't think so.
Yeah, and
no,
you had to be the highest ACS win game. Did you not?
I mean, I maybe, I don't know, the map 3 maybe.
Map 2 maybe, maybe map 2.
We'll put a question mark there.
Unbelievable.
We'll think about it.
Kurt, get on it. In any case, just yelling at our producer. All right, guys. Well, we're hanging out here, having a good time, and figured we'd actually have some fun with the community. Talk to the people, because the people had questions. We actually had some questions from some of our co-streamers who submitted them to us, and they had questions for you guys and questions for everyone, really. So you guys can go ahead and answer them, right, Kurt? I got that right. Go ahead and let's go ahead and run that first one. Let's see, who is it?
Ravish here from the
Hey, Rav.
Look, a question for any one of the players there. No, just pick with just one. And for that player, for everybody else surrounding them, a bear is attacking you in the room right now. It's coming right at you. You've got no chance of escaping. Now, who do you try to save first? Who do you leave for forever? Or do you help the bear?
I got a good answer for this one.
No, a bear. So
a bear.
I listened. So Ravish said that if you were being attacked by a bear, who would you leave behind and who would you try to save?
That was messed up.
I mean, the first person I try to save is Mike, because he's pretty jacked.
All right.
So,
well,
there's a chance there. There's a chance there that, like, something could be done.
Is that because you think you'll be able to survive mutually
I mean, he's my
together?
gym partner, so, like, you know, we're working out. We're ready to fight the bear.
Okay,
I always
all
said
right.
I could beat a black bear,
Sounds
so
good.
I need it to happen.
Same thing?
Man, I feel like we have to save our IGL, you know what I mean? Like, he's got, like, maximal importance for us. He's up
I mean,
there.
I'm going to leave him for last because, like, you know, he's a big guy. Like, he's, like, 6'5". Like, I feel like if he's going up against a bear, like, he's going to, like, you know, intimidate it, like, delay of time while we escape. You know what I mean?
All right, I like it. Today I learned that Art's 6'5". That's
Okay,
great.
If he's 6'5", then I'm 6'2". That's all I'm saying, bro.
Hey, man, believe anything's possible, Poppy. All right, let's go ahead and check out this next one. This is from Anders. Let's see what he has to say.
Hey, Anders here. My question for you has to do with crowd energy. Some teams thrive under the pressure of banter. Others crave that hometown support. How does your team deal with both the positive and negative sides of a hyped up crowd?
So basically, what it's like to play Sentinels in a match with the crowd.
Well,
to be honest,
it turns out it don't matter for you guys.
I mean, yeah, to be honest, it felt the same from the first time we faced them. I think it's less about the crowd and more about, like, how we're entering the server. Because, like EU was talking about in the interview, like, but when we won, like, we're a team that, like, when we start off strong and we start off energetic, like, you know, everybody's adapting, playing with each other, like, that's where we thrive.
Yeah, we're hard
so as long as, like, everybody mentally is there and, like, confident and ready to play, I think, like, crowd doesn't fully affect us.
Do you feel like that was the situation last week, especially with crew? Like, you guys just kind of weren't really in it at the beginning points of the game there?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we just had a slow start last week. I think, like, maybe having a crowd would have helped us a little bit, get some momentum, like a round or two. But I think in, like, VCT Americas here, I don't think there's much effect with the crowd. But playing in Santiago, there was definitely an effect.
That was, like, the first time I'd say that we actually felt something from, like,
5,000
people.
5,000 people jumping up and down. I mean, bro,
How'd you feel in that moment?
It was fun. It was fun.
It was the most fun experience
You feel
ever.
like a rock star, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's crazy.
Dude, I went up to that crowd and spoke Spanish one time, and I was like, "Am I a god right now? This is crazy."
They're crazy,
It was
bro.
the best time ever. It was so fun. It was so fun. All right, we have another question here. This one is our last one, and it is from Royal.
Hey guys, my name is Royal and I'm a content creator for Evil Geniuses. Now admittedly, I don't know anything about Valorant at all, so I'm gonna ask you one simple question that has nothing to do with the game itself. What are some funny nicknames that you've given to other pro players, whether they be on your team or on a different one entirely? Now with that being said, go buy the EG bundle.
Okay.
Yo, bro's doing the work.
That we've given to our team or like other players.
Yeah, nicknames.
Man.
And keep it PG.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What do we have
for us? I don't know for us, bro, but like I always like whenever we scrim that team with like I think it's YFP, I always say, oh, we're facing Vita the Delita.
Yeah, but that's like his username. Like that's like his old
that's
alias.
actually his username?
Yeah,
I just see Vita. I'm like, bro, Vita the Delita, bro.
Shout out
this guy's
Vita. That's like his old alias, though. I'm trying to think.
It just sounds like you guys got to come up with some nicknames for each
Yeah,
other
we're pretty boring, I feel like, in that aspect. We don't have much nicknames.
Yeah, we're a bunch of trolls, but that's like the last thing we think about.
Hey, well, you know what? Now it's a new thing to build some camaraderie together, you know?
If anything, Shaw's Onk, that's for sure.
Yeah, Shaw's
okay, see, that's just...
this guy's pushing 40, bro.
Under the bus, us elders go, hey, I'm 38, all right? Leave me alone. I feel freaking attacked right now, although I am actually an uncle. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the current standings, because with that victory, Furia's name is now in green. You're in the playoffs. Congratulations.
Let's go.
Has to feel great, obviously coming off of a dominant kickoff for you guys. And, you know, I'm sure like Santiago didn't go the way you guys wanted, but it really does feel like this whole journey has really come to fruition for you guys, and the proof is in the results there.
Yeah, I mean, everybody trusts each other so much on this team. Like, it's like repetitive, but we're really just about like adapting and trusting what like someone in the round calls.
Yeah.
And like everybody does a great job just like having full trust in that. And I think that's like what really like separates us from other teams, because like other teams could be good, but like there might be some like little weird situations that happen in the round that like mess stuff up. But I feel like with us, like as long as we're listening to each other, like I feel like we're just an unstoppable team, because we're so fluid with each other. Like,
Yeah,
we really
I wanted to ask a quick question on that as well, actually, because the loss to Crew, those guys, I mean, looking back at the Lotus game, we were kind of praising Crew because it looked like they were on top of everything.
Oh, yeah.
That game was like crazy. How big of a learning moment was that for you guys? Because, and also, I mean, a lot of teams say it's good to lose in the group stage when it actually doesn't matter as much, right?
Yeah.
Was that a huge learning moment in terms of the way that you guys were playing? Because, yeah, watching it, it felt like they were just making every
right move.
Yeah, for sure. I think they just had a good read on the game and a good game plan for us. I don't think there's like anything like we hard learned from that game, but I think for us, like that was our first loss regionally. So I think like just having that for us, like
woke us up.
Yeah, woke us up a little bit. And I think going into playoffs now, like let's say we didn't lose to Crew, we go to playoffs, we lose our first match, like that's going to hit harder than if we didn't lose in the first place to Crew.
Yeah.
So I think just having that like loss experience regionally helps us a lot, helps us stay composed, and it's not like a wake-up call, but it's like hey, like these other teams are good. Like everyone belongs here.
We're not
in this league.
perfect.
Exactly.
No other team is perfect, but like that's what's like so good. Like we notice the imperfections finally. Like we finally get like tested, and like now it's just our job to keep improving and trying to strive for perfection.
Yeah, no, I mean, in this league, it is very clear that at any point in time, any team can beat anyone else on any given day because it's just like how things shake out, right? Yeah. And it goes to show just all the talent that y'all have as well. Unreal stuff. Unfortunately, Myrna does not have talent playing table tennis because for some reason the ping pong's making its way over here. Unbelievable. Just this lady, just is unreal. But folks, that's going to do it for us here today. We thank you so much for tuning in. We got great matches coming up tomorrow as well that you don't want to miss. So for now, enjoy your Samsung OLED fast replay, and we'll see you mañana. Take it easy, everyone.
Crew Visa, they have become quickly the team to beat here in Americas. Because they haven't lost. Maybe 100 Thieves can do it. Onto this A site. As fights go down, so does the spike. And now out into the open, Asta will fall as well. Cryo lines them up, though, for 3 onto the round. A Red Bull clutch. 100 Thieves have not baited out the util enough, but it might not matter. Bang finds the opener. Dante falls as well. And now just silence to stop the plant, but Bang holds him again. This round solo carried by Bang.
Sean, you are incredible!
100 Thieves have done it, upsetting Crew here on Bind. Less on the C side, sliding around back here to stay alive and be a constant problem for Crew, and a problem he is. So now 100 Thieves try to worm their way back into the site. Bang somehow alive through all of this, switching around on his guns with the reinforcements of Timatino.
Come on!
Can Bang keep this game alive?
Out for the count. It's all on Vora now. 1 kill goes his way. But there won't be anything left behind it. Les takes the round, and the map for Crew takes the high line this time. Catches Sadak out.
The op still rolling.
See if Silence can cook anything up here. Okay, Silence. Does he want to pull the trigger on that? He might have to go for it regardless, just to guarantee the round, which he will. And how did Thieves take the lead? Oh my word! Sadak is really isolated here. Little boost up play, click into the site.
He's trying.
Les goes for it and is punished on the other side.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
100 Thieves have managed the impossible. Crew have fallen.
Coming into stage 1, it was Furia that seemed to hit the ground running probably faster than anybody else. But their chance to qualify for playoffs is on the line today. Alam's managed to commit to the site, so he needs to close the gap, and Artazine gets in there. Cortazia trying to bide his time, but Qualm just swings that corner on him. This is starting to fall apart for Sentinels now.
Let's go, Art. Good job.
Out of the timeout as well with Koala. Oh my god. All right.
Damn.
Ready to go. As
Okay.
well.
Anyone else? Yeah, give this guy one more.
Round Art, come on!
Furia utterly
I
dominated.
think that map could have been an email, actually. 1v2, Crossfire already in place, but Cortazia doesn't care. He knows Alan's going to be on the defuse. He gets it to half. Healthy enough. He knows he can play for time. Alan does not have that same luxury. It's just bloody perfect here for Cortazia.
Come on!
The more time this is taken, I am starting to get nervous.
Oh
Somehow
my
it
god!
got better. Oh my god.
Redux, though, at least trying to calm things down. It's going to be Nerve. Does he have his crosshairs placed for it? Nerve! What a comeback in the round!
Joan is in an amazing position.
All shots on towards EU. That's not the spike carrier, though. That was no chance to get a plant here for Furia. No chance to clean them up. Professor P sends them packing. Okay, Adam's going to get in, finding 2 very quickly, though. That LG hitting hard. Swing there with the op for Koala Noob. It's going to be Nerve that does the dirty work.
Let's go. Who's daddy? Trick question, it's me.
Flash is good. Koala Noob's able to take the trade at the very least. Artazine, well, he's on the cams.
Oh god, he gets a double.
Massive.
Center in trouble, and they wanted to run, but EU with the spam. Oh no, it is crumbling.
He's going to get this information as well. He's going to see it coming. Bum rush on towards B is the play. Both players pinged out, and there's the Odin to end it for Sentinels. Furia explode in a playoffs here in stage 1.
It is.
Oh.
Wonderful day, isn't it? That was not. Pip tip pip 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 pip. Absolutely, I agree.
Cheerio.
Pip pip cheerio.
Under my umbrella, Ella, Ella, eh, eh, eh.
Anyway, we're gonna get you guys banned.
Has anybody got anything stronger than the pineapple salsa?